Chapter 1251. After receiving Jiang Chen's order, the three-headed mad devil immediately let out a wild roar. They were born to kill, especially in this cruel evil abyss. They were killing machines, and wherever they went they could set off a storm of blood. Upon seeing this, the faces of the two city lords and the divine immortal experts darkened. They knew the terror of the demonic demons too well, especially the demonic leader who possessed a domineering aura. They wouldn't be a match for him even if they had to fight 1 against 2, let alone the 2 heavenly demonic barbaric bulls. What should we do? The city lord of Emo City asked. There's no other way. The experts from the middle region haven't appeared yet. We have to fight back. Hopefully we can hold on until the experts from the middle region arrive. Otherwise we will definitely die, the other city lord said while gnashing his teeth. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Obviously he was a ruthless man who could see the situation clearly. He knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment. It was useless to be afraid. Jiang Chen wouldn't let them go. The only way was to persevere in the battle. As long as they could hold on until the experts from the middle region arrived, they would have a chance to survive. The 2 city lords drew out their immortal weapons. They were 2 incomparably dazzling immortal swords, looking incomparably valiant. The 2 of them instantly pushed their battle prowess to the limit and charged at the demon chief, Ada and Aer respectively. Rumble. The terrifying sound of collision was heard instantly. The sky above Emo City was instantly ignited. Violent energy was flying everywhere. The evil abyss had always been chaotic. It was the same in both the outer and middle regions, but it had been a long time since the outer region was in such a mess. Usually it was just a matter of personal grudges or robbing each other's treasures. At most, it would be a conflict between 2 major cities, which would lead to a war between the 2 cities. This was the first time that a large-scale war like Jiang Chen's had happened. All the cities in the outer perimeter were involved in this war, becoming the victims of the war and Jiang Chen's stepping stones. The violent energy waves of the battle drifted in the air. The city lord of Emo City could easily fight against Ada and Aer. Even if he couldn't kill Ada and Aer, he wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position for the time being. However, the other city lord didn't have it so easy. He might fall into danger at any time while fighting against the demonic leader. Although both of them had the same cultivation level, their combat strength wasn't at the same level. The city lord had already vomited blood after exchanging a few blows with the demonic leader. It was conceivable that he would be killed by the demonic leader sooner or later if the battle continued. Damn it! This demonic devil is too powerful. Why hasn't the expert from the middle region come out yet? I can't hold on any longer. The city lord cursed loudly. Such a scene left him speechless and even filled with despair. The experts from the middle region had yet to appear. If he wanted to rely on himself to fight against the leader of the demonic beasts, it would be an impossible task. Woohoo! At this time a gust of wind blew across the sky. 3 black silhouettes appeared above Emo City. Their chi was very strong. 2 of them had already reached the late divine immortal realm, which was the same level as the city lord of Emo City. As for the leader, he vaguely sensed the profound chi of Grand Luo. Although the profound chi wasn't very obvious, it was already many times stronger than those late divine immortal experts. This was a mighty half-step golden immortal expert. Such a cultivation base was already very powerful. At least for now, no one on Jiang Chen's side was a match for this expert. Even the mighty demonic devil chief couldn't withstand a single blow from this half-step golden immortal expert. There was no chance of winning. Ah! The expert from the middle region is here. It's Lord Lu and Jiang Chen. Both of you are finished. The city lord who was fighting the demonic leader laughed. With a sway of his body, he got rid of the demonic leader and flew to Lord Lu's side. At the same time, the city lord of Emo City did the same. Both of them cupped their fists at Lord Lu. Master Lu, you're finally here. If you're late, both of us would be dead. That Jiang Chen is insane. He has already destroyed the entire outer perimeter. Our 2 cities are the last ones left. Master Lu, you're finally here. The first demon city lord said. On the other side, their faces didn't look good when they saw the arrival of an expert from the middle region and a half-step golden immortal expert. City lord, the other party has sent a half-step golden immortal expert. Moreover, he is an expert from a major force in the middle area. What should we do now? Xuanhui asked. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Despite the appearance of an undefeatable half-step golden immortal expert, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness on his face. because he had already used the great divination art to divine the situation. Although he might encounter an expert from the middle region in this attack on Emo City, according to his divination, there would also be some accidents on his side, which meant that his plan could still be carried out smoothly. Although Jiangchen wasn't able to divine what kind of accidents would appear on his side, he still had a certain level of confidence in the great divination art. "Don't worry." Jiang Qin shrugged, showing a look of nonchalance. Chen Hui and the others couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They really didn't know where Jiang Qin got his confidence from. That was a half-step golden immortal expert, a mighty half-step golden immortal expert. Jiang Qin was merely a puny heaven immortal, yet a heaven immortal didn't put a half-step golden immortal expert in his eyes. Perhaps only Jiang Qin could do this in the entire evil abyss. "I already know everything that has happened here," Lord Six said faintly. On the opposite side, the Sixth Lord said in an indifferent tone. He casually glanced at the two city lords, then took a step forward, arriving not far from Jiang Qin. His pair of blade-like eyes kept sizing up Jiang Qin, as if he wanted to see through Jiang Qin. "You're that arrogant Jiang Qin? It seems like you're new here, right? You've got some guts." Lord Lu said, his eyes filled with contempt. He was a mighty half-step golden immortal, a high and mighty existence. Naturally, he wouldn't put a puny heaven immortal in his eyes. It was only right for him to look down on Jiang Qin. "That's right. I'm Jiang Qin. I advise you not to get involved in the muddy waters of the outer region. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences," Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Chapter 1252. "Brat, do you know what you're talking about? It's understandable for a young man to be arrogant, but if it's just ignorant arrogance, then it's a matter of intelligence. It seems like you don't understand the rules of the evil abyss at all. That's why you did such a thing. No one dares to go against the evil lord in the evil abyss. No one is an exception. Today you will pay a heavy price for what you have done. But I have a question. How did you make the demonic devil of the evil clan obey you?" Lord Lu asked curiously. As a half-step golden immortal expert of the middle area, he had more dealings with the evil clan than anyone else. He knew the nature of the demonic devils of the evil clan very well. It was an impossible task to subdue the demonic devils of the evil clan and make them obey one's will and become one's slave. This was something that the evil lord had been trying to do for 10 years, but a heaven immortal brat had done it. How could he not be surprised? "I naturally have my own means. What the evil lord couldn't do doesn't mean that others can't." Jiang Qin shrugged and said indifferently. He wasn't in a hurry to act now. He was guessing what kind of miracle would happen to him later. "Lord Lu, this brat is too arrogant. He doesn't even put the evil lord in his eyes. Let's not waste time talking nonsense with him. Just kill him and this demonic devil of the evil clan." A late divine immortal expert beside Lord Lu spoke. He couldn't stand Jiang Chen's arrogance any longer. No matter how capable a puny heaven immortal expert was, he didn't have the capital to be arrogant in a place like the evil abyss. One needed capital to be arrogant. "All right. I'll kill this demonic devil. You all go and subdue Jiang Qin. Remember, don't kill him. I'm very interested in the means that he used to subdue demonic devils," said Lord Lu. Lord Lu said. The longer he stayed in the Nifa's abyss, the more he knew how powerful the evil clan was. Being able to subdue the demons of the evil clan was something worth pursuing. If he could obtain such a method, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself in the Nifa's abyss in the future. He would immediately be valued by the evil lord, and it would not be impossible for him to be summoned to the city of Nifas to play an important role. However, this was just Lord Lu's imagination. As a matter of fact, it was impossible for him to obtain the edifying light from Jiang Qin. Plus, the edifying light wasn't something that could be learned by anyone. Lord Lu's eyes fell upon the demonic chief in a swoosh. The massive body of the demonic chief trembled. Obviously, he was somewhat afraid of this half-step golden immortal, but the ferocious light in Jiang Chen's eyes stopped him from backing down. The evil chi and slaughter chi radiating from his body intensified. This was the nature of the evil clan. They wouldn't compromise even if they had to die. That was why Lord Lu was surprised that Jiang Chen was able to subdue a demonic devil of the evil clan. "Humph." Lord Lu harumphed coldly. All of a sudden he struck a palm at the demonic devil. An incomparably huge palm fell from the sky and appeared right above the demonic devil's head. The demonic devil became violent. Devil chi soared up to the sky from all over his body. A dark devil wheel was struck out and collided with the huge palm. The faces of the people on Jiang Chen's side darkened. They didn't seem to have the slightest chance of winning against a half-step golden immortal expert. If Jiang Qin didn't have a more powerful trump card, they were afraid that the outcome today wouldn't be good. Long. Lord Lu and the demonic devil exchanged a blow. After all, Lord Lu was a half-step golden immortal expert. His combat strength was much higher than the demonic devil's. The demonic devil was no match for him and was in a disadvantageous position. Large amounts of black scales fell off from his body and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. He had suffered serious injuries in just one blow. If he was replaced by an ordinary late divine immortal human, he would have been pulverized into powder by now. Not good. We're finished. Qin Hui's face turned pale. The other 4 late divine immortal experts had locked onto them and were ready to strike at any time. The demonic devil was absolutely no match for Lord Lu. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be killed by Lord Lu in at most 3 blows. Little Qinzi, what other trump cards do you have? De Huang Dog asked in a low voice. He knew Jiang Qin very well. At this point in time, he estimated that Jiang Qin didn't have any other trump cards other than the Zulong Tower. Although Jiang Qin's combat strength was pretty good, there was still a gap between him and the half-step golden immortal realm. He was absolutely no match for the demonic devil. I don't have any more. Jiang Qin shrugged, but he didn't look helpless. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes and thought to himself that this bastard was still so calm even though he didn't have any trump cards at all. He was truly inhuman. Jiang Qin, have you seen it now? Your so-called power is nothing in front of me. If you tell me the method that you used to subdue the demonic devils, I can spare your life. I guarantee that I will do what I said. Jiang Qin said with a smile. That's right. Lord Lu looked at Jiang Qin and said with a smile. Unfortunately, your integrity isn't worth mentioning in front of me. Jiang Qin gave Lord Lu a casual glance, still not showing any concern. Fine. Since you don't know the meaning of life and death, I will fulfill your wish. After I kill this demonic devil, I will come and kill you, said Lord Lu coldly. Then he unleashed another powerful attack towards the leader of the devil beasts. This attack was much more powerful than before. It seemed that Lord Lu didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill the leader of the devil beasts as soon as possible. The demonic devil leader widened his eyes. As a powerful expert, he could sense the scariness of Lord Lu's attack and knew that it wasn't something that he could resist. Just at this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out from the sky. A gigantic creature with boundless waves of air suddenly appeared. The gigantic creature was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lord Lu. A terrifying palm slapped out, directly forcing Lord Lu back. This giant monster was also exuding strong evil qi. It turned out to be a powerful demonic devil of the evil clan. Furthermore, its cultivation base was much stronger than the demonic devil leader. Just like Lord Lu, it had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. With such a cultivation base, not even Lord Lu was a match for it. What? Lord Lu exclaimed. He couldn't believe what he just saw. His first reaction was that this powerful demonic devil was subdued by Jiang Qin, but he couldn't understand it. Jiang Qin was just a heaven immortal. Even if he had the means to subdue a demonic devil, how could a half-step golden immortal be so easily subdued? Chapter 1253. The fiendish demon roared at the sky, as if it wanted to release all the anger that had been suppressed in its body. Its murderous intent soared to the sky, similar to the demonic chief that was released from the Zulong Tower by Jiang Qin. Looking at the roaring fiendish demon, everyone's facial expression changed. The people of Emo City opened their mouths wide in shock. The atmosphere that had already relaxed became tense again. Of course, Lord Lu was the most shocked, because he had no idea what method Jiang Qin had used to summon a half-step golden immortal fiendish demon to help him. The people on Jiang Qin's side were equally shocked. At this time, the way they looked at Jiang Qin had changed dramatically. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was no longer a young man, but a godlike existence that could always create miracles at the critical moment, as if there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. My God, that's a half-step golden immortal fiendish demon, but it was subdued by the city lord. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The means of the city lord has actually reached such a heaven-defying level. Yeah, it's really hard to imagine. No wonder the city lord has always been so confident. It turns out that he has such a powerful trump card. If we follow the city lord's lead in the future, we will surely gain a lot of benefits. It doesn't matter if there are benefits or not. Anyway, we can't betray the city lord. If we betray the city lord, we will surely end up badly. The immortal experts on Jiang Chen's side were talking about it. Each of them was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. That kind of admiration was like a surging river. Each of them warned themselves that they must not have the slightest thought of betraying Jiang Chen. Being an enemy of Jiang Chen was not a good thing. Just from the periphery, those who were enemies of Jiang Chen were all dead. Not even the half-step golden immortal was spared. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't dare to accept those admiring gazes, because this half-step golden immortal fiendish demon wasn't edified by him. Little Qinzi, since when did you have the ability to edify this big guy? De Huang Dog asked with a smile. This big guy wasn't edified by me. Jiang Chen shook his head and shouted at a spot in the void, Little monk, since you are already here, why are you still hiding? As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the void in the distance trembled. A monk wearing a golden xianxia walked out from the void. His body was emitting a dazzling Buddha light, making him look incomparably solemn. One look and anyone could tell that he was an eminent monk. At the sight of the monk, De Huang Dog first rolled his eyes, then jumped up in excitement. That's right, this monk was none other than their life-and-death brother Tyrant. The appearance of Tyrant surprised both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, but at the same time, made them feel incomparably happy. Jiang Chen had already guessed that Tyrant would appear the moment the fiendish demon appeared. As a cultivator of the edifying light, he had an extremely keen perception towards the edifying light. There were traces of the edifying light in the body of this half-step golden immortal fiendish demon. Obviously it had been edified by someone. In the entire heavens and earth, there were only a handful of people who could use the edifying light. If that person could cast the edifying light, appear in front of him at the critical moment and help him when he was in danger, then there could only be one identity for this person, Tyrant. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had no idea why Tyrant would appear in the evil abyss, but they were shocked by Tyrant's cultivation base. This guy's cultivation base had actually reached the terrifying late divine immortal realm. Although he had just advanced to the late divine immortal realm, it was still extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had been in the immortal world for a longer time than Tyrant, but now that Tyrant had surpassed them in terms of cultivation base, the two of them had the urge to rush forward and give this bald donkey a good beating. Where did this monk come from? Could he be an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple? I don't think so. White Dragon Temple is a super major power and ethereal immortal domain. It's impossible for them to appear in a place like the evil abyss. Besides, White Dragon Temple's Buddhist sect has always been low-key. They rarely show themselves. Why did this monk help us? Everyone's eyes fell upon Tyrant. There was also a Buddhist sect in the immortal world. The famous White Dragon Temple was almost the same as the Great Lightning Tune Temple in St. Origin World. Both of them were the symbol and representative of Buddhist sect. The appearance of Tyrant made everyone associate him with White Dragon Temple. Wakaka, Little Qinzi, De Huang, you two bastards. Grandpa is really tired of looking for you two. However, in the next second, Tyrant's image of an eminent monk vanished completely. He spread his arms and strode towards Jiang Chen. He grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder and gave him a big bear hug. Before Jiang Chen could react, Tyrant extended his mouth and kissed Jiang Chen's face. Plop. Some of them staggered and fell on the ground. Many of them rolled their eyes. Damn it, his image was completely ruined. Where was the eminent monk? Where was the White Dragon Temple? All the people of Buddhist sect behaved like this. This was really an eye-opener. Fuck. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and kicked Tyrant away without any hesitation. He had actually been kissed by a man and a monk at that. What an illustrious name. Tyrant chuckled and looked at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog shuddered and quickly distanced himself from Tyrant. In terms of shamelessness and despicableness, De Huang Dog had never admired anyone. Tyrant was definitely one of them. If you dare to kiss Master Dog will bite you to death. De Huang Dog threatened. Fuck you. Who's going to kiss you? Tyrant glared at De Huang Dog. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became much more lively. The joy of a reunion between brothers couldn't be expressed with words. They had already expressed their feelings for each other in their own way. Little Qinzi, why did you two come to this place? Tyrant asked. Let's not talk about this first. Let us brothers have a good chat after we solve the current situation. Jiang Chen patted Tyrant's shoulder. He had more questions than Tyrant. He knew Tyrant's potential very well, but no matter how great Tyrant's potential was, it was impossible for him to cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time. Tyrant must have obtained something. Previously, Jiang Chen had used the great divination art to predict that a miracle would happen today. He had never thought that this miracle would be his good brother. Nothing could be more perfect than this. Putting aside the fact that Tyrant was a late divine immortal and his combat strength was enough to kill a half-step golden immortal, this half-step golden immortal demonic devil was enough to wipe out everyone present. Therefore today's battle was meaningless. Chapter 1254. Jiang Chen, do you really want to kill me? Lord Lu said Lung Lung when he saw Jiang Chen's killing intent. Don't you want to kill me? Since you want to kill me, what's wrong with me killing you? Jiang Chen's tone was flat, but it was very reasonable. No one could refute him. The evil abyss was a cruel place. Only Lord Lu was allowed to kill others and no one else was allowed to kill him. Jiang Chen's tone was calm and reasonable. Jiang Chen, don't be too arrogant. I'm a member of a major power in the middle region. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. Even if you don't put the evil lord in your eyes, you can't afford to offend the major powers in the middle region. The power of a true perfected golden immortal isn't something you can imagine. If you kill me today, you'll have to bear the wrath of the evil lord and the major powers in the middle region. Lord Lu was still unwilling to give up. He originally wanted to escape, but the powerful fiendish devil of the evil clan had completely locked onto his aura, making it difficult for him to escape. Why are you still talking so much when you're about to die? Let Grandpa Monk send you off. Tyrant shook his head and said to the demonic devil, Big guy, kill him. If you can't, I'll skin you alive. After receiving Tyrant's order, the big guy let out a heaven-shaking roar. Devil aura billowed up to the sky, bringing along endless destructive chi waves as he lunged madly at Lord Lu. He had already been edified by Tyrant, which meant that he had become Tyrant's slave. He wouldn't dare disobey any of Tyrant's orders. Run. Lord Lu didn't even think about it. As a person who had a better understanding of the demonic devils of the evil clan, he knew very well how powerful this big guy was. Although they were both half-step golden immortals, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand in this fight. Only death awaited him. He might have a chance of survival if he ran away. As for the others, he didn't have the ability to care about them. He couldn't even care about his own life and death, let alone the lives of others. Humph! Where will Grandpa Monk put his face if I let you run away? Tyrant had already anticipated this situation. With a sway of his body, he reached the limit and blocked Lord Lu's path in the blink of an eye. Damned bald donkey, get out of the way. Lord Lu was infuriated. He didn't put Tyrant in his eyes at all. In his point of view, there was no way a late divine immortal monk could be compared to a half-step golden immortal demonic devil. Shwa. The immortal sword in Lord Lu's hand slashed out a resplendent radiance towards the monk. Boom! Tyrant's face was calm. He was also a combat maniac. Although he was only a late divine immortal expert, he could easily deal with ordinary half-step golden immortals. With a wave of his hand, a powerful palm wind gathered to form a huge face of Wisdom King. This was the powerful unmovable Wisdom King seal of Buddha sect. Its power was far beyond any ordinary combat technique. Under the suppression of the motionless bright King seal, Lord Lu was under endless pressure. He was simply not his opponent, and was sent flying by the monk. And the place where he was sent flying was exactly the direction where the big demon was rushing over. Gotcha. The demon's terrifying claws tore at Lord Lu's arms, and with an explosive roar, it tore Lord Lu into pieces. Such a scene frightened everyone. Everyone's face darkened. It was too brutal. A half-step golden immortal expert was killed just like that. Tyrant and the demonic devil had joined hands to attack Lord Lu, yet he was killed in just a single move. The whole process was soul-stirring and bloody to the extreme. It's over. It's all over. The city lord of Emo City trembled, finally experiencing the feeling of ultimate despair. A man went from despair to hope and then back to despair. The ups and downs weren't easy to bear. The ones who felt the most depressed were the two late divine immortal experts who came with Lord Lu. Both of them had the urge to cough out blood, cursing themselves for following Lord Lu here. It was already too late for them to back out now. They weren't fools. They had already seen through Jiang Chen's brutality and overbearingness, plus the rules of the evil abyss. So, they had also fallen into despair. The two of you, if you submit to me now, I will give you a chance. Just as the two of them were in despair, Jiang Chen spoke all of a sudden. He was referring to the two of them. Upon hearing this, the two of them were taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. Compared to death, submitting to him was a better choice. In a place like the evil abyss, nothing was better than living a good life. We are willing. The two of them didn't dare to show any neglect. Immediately they approached Jiang Chen and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Although they had never thought that they would have to bow to a heaven immortal one day, they were willing to do so at this moment. Jiangchen, we also submit. The city lords of Emo City and another city spoke. Seeing that Jiangchen had allowed the two of them to submit, they saw a glimmer of hope. Kill them. Jiangchen didn't even glance at them before he gave the order. Jiangchen, why did you accept them and not us? The city lord of Emo City's face turned pale. That's because I've already given you a chance. I won't give my enemies a second chance. They're different, so I'll give them a chance. If they're unwilling to submit, they'll end up the same as you. Jiangchen said indifferently, completely ignoring the despairing expression of the other party. The bulky demonic devil roared furiously and struck out a palm all of a sudden, turning the two city lords into meat paste on the spot. The two city lords were late divine immortal experts, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from the bulky demonic devil. At this point, all the cities in the outer region had been conquered by Jiangchen. The 36 cities originally had 36 names, but now there was only one unified name, Fragrant Sky City. Tyrant and Jiangchen stood together. Everyone was looking at this little monk with trepidation. The scariness of Tyrant wasn't only because he had subdued a mighty half-step golden immortal demonic devil, but also because of his terrifying combat strength. When he was fighting Lord Lu just now, his strength had been fully revealed. Little Chin, chaos follows you wherever you go. I've been in Evil Abyss for a long time. Today the outer perimeter is in chaos, so I came here to have a look. Only then did I realize that you're the root of the chaos. But this is exciting. We brothers can't live too peacefully in the immortal world. Chapter 1255. That's for sure. The outer region is just the beginning. Tyrant, let's go have a drink and have a good chat. Jiangchen put his arm around Tyrant's shoulder and flew towards the direction of the mansion. The two brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time and they had a lot to talk about. Hui, although we have now ruled the entire outer region, I'm afraid it won't last long. I'm afraid that the major powers in the middle region won't let us go after we killed that Lord Lu. Plus, the outer region has been completely unified. Very soon, the evil lord in the city of Sin will be alerted. I don't think our days will be easy. Li Si said worriedly. What's there to worry about? With the city lord around, we don't need to think too much. When the critical moment arrives, the city lord will naturally have a plan to deal with it. Hui shrugged. He now had complete admiration for Jiangchen. He felt that there was nothing in this world that could baffle Jiangchen. Now they wouldn't even care about the major powers in the middle region. That's true. Li Si smiled, feeling that he was worrying too much. This kind of worry wasn't something he should have. Even if someone had to worry, it should be Jiangchen. Let's go. The outer region has just been unified. We still have a lot of things to do, said Hui. Now that all 36 cities were under the control of Jiangchen and the plaque of Fragrant Sky City was hung on it, there were still a lot of internal problems that needed to be solved. Jiangchen wouldn't personally deal with these small problems, so the task naturally fell on their shoulders. In the mansion of Emo City, there were only 3 people, Jiangchen, De Huang Dog and Tyrant in the huge hall. The others had been chased out by Jiangchen. Naturally, the 3 brothers had a lot to talk about. The others would only be a hindrance if they stayed here. Jiangchen roughly told Tyrant about his and De Huang Dog's experience in the immortal world. After listening to it, even though Tyrant was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Kid, you won't have peace no matter where you go. You're only a heaven immortal, but you already have a half-step immortal king as your enemy. But I believe that Tianmuyun will die in your hands sooner or later. Tyrant said. He had inexplicable confidence in Jiangchen just like the others. Back in Saint Origin World, Jiangchen had created countless legends and miracles. He would do the same in the immortal world. Monk, how's your family? Jiangchen asked. He was very worried about the situation at home. Everything is fine at home. The Saint Origin World has been completely unified. No one dares to disobey the martial Saint dynasty. You don't have to worry about this. By the way, when I ascended, Sister Ning and Little You had also reached the standard to ascend. 1 day in the immortal world is equivalent to 1 year in the underground world. I'm afraid that they have already ascended to the immortal world, but I don't know where they have ascended to. Tyrant said. Jiangchen nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this. When he first met Han Yen, he had already guessed the situation of their ascension. Their talents were about the same, so the time of their ascension wouldn't be too different. He was afraid that they had already ascended to the immortal world by now. Yen has now gone to the region outside One Line Sky, but he should have the ability to protect himself. I'm not worried about him. I'm more worried about little you and Sister Ning, but the immortal world is too vast. It's too difficult to encounter them. We can only rely on our luck, said Jiang Qin. Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu were the most important people in his life. If something happened to them, it would be a huge blow to Jiang Qin. Of course, he still had to look on the bright side. I'm rather unlucky. When I ascended, I entered the evil abyss directly. That's why I had no way to find Ai Yan and the others. I never thought that I would meet the two of you in the evil abyss. My first goal in coming to the immortal world has been achieved, Tyrant said with a smile. As a matter of fact, ever since he knew that he had entered the evil abyss, he didn't have much hope in finding Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Being able to meet them here today was a miracle. Tyrant couldn't help but feel happy and excited. Damn monk, how can your cultivation be so terrifying? Did you get something good in the evil abyss? De Huang Dog asked. That's not it. Do you still remember the stone tablet in my hand? Tyrant said. Yes, that stone tablet is incomparably mystical. It's not an ordinary object. Could it be that your progress is related to the stone tablet? Jiang Qin asked. That's right. Tyrant flipped his palm and the blood-colored stone tablet immediately appeared, floating back and forth in his palm. Sensing the aura emitted from the stone tablet, Jiang Qin's body and mind couldn't help but tremble. He could actually sense a familiar aura from the stone tablet. The aura of the Zulong Tower. That's right, it's the aura of the Zulong Tower. This aura didn't come from the same source as the two treasures. Instead, it came from the aura of the two treasures. Primordial, ancient, noble, and both had the aura of a supreme being. For example, if the Zulong Tower was compared to a supreme god, then the stone tablet in Tyrant's hand would be another god. This stone tablet is indeed extraordinary. It's actually on the same level as the Zulong Tower, surpassing the primordial supreme divine weapon. It's ancient and ancient. Tyrant's luck is really good. Jiang Qin was shocked. He had seen a stone tablet before, but it didn't have such an aura. But now it did. It seemed like Tyrant had touched something inside it. I have a certain understanding of the origin of this stone tablet. This is a tablet left behind by the first generation of Buddha during the primordial era. It's called the God-Trembling Tablet. The essence of the ancient Buddha was left behind by me. It's precisely because I touched this essence that I obtained great benefits. Because of that, my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. I obtained a cultivation method of the Tao Light Buddha body from the God-Trembling Tablet. If I successfully cultivate it, I can merge with the God-Trembling Tablet. However, cultivating the Tao Light Buddha body isn't something that can be done in a short period of time. Tyrant said. After listening to Tyrant's words, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog looked at each other and sighed. This guy's luck was really good. No wonder he could achieve so much in such a short period of time. It seemed like not only his current achievement, but his future achievements would also be limitless. Sooner or later he would become a supreme being of the Buddhist sect. As brothers, they were very happy for Tyrant's achievements. Tyrant was an orphan who was raised by Great Master Ranfeng from a young age. It wasn't an easy life for him. Chapter 1256. Little Qinzi, now that the outer region has been completely unified and you've killed Lord Lu, I'm afraid you'll attract a lot of trouble. Also, what you've done has offended the evil lord. Do you think he'll make things difficult for us? De Huang Dog asked with a hint of worry in his tone. To be honest, the purpose of my actions is to attract the attention of the evil lord. What do you think is the biggest dream of the evil lord? Jiang Qin looked at Tyrant and De Huang Dog with a smile. Of course, it's to rule the entire evil abyss and get rid of the evil clan. Tyrant and De Huang Dog spoke in unison almost without thinking. The evil lord had been here for 10 years and his goal was known to everyone. The evil lord had used his strength to help humans occupy half of the evil abyss and stand on equal footing with the evil clan. This was already very impressive, but it was impossible for the evil lord to get rid of the evil clan and become the true master of the evil abyss. That's for sure. However, if a man can truly subdue a big clan and make the evil clan submit to him and become his slave, the sense of accomplishment would be far more satisfying than just annihilating the evil clan. Jiang Qin said with a smile. I know. Your real purpose is to let the evil lord see that you have the ability to subdue the demonic demons of the evil clan. This ability is something that the evil lord doesn't possess. Therefore, the evil lord will definitely be very interested in you. Now that Tyrant is here and has also subdued a powerful demonic demon, it'll be hard for the evil lord not to notice us. Ah, this is indeed a good move. De Huang Dog was very intelligent. He instantly guessed Jiang Qin's intention. Therefore, even if the major forces in the middle region want to touch us, the evil lord won't agree to it. Compared to his ultimate plan, the outer region is nothing. Jiangchen smiled. He was very intelligent, especially after cultivating the great divination art. Everything he did was within his expectations. He had once used the great divination art to divine the existence of the evil abyss. He believed that he and the boss of the evil abyss wouldn't become enemies. As a matter of fact, Jiangchen also wanted to meet the evil lord. From a certain perspective, he and the evil lord were the same kind of people. They both had extraordinary fighting spirit and were unwilling to be mediocre. That was why the evil lord created this region of humans. Little Chin is right. We don't need to do anything now. All we need to do is wait. The evil lord will come to us, and for us, we have to get in touch with the evil lord because we can't stay in a place like Evil Abyss forever. We have to leave this place sooner or later, but the passageway is controlled by the evil lord, so we have no other choice. Smart. Jiangchen gave Tyrant a thumbs up. It was easy to enter the Evil Abyss but difficult to leave. The only exit was in the hands of the evil lord. That was why Jiangchen would do anything to attract the evil lord's attention. Only by getting in touch with the evil lord would they have a chance to leave this place. The middle region of Evil Abyss. The division of the region here was similar to the outer region. The number of cities here wasn't as much as the outer region, but each of them was much larger than the cities in the outer region. There was a city that was the closest to the outer region. It was filled with smoke and fog. The air above the city was tumbling and filled with evil chi. This was one of the cities in the middle region, guarded by a true golden immortal expert. At this moment in the city, a group of higher-ups was gathered together. The one sitting at the head of the table was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a full beard on his face and looked incomparably majestic. The chi that he exuded was enough to make one's soul tremble. There was a strong profound meaning of great luo on his body. That was the sign of a golden immortal. Unlike a half-step golden immortal, his cultivation base had already reached the early golden immortal realm. A powerful golden immortal would be able to do well no matter where he went. Even in the evil abyss where the competition was incomparably cruel, he could still become a city lord. There were several powerful experts sitting below. Two of them had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm like Lord Lu. No one would dare to disobey such a powerful force in the outer region. At this moment, the city lord was very angry. His eyes were bright and everyone could feel his anger. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Not only did he rule the outer region, he even dared to kill the people in the middle region. This Jiangchen is too audacious. The city lord angrily slapped the handle of the chair next to him, turning the handle into powder. City lord, that Jiangchen thinks that he's extraordinary just because he has some talent. He's lawless and doesn't put anyone in his eyes, including the evil lord. Now that he has killed our half-step golden immortal experts, I think we need to teach him a lesson. A half-step golden immortal spoke while gnashing his teeth. It seemed like he had a deep hatred for Jiangchen. That's right, city lord. If we let such a person go, he'll definitely become a great threat in the future. Plus, if we don't do anything when our people are killed, we'll be laughed at by others. Another half-step golden immortal said. All right, all of you follow me. We'll rush to the outer region and eliminate this arrogant kid. We'll let him know what kind of place Evil Abyss is. Not everyone can act so presumptuously. The city lord suddenly stood up from his seat. His killing intent soared to the sky. He was ready to strike. At this moment, a man ran in from the outside in a panic, holding a message talisman in his hand. Why are you so flustered? The city lord asked with a frown. City lord, this is a talisman from the city of Sin. It's for you, city lord. The man said and handed the talisman to the city lord respectfully. The city lord didn't dare to show any neglect. The city of Sin was the hinterland of Evil Abyss, the place where the evil lord resided. The talisman that was sent from there was the decree of the evil lord. A divine sense entered the talisman, causing it to explode instantly. At the same time, an incomparably deep and majestic voice was heard. From today onwards, no one in Evil Abyss is allowed to touch Jiangchen. That was the voice of the evil lord. It was a simple sentence, but it carried an inviolable dignity. There was no explanation, no need for any explanation. This was an order that no one would dare to disobey. This sentence represented the attitude of the evil lord towards Jiangchen. Such an ending was exactly what Jiangchen had expected. Chapter 1257. The talisman disappeared along with the evil lord's voice. The entire hall of the city lord's mansion fell into a dead silence. Everyone, including the city lord himself, was dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. What's going on? Why would the evil lord issue such an order? He's telling everyone in the evil abyss that he's going to protect Jiangchen. What's the background of Jiangchen? Why would he be protected by the evil lord after disobeying the evil lord? What's the purpose of this? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know the meaning behind the evil lord's actions. According to them, it was normal for the evil lord to fly into a rage. After all, Jiangchen's actions in the outer perimeter had completely offended the dignity of the evil lord, causing him to lose a lot of face. Even so, the evil lord didn't get angry. At least he didn't look angry on the surface. They believed that the evil lord's message talisman wasn't just sent to this city. All the cities in the evil abyss had received the same order. In other words, even if Jiangchen did whatever he wanted in the evil abyss, he would still be safe because he had the evil lord's support. What else could he fear? I've already guessed the evil lord's intention. The city lord regained his senses and sat back on his seat. The evil lord's talisman had forced him to give up on the idea of dealing with Jiangchen. Just like what he said before, no one in the evil abyss would dare to disobey the evil lord, let alone him. Moreover, he wasn't Jiangchen. Jiangchen could remain unscathed after offending the evil lord and was even protected by the evil lord. However, the city lord didn't think that he had the ability to do so. If the evil lord wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 100 lives. What? Could it be that Jiangchen is an old acquaintance of the evil lord? Someone asked. It's definitely not an old acquaintance. Don't forget about Jiangchen and the monk who appeared last. They can command the powerful fiendish demons of the evil clan to fight. If I'm not mistaken, the evil lord must have taken a fancy to their ability to subdue fiendish demons. That's why he came out to protect them. The city lord said. The fact that he could become a city lord in a place like the Nepha's abyss was enough to show that he was not an ordinary person. The city lord was quite smart and quickly figured out the key points. After the city lord's reminder, the others also understood. That's right. The evil lord's greatest wish is to eliminate the evil clan and truly rule the entire Nepha's abyss. However, this wish is undoubtedly very difficult to achieve. For the past 10 years, he has only been able to contend with the evil clan as an equal. Now that Jiangchen has appeared, he has seen a glimmer of hope. If he can use some means to control the evil clan and make them his slaves, it will be far more satisfying to him than directly eliminating the evil clan. A half-step golden immortal said. All of them had figured out the crux of the matter. In that case, they could understand the evil lord's decision. City lord, what should we do now? Don't tell me we're just going to let this matter go? One of them asked. His tone was obviously filled with unwillingness. So what if we don't? Do we dare to defy the evil lord's order? Let's just let this matter go. Let that Jiangchen be the king in the outer region as long as he doesn't come to the middle region to cause trouble. The city lord waved his hand and said in a helpless tone. Although he didn't want to let this matter go, he had no choice but to let it go since the evil lord had intervened. If he touched Jiangchen and ruined the evil lord's grand plan, he would have to bear the consequences. At the same time, all the cities in the middle region had also received the evil lord's order. In an instant, Jiangchen's name resounded throughout the entire Nepha's abyss. Almost everyone knew about him. In the entire Nepha's abyss, there had never been anyone who could be protected by the evil lord. Jiangchen was the first. Moreover, Jiangchen's actions were truly amazing. Although many of them hadn't seen Jiangchen's appearance, every one of them admired Jiangchen. He was a peerless madman and only a peerless madman could do such crazy things. After Jiangchen took over the outer region, he had been staying in Emo City without leaving. Tyrant and Da Huang Dog accompanied him as they waited for the evil lord's summons. Unfortunately, a month had passed and the evil lord didn't come looking for them, nor did he issue any orders to them. The entire Nepha's abyss was incomparably peaceful. It could be said that this month was the most peaceful since the Nepha's abyss came into existence. Especially in the outer region, there weren't even any fights. Occasionally, one or two demonic demons would appear, but they would be easily killed. Tyrant and the others started to feel nervous. They really couldn't understand what the evil lord was thinking. The current situation was obviously very abnormal. Little Chinzi, what's going on? Logically speaking, the evil lord should be summoning us to Nepha's city. Why is he ignoring us? It has already been a month. Tyrant said. Indeed. The evil lord's thoughts are really unpredictable. He didn't allow the experts in the middle region to touch us and he didn't come looking for us. Could it be that he's just going to leave us hanging? Da Huang Dog also sighed. Despite his unparalleled intelligence, he couldn't figure out the reason behind the evil lord's actions. Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. According to his expectation, the evil lord should have come to find him a long time ago, but the evil lord had been indifferent all this time. However, the evil lord's performance made Jiang Chen think more highly of the evil lord. If the evil lord couldn't wait to come looking for them or coerce them to hand over the means and methods to subdue the demonic demons, Jiang Chen would look down on the evil lord instead. A person who only knew how to act recklessly would never achieve great things. Now, it seemed that the evil lord didn't let them down. He was a person who could keep his composure. However, it made sense. They had already waited for 10 years. A few more days wouldn't matter. The evil lord is watching. Jiang Chen said. Watching what? Tyrant asked. He wants to see our methods more clearly. If my guess is correct, this month of peace is only the calm before the storm. I've used the great divination art to make a prediction. In less than 3 days at the very most, something big will happen. Jiang Chen said. What's going to happen? De Huang Dog's ears pricked up as he asked curiously. I can't say for sure, but I'm sure it's within the evil lord's control. Let's just wait. Chapter 1258. Demonic invasion. Although Jiang Chen had said so, De Huang Dog and Tyrant were still worried. After all, they had never seen the evil lord before and knew nothing about him. However, since Jiang Chen was proficient in the great divination art, they could only wait. On the third day late at night, an earth-shattering roar tore through the night sky, echoing through the entire Emo city. It floated in the air and didn't stop for a long time. After the first roar, more and more roars rang out, one after another. For a moment, the entire Emo city seemed to have fallen into an endless region. At this moment, all the cultivators in Emo city were alarmed. Everyone became alert. As people who had lived in the evil abyss for a period of time, they were no stranger to this roar. It was the roar of the demonic demons of the evil clan. This kind of situation had never happened before. This was the place where humans lived, the territory of humans. Since the arrival of the evil lord, there had not been a large number of demon beasts appearing here for a long time. Tonight, there were suddenly so many demon beasts dancing around. Something big was definitely going to happen. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Sure enough, they are coming. Let's go out and have a look. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew out of the mansion with Tyrant and De Huang Dog. At the same time, a group of divine immortals also flew out. At this moment, Emo City was completely surrounded by demonic demons. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with black demonic waves. Majestic demonic demons were everywhere. Each and every one of them was roaring and roaring. The scene was so shocking that it made people's hearts tremble. There were at least 100 demonic demons here and the number was still increasing. Such a scene made people's hair stand on end. It was as though some kind of passage had been opened, allowing a large number of demonic demons to suddenly descend upon Emo City. What's going on? Emo City is the territory of humans. Why are there so many demons from the evil clan all of a sudden? What happened? Someone exclaimed. Everyone's face turned extremely pale. This was the most fundamental fear towards the demonic devils. Each demonic devil of the evil clan was more ferocious and powerful than the previous one. Now, a dark mass of demonic devils had appeared here, and their numbers were increasing. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. Little Qinzi, it seems like this is the evil lord's method. Tyrant smiled and said. Qin Hui. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It was Qin Hui. At this moment, Qin Hui's expression was very ugly. He had been in the evil abyss for a long time and had dealt with ordinary demons, but this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. This was no longer a simple battle but a war between humans and the evil clan. There had been battles like this in the past, but they were all led by the evil lord. Ever since the evil lord had unified this place, there had not been such a battle for a long time. Is there a passageway that connects to the evil clan? Jiang Chen asked. Qin Hui thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Reporting to City Lord. In the past, before the evil lord came, there was only a powerful evil clan here. It is said that the space here isn't stable and there are passageways everywhere. Later on, the evil lord occupied half of the region and sealed many of the passageways with some kind of method. The appearance of so many demonic devils today must mean that the passageway that connects to Emo City has been opened. Qin Hui said. As soon as Qin Hui's voice faded, Lu Xing flew over and reported with a frightened face. Reporting to Master, a large number of demonic devils have also appeared in Dark Yang City. What about the situation in the other cities? Jiang Chen asked. The other cities are still fine. No demonic devils have appeared for the time being, Lu Xing said. After listening to Lu Xing's words, Jiang Qin immediately understood. He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. With his intelligence he had already guessed the key point. Little Qinzi, what's going on? Tyrant asked. It's obvious now. The evil lord purposely opened up 2 passageways to test our capabilities. Tyrant, go to Dark Sun City and kill all the fiendish demons. Remember, keep the corpses of the fiendish demons for me. I have to thank the evil lord for this. Jiang Qin said to Tyrant. The situation was very clear. The evil lord was still doubtful about the means Jiang Qin and Tyrant used to deal with the demonic devils. Therefore he wanted to see it with his own eyes. That was why he purposely opened 2 passageways to test Jiang Qin and Tyrant's capabilities. To Jiang Qin this was great news. His Zulong Tower needed the blood and essence of these demonic devils. However, Jiang Qin didn't dare to barge into the evil clan. The demonic devils that appeared in front of him were all within his ability to deal with. More importantly, after a month of rest, Jiang Qin's foundation had completely stabilized. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill these demonic devils and use the Zulong Tower to advance to another level. Therefore he naturally had to thank the evil lord for sending these demonic devils into his pocket. Understood. Tyrant was also a smart man. He immediately understood Jiang Qin's words. Since the evil lord wanted to see their means, they should put up a good performance. Tyrant's Buddhist cultivation technique was the nemesis of demonic devils. His edifying light was even more terrifying. This time he would definitely be able to broaden the horizons of the evil lord. Tyrant and a Huang dog left for Darkyang City to kill the demonic devils. Jiang Qin stayed behind in Emo City. He had been waiting for more than a month. If he didn't make a move now, his body would become rusty. The roars of the demonic devils were getting more and more terrifying. Like endless waves, they swept across the entire Emo City. In just a short while, the number of demonic devils had reached thousands. A large number of demonic devils had begun to attack. The gate of Emo City had already collapsed. A large number of demonic devils had begun to attack in a frenzy. City Lord, what should we do? Xuanhuan asked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was natural for him to be a little nervous. Kill? Jiang Qin didn't pay attention to Xuanhuan. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. At the same time he transformed into his dragon form and rushed forward. The demonic chief, Ada and Air followed suit. Such a battle was nothing to Jiang Qin. He had experienced many more abnormal battles. Swoosh. Chapter 1259. The corpses of the demonic devils that were killed didn't fall from the sky, but were absorbed by an unknown force. After being nourished by the demonic devil's blood essence and chi essence, the Zulong Tower trembled slightly. The 17th floor began to condense bit by bit. Jiang Qin's attack shocked a lot of people, especially those experts who had surrendered to him. Each and every one of them gaped in shock. Although Jiang Qin had unified the outer region with irresistible force in the battle a month ago, Jiang Qin didn't attack. Many of them hadn't seen Jiang Qin's attack, so they had no idea about Jiang Qin's combat strength. Judging from the surface, Jiang Qin was after all a young intermediate heaven immortal expert. How powerful could he be? But at this moment, Jiang Qin's attack was like a thunderbolt. The early divine immortal demonic devils weren't a match for him at all. They seemed so vulnerable in front of Jiang Qin. How could they not be shocked by this? This was their first time seeing such a terrifying genius. As a matter of fact, not to mention early divine immortal demonic devils, Jiang Qin could even kill intermediate divine immortal demonic devils with a single strike. After all, he could already kill intermediate divine immortal experts in his half-dragon form. With the help of the great divination art, he could even deal with late divine immortal experts. As for these evil clan demonic devils, Jiang Qin had already restrained them. When they fought with Jiang Qin, they couldn't even exert their full combat strength. This was also the reason why Jiang Qin was able to subdue the demonic devil chief. The demonic devil chief and Ada and Air were also murderous devils. They charged straight into the demonic devil army and started a fierce battle. Ada and Air were still fine as those demonic devils would fight back with all their might, but the demonic devil chief made many demonic devils panic. They couldn't understand why the demonic devil chief would come to kill them and stand with the humans. Such a thing had never happened before in the entire evil clan. Although the evil clan was ferocious, they had their own pride. It was impossible for them to surrender to a human, let alone the leader of a tribe. But the reality was the reality. Even if they couldn't understand it, they had to fight back with all their might. Otherwise, too many demonic devils would die in the hands of the demonic devil chief. The battle was incomparably intense. Every demon that was killed would be completely absorbed by the ancestral dragon pagoda to increase Jiangchen's cultivation. This was an incomparably horrifying scene. Even the corpses of the demons disappeared. This was too scary. Kill? Chen Hui bellowed and led the divine immortal experts of Emo City towards the demonic devils. They had a few late divine immortal experts on their side, which was their main force. Now that their city lord had joined the battle, there was no reason for them to stay behind and watch. A large amount of blood essence and chi essence were being absorbed, especially those divine immortal demonic devils. Their blood essence and chi essence were incomparably vigorous, bringing great benefits to Jiangchen. Very quickly, the 17th floor of the Zulong Tower was fully condensed. The number of dragon marks in Jiangchen's body had increased by a lot. His cultivation base was advancing towards the late heaven immortal realm. A large number of demonic devils died tragically in Jiangchen's hands. More demonic devils appeared in the sky above Emo City. To Jiangchen, the more demonic devils there were, the better it would be. This was the effect he wanted. Every demonic devil was nourishment for him and the Zulong Tower. One of his main reasons for coming to Evil Abyss was to kill these demonic devils. Since the evil lord had unknowingly helped him, Jiangchen naturally had to cherish it. I can't go on like this. The evil lord must be watching in the dark. I have to display the means that the evil lord wants to see. Jiangchen thought. He was afraid that his strength had shocked the evil lord, but this was absolutely not what the evil lord wanted. What the evil lord really wanted was to see him display the edifying light. Jiangchen wasn't a fool. He naturally knew what to do. Edifying light. Jiangchen gave a light shout. The radiant edifying light shot out like a spiritual snake. The light swept across a dozen demonic devils. These demonic devils weren't very strong. The strongest one was an early divine immortal expert while the weakest one was a heaven immortal expert. Given Jiangchen's current cultivation base, edifying Ada and air and the demonic devil chief was already a very good result, but it wasn't a problem for him to edify the weaker demonic devils. After being edified by Jiangchen, the eyes of these demonic devils instantly became incomparably docile. Kill them. As soon as Jiangchen gave the order, the dozen demonic devils dared not hesitate. They immediately turned around and attacked the other demonic devils. The sudden change in the situation had thrown the demonic devils into chaos. Many of them were screaming, not knowing what was going on. The scene became even more chaotic. The way the people of Emo City looked at Jiangchen had changed once again. He was able to make his enemies kill each other with just a simple gesture, greatly relieving their pressure. Such an ability was just too abnormal. They had no idea what Jiangchen had done to those demonic devils, but such a method was just too heaven-defying. Roar, what happened? The evil clan's demonic beasts were on the verge of losing their minds. Just a moment ago they were fighting side by side with each other. In the next moment the evil clan's demonic beasts turned around and attacked them. Moreover, the evil clan's demonic beasts were incomparably ruthless. It was a pity that the demonic devils who were edified by Jiangchen didn't care about this. They were now completely obedient to Jiangchen and only to Jiangchen. If Jiangchen asked them to kill, even if it was their own father, they would do it without hesitation. Due to the limitation of cultivation, the number of demonic devils that Jiangchen could edify was still not too many. However, now that Jiangchen's cultivation was increasing and the Zulong Tower was also condensing, the number of demonic devils that he could edify would also increase. When he could edify a large number of them, the demonic army would collapse by itself and he would be able to reap the benefits. Finally, the demonic devils noticed something. They knew that those who were edified were no longer their own people. They had become killing machines for others. Immediately, they no longer showed any mercy and started killing crazily. Soon, the dozen demonic devils that were edified were all killed. However, before the demonic devils could recover from their shock, another 20 demonic devils were edified and started killing their own people. Heavens! What did the city lord do to them? That's too terrifying. Yeah. This method is simply heaven-defying. No wonder the evil lord thinks highly of it. If this goes on, the demonic army will be defeated. Chapter 1260. The roar shook the sky. The battle was incomparably intense. The sky above Emo City had been turned upside down by the battle. A large number of demonic devils kept appearing, sweeping away the clouds. Jiangchen had unfolded the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. After the 17th floor was condensed, the 18th floor began to condense. Jianghu had absorbed a considerable amount of energy from the Zulong Tower. New dragon marks kept appearing in his chi. In the direction of Dark Yang City, Tyrant was using the same method as Jianghu. He edified a large number of demonic devils and made them kill each other. This method was done to show the evil lord. Since the evil lord had opened 2 passageways, he must be paying attention to the situation here. After a large number of demonic devils were killed in Dark Yang City, Tyrant kept all the corpses. He knew that these corpses would be of great use to Jianghu, so he must not waste them. It had been a long time since such a war had taken place in the evil abyss. Ever since the evil lord had taken over half of the evil abyss, although there were frequent conflicts between humans and demonic devils, it had been a long time since such a large-scale war had taken place. In the inner region of the Nephas abyss, within the city of Nephas, there was a man dressed in a black robe. His figure was ramrod straight, and his aura was like a sharp sword soaring into the sky. He looked to be in his 30s and was very young. His eyes were very bright, and his chiseled face was very angular, making him look very handsome. This was a man who looked like a fantasy. His brows were filled with ambition. There were a few experts standing beside him. These experts stood motionless, not even daring to breathe heavily. If one took a closer look, one would find that these experts' cultivation base had already reached the terrifying golden immortal realm. The weakest among them was an intermediate golden immortal, and there were a few late golden immortal experts. The cultivation base of this man was the most terrifying. His body was constantly surrounded by dense spatial currents. That was the power of space. This was a person who had truly mastered the spatial law, a true immortal king. Half-step immortal kings couldn't be compared to him. In the Nephas abyss, there was only one powerful immortal king. Similarly, there was only one person who could stand at the peak of Nephas city. The combination of these 2 factors was enough to prove the identity of this man, the evil lord. That's right, he was the evil lord. The young evil lord was very different from what people had imagined him to be. At this moment, there was a huge mirror hanging in front of the evil lord. This mirror was huge with a circumference of 3 to 4 zhang, and it looked like a screen. At this moment, the evil lord and the others were looking at the mirror. There were 2 scenes shown on the mirror. It was the battle between Emo City and Dark Yang City. Just like what Jianghu had guessed, the battle situation in Emo City and Dark Yang City was arranged by the evil lord. Now, looking at the situation in the mirror, not to mention the others, even the evil lord himself was incomparably shocked. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. What a good Jianghu. To think that he could give me such a big surprise. His talent is far above mine. A mere heaven immortal has such terrifying combat strength. I'm afraid that even the geniuses of the major powers in the center of ethereal immortal domain can't be compared to him. The corner of the evil lord's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He couldn't help but praise Jianghu. Unlike Tianmuyun, the way the evil lord looked at Jianghu was filled with admiration while Tianmuyun was filled with jealousy. Master, I don't know what kind of method this Jianghu and that monk have used to make those demonic devils listen to them, causing the demonic devils to kill each other. This method is simply heaven-defying, said Jianghu. That's right. I think this should be something from Buddha sect. Buddha sect has always been the nemesis of demonic devils, but this Jianghu isn't a Buddha sect disciple. How could he use such a method? Look at that ray of light. Wherever it goes, the demonic devils will submit to it. It's terrifying. My lord, if we can also obtain this method and ability, we can completely subdue the evil clan. Your great undertaking will be completed. The few golden immortal experts were shocked beyond words. They had fought countless battles with the demonic devils of the evil clan. They knew all too well about the terror of the demonic devils of the evil clan. The scene in front of them was simply unimaginable. It had completely exceeded their imagination. I have once come into contact with the eminent monks of White Dragon Temple. I know that Buddha sect has a supreme secret scripture called the Edifying Light. It can be said to be the natural enemy of all evil in the world. It seems like the light that Jianghu and that monk used is the edifying light. The evil lord said. His words implied that even if he had walked out of the evil abyss, his identity wouldn't be ordinary. One should know that those who could come into contact with White Dragon Temple and ethereal immortal domain weren't ordinary people. My lord, since they have such a method, why don't we capture them and force them to hand over the cultivation method of the edifying light? A late golden immortal expert said. What do you know? The edifying light is a sacred item of Buddha sect. Only those who are fated can cultivate it. There are so many eminent monks in White Dragon Temple, but none of them know how to use it. This little monk has a deep affinity with Buddha, that's why he was able to cultivate the edifying light. I have observed that Jiang Qin is also a person with great luck. I think he must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters. As for us, even if we have the cultivation method of the edifying light, we won't be able to cultivate it. The evil lord said. He was very self-aware. What's Lord's plan now? One of them asked. We must not make Jiang Qin our enemy. This person's luck is exceedingly high. His future will be limitless. Plus, I need their help to unify the entire evil abyss. I will close the passageway later. After Jiang Qin has killed all the demonic devils, I will personally summon him to Evil City, said the evil lord. The reason why he didn't look for Jiang Qin before was because he didn't trust Jiang Qin's ability. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, apart from being shocked, he was also pleasantly surprised. To put it bluntly, the emergence of Jiang Qin had given him hope. With the help of Jiang Qin and Tyrant, he would have the chance to unify the entire evil abyss and even the entire evil clan. The passageway between Emo City and Darkyang City was suddenly closed. The demonic devils of the evil clan no longer appeared. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Qin and Tyrant killed all the remaining demonic devils. At this time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 600,000, just enough to break through to the late heaven immortal realm. Chapter 1261. Woohoo! Jiang Qin's qi began to roar. A large number of immortal metastones were being refined. The amount of immortal metastones left behind by Ouyang He was enough for him to advance to the golden immortal realm. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't need to worry about immortal metastones at all. 600,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. Jiang Qin's cultivation base had successfully advanced to the late heaven immortal realm. However, this wasn't the end. There were still a lot of demonic devils. A large number of them had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower. At this moment, the 19th level of the tower had begun to condense. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't be a problem for the 19th level to be completely condensed. City Lord, the passageway has been closed. Xianhui spoke. His face was filled with excitement. He had never felt so refreshed after being in Evil Abyss for such a long time. He had to admit that fighting behind Jiang Qin was a very exciting thing. Xianhui had to admit that fighting behind Jiang Qin was a very exciting thing. I know. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth curved into a smile. How could he not understand this situation? The evil lord's goal had been achieved and he had seen what he wanted to see. There was no point in releasing the demonic devils anymore. Moreover, if this continued, the higher-ups of the evil clan would be alarmed sooner or later. At that time, incomparably powerful demonic devils would appear. Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to deal with them. The remaining demonic devils were still roaring in rage. More and more of them were edified by Jiang Qin and were now fighting with the other demonic devils. Even Jiang Qin couldn't help but admit that the edifying light was the perfect way to deal with demonic devils. 10 minutes later, all the demonic devils in the sky above Emo City were wiped out. Surprisingly, there wasn't even the slightest smell of blood in the air. There wasn't even a single corpse of a demonic devil. It was as if all the demonic devils had vanished into thin air. It was as if they had never appeared before. Thinking of how Jiang Qin absorbed the corpses of the demonic devils with a special method, they couldn't help but feel terrified. That's right, it was indeed horrifying. No matter how smart they were, they couldn't explain Jiang Qin's methods at all. Such methods were truly terrifying. Xianhui, the demons won't come again. You take a rest here. Jiang Qin looked at Xianhui and said, Yes, City Lord. Xianhui did not dare to slight Jiang Qin's words at all. He was now completely subdued by Jiang Qin. Even though he was different from Lu Xing and had not been planted with a spiritual force seed by Jiang Qin's strength had already planted a seed in the depths of his heart, making him not dare to have any thoughts of betrayal towards Jiang Qin. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin vanished. His next destination was Darkyang City. The battle between Tyrant and a Huang Dog should have ended by now. There were still a large number of demonic devil corpses waiting for him to absorb. He couldn't afford to miss such a huge amount of energy. When Jiang Qin arrived at Darkyang City, just as he expected, all the battles had ended. Tyrant and a Huang Dog had settled everything. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and the mountains of demonic devil corpses. Little Qinzi, you have advanced again. Tyrant was incomparably happy to see Jiang Qin advancing to the late heaven immortal realm. He knew Jiang Qin very well. He knew that Jiang Qin was a super abnormal bastard. Killing those who were stronger than him was as easy as having a meal. Every advancement represented a whole new level of terror. Jiang Qin didn't say much to Tyrant. Immediately the Zulong Tower was deployed. An enormous invisible gate enveloped the mountain like corpses. In just a blink of an eye, all the demonic devil corpses disappeared, completely absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower let out a buzzing sound that echoed in the void. 10 minutes later, the buzzing sound disappeared. The 19th level of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed and half of the 20th level had been condensed. At the same time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 630,000. As long as he condensed another 20,000 more, he would be able to advance to the half-step divine immortal realm. The current Jiang Chen could easily kill a late divine immortal expert in his half-dragon form. Coupled with the great divination art, he could even fight an ordinary half-step golden immortal expert. It was afraid that only he, Jiang Chen, could have such terrifying and heaven-defying combat strength. The outside of the Zulong Tower was radiating an ancient blood-red light. The dragon marks on the surface of the Zulong Tower had become more profound and distinct. The entire Zulong Tower looked incomparably mystical, giving people a spiritual pressure. The Zulong Tower can only be used as a tool for escaping and hiding. Its other abilities have yet to be developed. If I'm not mistaken, the 99-level Zulong Tower needs to condense the 33rd level in order to develop new abilities. There's still a long way to go. Jiang Qin sighed. He had always been concerned about the abilities of the Zulong Tower and was looking forward to it very much. He believed that the Zulong Tower wouldn't disappoint him. The 99-level Zulong Tower could be considered as the complete stage. The 33rd level was just the first step. Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation skill and had a telepathic connection with the Zulong Tower. Basically, he could guess that as long as the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower was condensed, a new ability would be developed, which would certainly surprise him. The number of demonic devils that attacked this time was not small. If it wasn't for the fact that Tyrant's demonic devil corpse had lost too much of its essence, it could have helped the condensing of the 20th level of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin might even be able to break through to the half-step divine immortal realm. However, Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry. He had never been greedy on the path of cultivation. He would take it step by step steadily. The benefits he had obtained today had made him very happy. Plus, the war with the demonic devils had just begun. There were incomparably large amounts of resources here, which was enough for Jiang Qin to reach a terrifying level. Little Qinzi, what should we do now? Tyrant asked. Wait. The evil lord will surely come to us or summon us to Evil City. Jiang Qin said, then brought Tyrant and a Huang Dog into Dark Yang City. Currently, the entire outer region was his territory. He could go wherever he wanted. In this outer region, he, Jiang Qin, was the absolute king. No one dared to defy him. Chapter 1262. What are you doing? The Huang Dog asked curiously. I'm trying out the great divination art. Ever since I advanced to the heavenly vision realm, my great divination art hasn't improved at all. Now that we're in a different space like the evil abyss, I wonder if I can divine some clues about One-Line Sky. Jiang Qin said. Although he was currently in the evil abyss, his mind was still in One-Line Sky. After all, he would return to One-Line Sky sooner or later. To him, the evil abyss was just a road on the road ahead. Qinjizi was still in Tianyun Pavilion, and so was Tian Muyun. Some grudges had to be resolved sooner or later. As Jiang Qin operated the great divination art, the heavenly vision acupoint between his eyebrows began to emit a buzzing sound. Specks of light flickered, causing Tyrant to click his tongue in wonder. This guy really knows everything. He has even learned the divination art. I wonder what level he will reach in the future. Tyrant said enviously. Although he had a profound Buddha nature and was hopeful of attaining the Tao Radiance Buddha physique, he felt that he was still lacking when compared to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was the one who truly possessed great luck. He would become a true superior sooner or later. He was an omnipotent existence. Genius was no longer enough to describe him. Anything difficult would become extremely easy for Jiang Qin, be it combat techniques, cultivation techniques, or any domain that he had never touched before. As long as he touched it, he would be able to master it very quickly. Other than being speechless, there was no other word to describe such an abnormal being. A few minutes later, Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. Two bright rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing the void in front of him to tremble. What did you divine? The Huang Dog had an idea. He knew Jiang Qin too well. Just by looking at Jiang Qin's reaction, he could guess that Jiang Qin must have deduced something. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have such a big reaction. Sure enough, something big has happened in One Line Sky. Jiang Chen said. What big thing? Tyrant asked curiously. I don't know either. My great divination art is only at the heavenly rush realm. My divination ability isn't that strong. I can only deduce a rough idea. Divination art shows that something big is about to happen in One Line Sky. If I return, I will definitely obtain great benefits. Jiang Chen said. He wasn't able to deduce what exactly was going on, but something was definitely going to happen in Frontline Sky. Moreover, the great divination art was guiding him to return to Frontline Sky. If he missed it, his losses would be huge. Are you going back? The Huang Dog asked. Of course, I have to participate in the big event in One Line Sky. When I meet the Evil Lord, I will think of a way to get the Evil Lord to open a passage for me to return to One Line Sky. Jiang Chen said. For him, the Nifa's abyss was not a big deal for the time being. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to go against the Nifa's clan. Whoosh! As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the hall. This silhouette moved at an extremely fast speed like a ghost. Jiang Chen and the others raised their heads and saw an old man with a smile standing in front of them. The old man had a profound cultivation base. He was an intermediate golden immortal supreme expert. Almost without thinking, Jiang Chen knew that this old man came from Sin City. He was sent by the Evil Lord to summon him. Sending an intermediate golden immortal expert to greet him was already giving him a lot of face. From this aspect, it could be seen that the Evil Lord attached great importance to Tyrant and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I was sent by the Evil Lord to bring you to Sin City. The old man behaved very amiably and expressed his attitude. All right, please lead the way, senior. Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. Both parties were well aware of each other's purpose, so there was no need to be pretentious. Moreover, the Evil Lord had never failed to invite anyone. Even if he didn't have any purpose, Jiang Chen still had to give face to the Evil Lord in order to survive an evil abyss in the future. Ehe, little brother, you're really a young talent. It didn't take you long to conquer the entire outer region. Furthermore, the Evil Lord didn't blame you at all and even invited you personally. Such a special case has never happened in Evil Abyss before. The old man chuckled, attaching great importance to the way he addressed Jiang Chen. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Chen's means. Even though he was a golden immortal expert, as long as he wasn't a fool, he could see how great Jiang Chen's potential was. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a person that the Evil Lord had taken a liking to. It would only be beneficial for his future development if he had a good relationship with such a person. Senior is too polite. It's my honor to be valued by the Evil Lord, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Although the old man in front of him looked amiable, Jiang Chen knew in his heart that anyone who could survive in a place like Evil Abyss was a ruthless character. Under the guidance of the old man, Jiang Chen brought the Huang Dog and Tyrant along with Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying. The biggest purpose of his trip to Sin City was to escort the two girls out of the Evil Abyss. After all, it was too dangerous for them to stay in a place like Evil Abyss. The city of Nifas was located at the very center of the Nifas Abyss. It was an incomparably huge city with mottled scratches all over its walls, indicating that the city had existed for a long time and that there were traces of battles left behind. The huge Sin City had a circumference of thousands of miles, almost the size of a country in the secular world. Even if one stood far away, one could feel the noble aura of this place. However, underneath this noble aura, it was still filled with evil and slaughter. As a matter of fact, no matter where one went, even in a place ruled by the Evil Lord, such an aura could not be avoided. This was because evil and slaughter were unique to the Evil Abyss. It was like something ingrained in one's bones that could not be changed. The Evil Lord could change the overall situation, but he couldn't change the origin of a world. What a huge city. Yan Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. She had lived in Yen City since she was young, but how could the small Yen City be compared to the Sin City? There was no comparison at all. No matter how one looked at it, the gap between the two cities was huge. It was only natural for Yan Qingqing to be shocked. You are the first person from the periphery to enter Sin City so easily. Chapter 1263. Little brother Jiang Chen, the Lord is waiting for you in the city. Let's go now, the elder said with a smile. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. The group flew into Sin City and headed towards the prefecture. In Sin City, only golden immortal experts had the right to fly in the sky. Jiang Chen and his friends were considered as an exception. This was the difference between their status and status. Naturally, the treatment they received was different as well. The City Lord Mansion. The huge City Lord Mansion looked incomparably luxurious. Every corner of the mansion exuded a noble aura. After Jiang Chen and the others arrived, a few beautiful women immediately came out to welcome them, treating Jiang Chen as a distinguished guest. Little brother Jiang Chen, let these two ladies rest in the prefecture first. We'll go and meet the Lord, the elder said. Jiang Chen nodded and turned to Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying. Qingqing sistering, you two rest here first. I'll come and find you when I'm done. Be careful, big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing nodded. She and Huang Ying weren't dissatisfied with such a decision. They knew very well that their status wasn't high enough to meet the evil lord. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't even be qualified to step into this place, let alone be treated as a distinguished guest. Don't worry. Jiang Chen patted Yan Qingqing's shoulder. He had an indescribable feeling towards Yan Qingqing. This woman was infatuated with him, but he didn't know where to put this infatuation. He decided not to think about it for the time being and focused on his cultivation. As for the matters of love, he would take it one step at a time. Under the lead of the elder, Jiang Chen and his friends arrived at a hidden parlor. The elder didn't enter the parlor and left immediately. It seemed like the evil lord wanted to meet Jiang Chen and his friends alone. Junior Jiang Chen greets the evil lord. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the door of the parlor. He didn't barge in recklessly. Come in. An incomparably clear voice sounded from inside. Then the door of the living room was opened. Streams of light shone out from inside. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and led Tyrant and a Huang dog into the living room. After entering the living room, the scene inside immediately changed. The surroundings were filled with variegated spatial auras. It turned out that this place looked like a living room from the outside, but it was an independent space inside. This space wasn't big, it was only the size of a living room, but it existed independently. Obviously, this space was personally created by the evil lord. It was integrated with a living room, but the situation inside was completely sealed. If someone from the outside wanted to enter, it would definitely not be as simple as entering a living room. Creak. After the door was closed, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others like a ghost. This man had a tall stature, but he couldn't be considered as muscular. He was wearing a black robe and a smile could be seen on his angular face, making him look extremely handsome. He was the evil lord. While Jiang Chen was sizing up the evil lord was also sizing up Jiang Chen. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. There was no way that Jiang Chen wouldn't be surprised. In his opinion, the evil lord was at least in his 40s or 50s. He was a majestic and domineering figure, but he didn't expect the evil lord to be so young. He seemed to be around the same age as Tianmuyun. This had completely overturned Jiang Chen's impression of the evil lord. At the same time, Jiang Chen's evaluation of the evil lord had improved a lot. A young man who had cultivated to the immortal king realm was even more terrifying than Tianmuyun. Moreover, the evil lord was able to rule half of the evil abyss. One could only imagine the means he had at his disposal. From this aspect alone, the evil lord was definitely a rare genius. Jiang Chen admired him. As for the evil lord, although he had seen Jiang Chen through the mirror, he was still shocked when he saw him in person. This was because Jiang Chen was too young, and his body exuded a noble aura. That was the aura of a true dragon and son of heaven. He was high and mighty, born to be superior, noble and proud. Not only Jiang Chen but also Tyrant and De Huang. One should know that if it was someone else standing in front of him, even if that person was a golden immortal, he would be submissive and wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly. But these two people and a dog in front of him, apart from looking a little surprised at his appearance, were very calm and composed. Ordinary people couldn't be compared to their temperament and composure. From this aspect, it was enough to show that Jiang Chen and the others were people who had seen the world. Jiang Chen, you are different from what I imagined you to be, the evil lord said with a smile. He didn't put on any airs. My lord is also different from what I imagined you to be. But this side of you has made me admire you even more. Jiang Chen said with a smile. How could a heaven immortal brat say that he admired the evil lord in front of the immortal king realm? This was a funny thing. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen would dare to say such words. However, the evil lord wasn't angry because he could see that Jiang Chen was an extraordinary person. People like Jiang Chen were always prideful. To be admired by the other party was something to be proud of. Sometimes being admired was far better than being feared. Jiang Chen, you are a smart man. You should know why I'm looking for you, right? The evil lord went straight to the point. Of course. My lord has been in the evil abyss for 10 years. Your main objective is to conquer the entire evil abyss and eliminate the demonic devils of the evil clan. However, the demonic devils of the evil clan are deeply rooted in this place. Coupled with the fact that the environment here is extremely beneficial to them, it's almost impossible to eliminate them. On the other hand, we have the means to subdue and restrain the demonic devils of the evil clan. Therefore, as long as we work together, it's not impossible to unify the evil abyss. Jiang Qin said. He didn't like to beat around the bush. He liked to get straight to the point. Work together? Aren't you afraid that I'll force you to hand over the means to subdue the evil clan? You should know that if I learn the means, I won't need your help at all. Moreover, if I want it, you won't have any other choice. The evil lord said with great interest. If my lord had such thoughts, we wouldn't be standing here talking to you. It's true that we are powerless to resist if you want to attack us. But my lord also understands that even if you obtain the means, you won't be able to cultivate it. Jiang Qin chuckled. There was no need to hide anything when talking to a smart person. Chapter 1264. Ha! After listening to Jiang Qin's words, the evil lord burst into laughter. He looked at Jiang Qin with eyes full of admiration. Today was the first time he met Jiang Qin. This young man had left a deep impression on him. Wisdom, courage, calmness, and all the aura that a successful person should have were vividly displayed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, you're a smart man. I also like to make friends with smart people. You're right. The technique that you guys use should have originated from the supreme edifying light of Buddha sect. I've only thought of this after seeing the little monk. I've communicated with the eminent monks of White Dragon Temple before and I've heard about the edifying light. I'm not fated with Buddhism. So even if you guys tell me the cultivation method of the edifying light, I won't be able to cultivate it. So I need your help. The evil lord said. Hearing that the evil lord had seen through their edifying light, Jiang Qin and Tyrant were somewhat surprised. Their view of the evil lord changed once again. It seems that the evil lord isn't an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't have the opportunity to come in contact with the eminent monks of the White Dragon Temple. However, I have a good impression of this person. Maybe it's worth befriending him. Jiang Qin thought to himself. The evil lord had unknowingly revealed his extraordinary identity. Even after leaving the evil abyss, the evil lord was still not an ordinary person. In other words, if Jiang Qin befriended the evil lord, it might be beneficial for him in the future. By now, Jiang Qin basically knew that the evil abyss was just a place for the evil lord to temper himself. It was just that the duration of the tempering was longer. Once the evil lord had completed his task of unifying the evil lord, he would no longer have the slightest hope in this place. At that time the evil lord would surely leave. The evil lord and Jiang Qin belonged to the same kind of people. They would never rest and would always need challenges. The evil abyss and the demonic demons of the evil clan were the biggest challenges for the evil lord. After completing this task, he would look for more challenges. That's right. You and I have a cooperative relationship. You want to use my method to unify the evil abyss. To me, the demonic demons of the evil clan are the greatest nourishment for my cultivation. I cultivate a special technique that allows me to absorb the essence and blood of demonic demons to improve myself. Therefore, our cooperation is a win-win situation. Jiang Qin said without any concealment. This was his purpose. It was impossible for him to tell the evil lord about what happened in the Zulong Tower. However, it was also a fact that he had absorbed the essence and blood of demonic demons. He believed that the evil lord had seen everything that happened in Emo City and Darkyang City. Therefore, there was no need for him to hide anything. Good. It's a pleasure to cooperate with a smart person. Jiang Qin, I have to say that you are the most powerful young genius I have ever seen. Perhaps we can become friends in the future. My real name is Yang Bufan. The evil lord is a title given to me by everyone after I came here. The evil lord said with a smile. There were only a few people in the entire evil abyss who knew his real name. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal his real name, it was enough to show his sincerity in befriending Jiang Qin. Brother Yang is frank and straightforward. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. His impression of Yang Bufan had increased. Both of them were smart and not easy to deal with. Jiang Qin could tell that the other was a forthright person. Jiang Qin liked to make friends with such people. The two of them could be said to hit it off very well. In the entire evil abyss, not even a late golden immortal expert would dare to address the evil lord as Brother Yang, but Jiang Qin addressed him as such. In Jiang Qin's heart, he didn't feel that he was inferior to Jiang Qin. As for the gap in their cultivation base, Jiang Chen was confident that Jiang Chen would catch up with him sooner or later and even surpass him. Similarly, Yang Bufan didn't show any displeasure towards the way Jiang Chen addressed him. In fact, he was rather happy about it. In the evil abyss, everyone was afraid of him. Although he felt that he was high and mighty, he also felt lonely at the top. The appearance of Jiang Chen gave him a different feeling. Furthermore, he believed that given Jiang Chen's talent, Jiang Chen's achievement was destined to be limitless. It wouldn't be an insult to him even if they addressed each other as brothers. Brother Yang, although we have already formed an alliance, my cultivation base is still weak. I won't be able to provide any help if we start a war with the evil clan now. As for how to deal with the evil clan, we still need to think about it in the long run. Jiang Chen said. Getting back to the main topic, although his first meeting with Yang Bufan was very pleasant, it was time to talk about the crucial issue. I know that. Dealing with the evil clan isn't something that can be done in a day. I have waited for 10 years. I will do my best to provide you with the greatest convenience in a place like the evil abyss to improve your strength, said Yang Bufan. He was a smart man. He naturally understood what Jiang Chen meant. To him, he had already waited for 10 years. There was no need for him to waste any more time. The most important thing now was to help Jiang Chen improve his cultivation base. Since they had decided to be friends, they must be sincere. To be honest, Brother Yang, I'm proficient in the great divination art. Previously, I have divined that something big is going to happen in One Line Sky. So I want to go back first. This big event may be a rare opportunity for me. I hope that Brother Yang can help me open the passageway to One Line Sky. After the matter in One Line Sky is settled, I will rush back immediately. Jiang Chen said that this was one of the biggest reasons he came to Evil City this time. If it wasn't because he had divined that something big was going to happen in One Line Sky, he was afraid that he wouldn't go back. After all, Evil Abyss was a good place for him to train. But now that he had divined it, he had to go back and have a look. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's mind wouldn't be at peace. Does Brother Jiang want to go back? Yang Bufan was stunned. He really didn't expect that Jiang Chen would ask to leave at this time. Don't worry, Brother Yang. This time I will go back alone. Tyrant and De Huang will stay behind to assist you temporarily. They can check on the recent movements of the evil clan. Emo City and Dark Yang City have killed a large number of demonic devils. I'm afraid that this matter will stir up the evil clan. Jiang Chen said. In order to make Yang Bufan feel at ease, he must leave Tyrant and De Huang Dog behind so that Yang Bufan wouldn't have any ill feelings towards them. All right. In that case, I will open the passageway to One Line Sky for you. When you come back, we will complete the great undertaking together. Brother Jiang, the passageway has been opened, Yang Bufan said. Thank you, Brother Yang. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at him. Big Brother Jiang, you have to be careful here. Yan Qingqing pulled Jiang Chen's arm and said. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. She thought that the passageway was specially opened for her and Huang Ying, and that Jiang Chen wouldn't go out himself. I'll be careful here, but I'm going back with you too now, Jiang Chen said. Without waiting for Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's astonishment, he grabbed their arms and disappeared into the passageway with a sway. In One Line Sky, above a boundless mountain range, there was a sudden turbulence in the air. Then a hole was blasted open in the void. 3 figures staggered out of the hole, stabilizing their bodies with great difficulty. 2 men and 1 woman. They were none other than Jiang Chen and his companions who had just come out from Evil Abyss. I'm finally back. I finally left that hellish place. Huang Ying looked at her surroundings excitedly. She stretched her arms with a look of enjoyment on her face. That's right, she enjoyed everything here. Compared to Evil Abyss, this place was simply heaven. Yan Qingqing was also very excited. After all, a place like Evil Abyss wasn't suitable for them to stay for long. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 girls with a smile. He could empathize with their feelings at the moment. They had suffered a lot in Evil Abyss. If they hadn't met him at the last moment, they might have already died in Evil Abyss. Jiang Chen and they weren't the same kind of people. Jiang Chen was more intoxicated by the environment in Evil Abyss. He liked excitement and yearned for passion. Big Brother Jiang, why did you come out with us? Why didn't De Huang and Tyrant come out? Yan Qingqing asked curiously. I came out because I have something to do. Once I'm done, I'll have to return. I have an agreement with the evil lord. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this moment, Huang Ying arrived in front of Jiang Chen and bowed to Jiang Chen in an incomparably solemn manner. Young Master Jiang, I am unable to repay the kindness you have shown me. If you need my help in the future, even if I have to work like an ox or a horse, I am willing to do so," Wang Ying said. Jiang Chen was an extraordinary person she had met. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, she wouldn't have dared to imagine what would have happened to her. "Don't mention it, Sister Ying. I see that this place is at the edge of One Line Sky. It's not far from Yen City. I'll send you back to Yen City in a while and then I'll leave," Jiang Chen said. He had already checked the terrain. This place was only a few thousand li away from Yen City. It was just enough to place Yen Qingqing and Huang Ying in Yen City first. Then he would return to One Line Sky and see what had happened. Big brother Jiang. Yen Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped herself. She had left Yen City to look for Jiang Chen. She didn't expect that she would return to the starting point after going around in circles. The good thing was that she had indeed crossed paths with Jiang Chen again. Chapter 1266. Qingqing, stay in Yen City and cultivate well. I have too many enemies in One Line Sky. It won't do you any good if you go there now. I'll arrange a good place for you to cultivate after I've settled everything. Jiang Chen patted Yen Qingqing's shoulder. He understood Yen Qingqing's thoughts. She had almost lost her life in Nifa's abyss in order to find him, which made him feel guilty. Moreover, the current situation made it impossible for Yen Qingqing to follow him. He had too many things to do. Furthermore, both One Line Sky and Nifa's abyss were too dangerous. Jiang Chen had too many enemies. One Line Sky had already offended Shenyang School and Shenyang School had issued a must-kill order against him. Even if he was in Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Chen would still face endless troubles. He had killed Xuanhuan and offended Great Elder Yang Shu, which was why he was sent to Nifa's abyss by Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun was also one of Jiang Chen's enemies. Therefore, whether it was in One Line Sky or Nifa's abyss, Jiang Chen would never have a peaceful life. Under such circumstances, bringing Yen Qingqing along would indeed be a burden. Qingqing knows. In that case, big brother Jiang, you have to be careful. Yen Qingqing nodded. She was a smart person and understood the gap between her and Jiang Chen very well. She also knew that Jiang Chen was a person who wanted to do great things. It was indeed unsuitable for her to follow him. Subsequently, Jiang Chen sent Yen Qingqing and Huang Ying to the outskirts of Yen City and left. The reason he returned to One Line Sky this time was to find out what the great divination art had predicted. He had to find out what it was as soon as possible. Flying between the clouds and mist, Jiang Chen felt relaxed and happy as he looked at the mountains and rivers receding like flowing light. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tianmuyun Yang Shu, you wouldn't have thought that I would come out of Nifa's abyss so quickly, Jiang Chen murmured. Based on the situation in Nifa's abyss, no one would be able to come out alive after entering, let alone a mere celestial immortal like him. When Tian Muyun wanted to send Jiang Chen into the Nifa's abyss, Yang Shu did not object at all. This showed that they had some understanding of the Nifa's abyss. They believed that as long as Jiang Chen entered the Nifa's abyss, he would not be able to come out alive. In fact, this was indeed the case. However, Jiang Chen had once again created a miracle by obtaining the greatest benefits in the shortest time possible. He had successfully befriended the evil lord and had even successfully walked out of the Nifa's abyss. Cloud Fog City. Jiang Chen came here again. Floating above Cloud Fog City, Jiang Chen had already sensed Fu Hui's aura. After he attacked Shenyang School's mine, he was ordered to kill by Shenyang School. He came to Cloud Fog City to make friends with Fu Hui and then entered Tianyun Pavilion by relying on Fu Hui's relationship. As for Fu Hui, Jiang Chen had always treated him as a friend. After all, Fu Hui had helped him a lot. Fu Hui is a know-it-all. Now that he is in the city, I'll go and ask him what happened, Jiang Chen thought to himself. With a sway of his body, he disappeared and flew towards Cloud Fog City. Fu Hui was good at making friends. He had a good reputation in the inner sect of Tianyun Pavilion. It was here that he heard the news about the One-Line 8 Immortals and the Regenerative Lotus. That was how he managed to obtain the Regenerative Lotus and restore Han Yan's arm. In an incomparably elegant room in the city lord's mansion, Fu Hui was leisurely drinking by himself. His days were very pleasant. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew the door open. A silhouette floated in like a ghost. Then the door closed automatically. Who is it? Fu Hui suddenly had an idea. He stood up from his seat with a face full of nervousness. He was now a late heaven immortal expert, which was considered very rare in Cloud Mist City. But to be able to surpass his senses and appear soundlessly in the room, that person's cultivation base must be higher than his. How could Fu Hui not be shocked? Brother Fu sure is leisurely and elegant. Jiang Qin chuckled. Only then did Fu Hui see the person clearly. His eyes widened instantly as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Qin. Fu Hui couldn't help but feel shocked. Everyone knew that Jiang Qin was personally sent to the evil abyss by Tianmuyun. It wasn't just Tianyun Pavilion, everyone in One Line Sky knew about it. Even the enemy force Xianyang school had learned about it. After the news spread out, everyone felt sorry for Jiang Qin. It was a pity that a talented genius had fallen just like that. Furthermore, after the news spread out, Xianyang school immediately withdrew the order to kill Jiang Qin. In their point of view, Tianmuyun had already avenged their Xianyang school. Entering the evil abyss was no different from death. Brother Fu, it has only been a month since we last met. How could you not recognize me? Jiang Qin chuckled. He didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down, picked up the wine on the table and started drinking. Fu Hui finally regained his senses. The shock on his face was instantly replaced by surprise. Brother Jiang, didn't you go to the evil abyss? Have you returned from the evil abyss? Fu Hui still couldn't believe that Jiang Qin could walk out of a place like the evil abyss alive. What kind of concept was that? That's right. I'm back. You're the first to see me. Jiang Qin shrugged. Oh my god. You really came out from that place. I thought you died in there. Oh my god. You have created another miracle. Fu Hui was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. He believed that once the news of Jiang Qin coming out from the evil abyss was spread out, it would be like a heavy bomb in One Line Sky. It would definitely set off a great uproar. What shocked Fu Hui even more was that Jiang Qin's current cultivation base had already reached the late heaven immortal realm, which was many times stronger than when he left. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if someone beat him to death. In the end, Fu Hui sighed helplessly. He really didn't know what to say about such an abnormal genius. This was a man full of legends. It seemed that nothing was impossible for Jiang Qin. If he could walk out of the evil abyss successfully, what else in this world couldn't Jiang Qin do? Brother Fu, is something big going to happen in One Line Sky? I have just returned from the evil abyss because of this. Jiang Qin asked directly. He believed that if something big was going to happen in One Line Sky, Fu Hui would definitely know about it. AI. You are indeed worthy of being the person that Elder Tianjizi has chosen. You can even guess that something big is going to happen in One Line Sky. Chapter 1267. Fu Hui couldn't help but admire him. When he learned that Jiang Qin was sent into the evil abyss by Tianmuyun, he felt sorry for a very long time. He had already determined that Jiang Qin would die for sure. It took him a few days to recover from the shock, but today he saw Jiang Qin walking out of the evil abyss unscathed. This in itself was already a miracle. Now, Jiang Qin was able to predict the future and predict that something big was going to happen in One Line Sky. Such a freak was truly inhuman. Fortunately, this wasn't Fu Hui's first day knowing Jiang Qin. He knew that Jiang Qin was an extraordinary person, so he quickly recovered from the shock. Brother Jiang, you came back at the right time. Indeed, something big is going to happen in One Line Sky. Not long ago, an expert found an ancient tomb in a desolate mountain range in One Line Sky. This ancient tomb has its own space and should be left behind by an immortal king. Elder Tianjizi has personally divined that this ancient tomb is a treasure trove. There are both opportunities and dangers inside. To the younger generation of the four major powers, this is a rare opportunity. Therefore, the four major powers have decided to open the ancient tomb tomorrow, allowing the geniuses of the major powers to enter the tomb to search for opportunities. Fu Hui spoke and told Jiang Qin about the major event that was going to happen in One Line Sky. This matter had already caused an uproar in One Line Sky. It wasn't a secret, so he didn't have anything to hide. Jiang Qin just needed to ask a random person on the street and he would know what was going on. Ancient tomb? Jiang Qin's eyes flashed. It seemed like his trip here wasn't in vain. To the young geniuses of One Line Sky, this trip to the ancient tomb was an opportunity. To him, Jiang Qin, it wasn't a small opportunity. Since his master had personally divined it, he was even more confident in his heart. That's right. It's an ancient tomb, but nobody knows what the situation inside is. This ancient tomb is probably left behind by a powerful immortal king or some other existences. In any case, it's not simple. Although it's full of opportunities and benefits, it's also full of danger. The ancient tomb will open tomorrow. I don't think Brother Jiang will miss it, right? Fu Hui said with a smile. Of course. The reason why I rushed back this time is because of this matter. I wonder who will be entering the ancient tomb this time? Jiang Qin asked curiously. This trip to the ancient tomb is specifically targeted at the young experts of the four major powers. There are also some rogue cultivators who are qualified to enter. The four major powers haven't completely controlled the ancient tomb, so the number of people who enter is also a rare training for the geniuses of the four major powers. Many of the inner sect disciples and core disciples will enter. By the way, there are some extremely terrifying geniuses in the four major powers who are beyond the scope of core disciples. They are the most powerful true disciples. Their cultivation base has already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. Some of them are even true golden immortal geniuses. Plus, the higher-ups of the major powers will also participate in this trip, including the true golden immortal experts. Fu Hui said. He was more knowledgeable and knew more details. A golden immortal expert? It seems like this trip isn't going to be peaceful, but that's for the best. If it's too peaceful, it will be meaningless. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If it was before, he might still be a little afraid of a golden immortal expert. After all, the gap between them was just too huge. But now, his cultivation base had already reached the late heaven immortal realm, which wasn't too far away from the half-step divine immortal realm. As long as he could obtain some benefits in the ancient tomb, he would be able to advance to the half-step divine immortal realm at any time. At that time, killing a half-step golden immortal expert wouldn't be a problem. The water in one-line sky should have been stirred up. Since Jiang Chen had returned from the ancient tomb, it was destined to not be a peaceful trip. But you still have to be careful, Jiang Chen. After all, Xianyang school has always regarded you as their archenemy. If they encounter you, they will certainly not let you go. Plus, the relationship between the four major powers isn't good. There will be no lack of fights in the ancient tomb. At that time, you will surely become the focus of attention again, said Fu Hui. This was basically certain. Given Jiang Chen's current identity in one-line sky, he would become the focus no matter where he went. It would be hard for people not to notice him. It doesn't matter. I have no intention of hiding myself. I have only one purpose for entering the ancient tomb, and that is to obtain benefits. Whoever stops me will die. Whoever provokes me will also die. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. A faint king's qi overflowed in all directions. That was an innate king's qi that ordinary people couldn't compare with. That's for sure. Brother Jiang's means isn't something that ordinary people can withstand. Fu Hui's expression changed. He didn't doubt Jiang Chen's arrogant words at all. Even when these words came from Jiang Chen's mouth, it seemed to be a matter of course. There wasn't any arrogance in it. By the way, Brother Jiang, since you are back, do you want to go back to the sect and enter the ancient tomb with the geniuses of the sect tomorrow? Fu Hui asked. No need. I have my own way to enter. Don't tell anyone about my return. It will cause me some trouble. Jiang Chen warned. Just like what Fu Hui said, he had too many enemies. Xianyang school regarded him as their archenemy. If he swaggered into the ancient tomb, he was afraid that he would immediately encounter endless trouble. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. After all, he didn't enter the ancient tomb for trouble. I understand. Don't worry. Fu Hui nodded. He wasn't an idiot. He was also a smart man. He naturally understood Jiang Chen's worries. Jiang Chen stayed in Cloud Mist City for a day. Early the next morning, he and Fu Hui went to the desolate mountain range. When they were near the desolate mountain range, Jiang Chen separated from Fu Hui and moved alone. With the help of the Zulong Tower, he could enter the ancient tomb without anyone noticing. Chapter 1268. Apart from a large number of rogue cultivators, the people from the four major powers were all wearing the same clothes and standing in four different directions. Every single one of the young geniuses from the four major powers had their heads held high and their faces were filled with pride. They had the right to be proud. They were all geniuses, and compared to those at the same level, they had a great advantage. So many rogue cultivators have come. It's really boring. This ancient tomb was discovered by the experts of the four major powers. Logically speaking, it should be sealed and opened for us. These puny rogue cultivators also want to have a share of the spoils? Why don't they weigh their own weight first? You can't say that. As the pinnacle of one-line sky, the four major powers have an unparalleled status. They have to show some magnanimity. Besides, even if these rogue cultivators are allowed to enter, can they compete with us? That's right. This will show our magnanimity. Even if we allow those rogue cultivators to enter, they will still stay far away from us. They won't dare to touch the things that we are interested in. The geniuses of the four major powers were too proud and had a strong sense of superiority. They didn't put rogue cultivators in their eyes at all. In their point of view, the fact that the four major powers allowed a large number of rogue cultivators to enter the ancient tomb was a gift to these rogue cultivators. They should be deeply grateful. Similarly, most of the rogue cultivators also knew their limits. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to offend the geniuses of the four major powers, because offending them was basically no different from courting death. After all, not everyone was like Jiang Chen. That's right. There were a lot of geniuses from the four major powers, ranging from the heaven immortal inner sect disciples to the divine immortal outer sect disciples. There were also a dozen half-step golden immortal geniuses. They stood in the middle of the major powers, looking like a crane among a flock of chickens. Their eyes almost floated to the top of their heads. Such peerless geniuses would be specially nurtured by the four major powers. Each of them had powerful means in their hands. Although they were only half-step golden immortals, their true combat strength was already comparable to an early golden immortal expert. Even if they were to fight an early golden immortal expert, they wouldn't be outdone. Therefore, they were the ones who had the capital to be feared by others. As for the true golden immortal experts, Jiang Chen hadn't seen them yet. In his opinion, even if there was a true golden immortal expert who entered this place, it wouldn't be with these people. These people were of noble status and disdained to enter and exit together with others. Brother, almost everyone has arrived. Why hasn't the gate of the ancient tomb opened yet? Jiang Chen asked a rogue cultivator beside him. Little brother, you still don't know? I heard that the entrance to the ancient tomb is sealed by a powerful restriction. We need to wait for the experts of the four forces to come together and break the restriction. Only then can we open the ancient tomb's entrance. The rogue cultivator said. I see. Jiang Chen was enlightened. Then he slowly released his soul power. Under the accurate perception of the great soul derivation technique, he soon touched the door of the ancient tomb. In Jiang Chen's perception, this ancient door was filled with vicissitudes of life. It was 2 to 3 meters tall, and the door was covered with mottled marks, showing that this ancient tomb had existed for a long time. There was indeed a layer of restriction outside the door. In Jiang Chen's point of view, this restriction was on the verge of collapse due to the passage of time. It had long lost its original power. Chapter 1269. Tian Muyun's eyes swept around, but didn't find anything unusual. He couldn't help but frown. It was rare for a figure like him to make a mistake in perception, but this time he really didn't sense anything. Sect leader Tian, since everyone is here, let's work together and break the restriction outside the ancient tomb. Then we'll let the disciples enter the tomb to train. The patriarch of Yun family Yun Zhanghe spoke. He didn't ask the others but asked Tian Muyun directly. This showed how much he cared about Tian Muyun. As a matter of fact, Tian Muyun's performance in the past 2 years and his current strength had already made the other opponents feel a trace of pressure. In the hearts of Yun family, Huangfu family and Xianyang school, Tian Muyun had already surpassed Ouyang He. And let's begin. Tian Muyun nodded. With a sway of his body, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of the ancient tomb, followed by Taoist Yufeng and the experts of the other 3 major powers. This was probably the first time that the one-line 8 immortals united, but it was also for the common interest. Everyone knew that young geniuses were the future hope of a sect. Tian Muyun was a good example. Tian Muyun had climbed up step by step from being a genius. If it wasn't for him, Skycloud Pavilion would have collapsed after Ouyang He's death. Taoist Yufeng alone wouldn't be enough to support such a huge sect. It would soon be devoured by the other 3 major powers. The one-line 8 immortals attacked together, unleashing powerful energy and all kinds of abstruse seals. All of them were half-step immortal king experts. Although they hadn't fully mastered the spatial force, they at least had some understanding of the spatial law. They could be considered as half-step immortal king experts. Under the joint attack of the 8 immortals, the restriction that was on the verge of collapse was broken very easily. Ka-ka. The rusty ancient gate slowly opened, emitting an ear-piercing ka-ka sound. No one knew how long it had been since the gate was opened. It seemed very difficult to open it now. The sound of the gate being opened could be heard clearly even from afar. Some of them could even feel the decaying qi drifting out from the inside of the ancient tomb. The eyes of the 8 immortals were fixed on the gate of the ancient tomb. After the gate was opened, Huangfu Kun suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Huangfu Kun said. What's wrong? Yin Zhonglong asked. Although the restriction outside has been broken, there is still an invisible restriction inside. This restriction has not been opened, but it truly exists. Huang Fukun said. Among the one-line 8 immortals, he was the only one who had a deep understanding of array formations. The other 7 people hadn't noticed it, but after Huang Fukun's reminder, the others also quickly used their divine senses to check. Sure enough, they sensed a faint restrictive aura behind the ancient tomb's gate. This restriction feels like it's dead. It hasn't been activated at all. Tian Muyun said. Let me take a look. Huang Fukun stepped forward. With his many years of experience in the field of array formations, he quickly saw some clues. How is it? Huang Fuyaotian asked. This restriction is even more terrifying than the previous one. Although it hasn't been opened yet, the moment the ancient tomb's gate was opened, the restriction has already been activated. According to my estimation, the restriction will be completely opened in 7 days. At that time, the ancient tomb's gate will automatically close. In other words, people who enter the ancient tomb only have 7 days. If they don't come out after 7 days, they may be trapped inside forever. Huang Fukun said. 7 days later, we can still join forces to break this restriction. Du Guxing said arrogantly. It's hard to say. If we can't break it, it won't be a joke. So let's set a time limit. Those who enter must come out within 7 days. 7 days is enough for a trial. Huang Fukun shook his head and said. Seems like that's the only way. Yun Zhonglong nodded, feeling that Huang Fukun's words made sense. After all, they couldn't take the lives of their young geniuses as a joke. One should know that there were too many people who entered the ancient tomb this time. Including the rogue cultivators, there would be thousands of people. This was not a joke. Subsequently, the one-line 8 immortals returned to their respective camps and began to make arrangements. Tianyun Pavilion, everyone who entered the ancient tomb, listen up. The ancient tomb will open for 7 days, so you must come out within 7 days. Otherwise, the gate will close again and you may be trapped inside forever. Taoist Yufeng said loudly. It seems like this ancient tomb isn't ordinary. It can even close itself automatically. 7 days isn't a short time. We should try our best to get as many benefits as possible. My current cultivation base has reached the peak of half-step divine immortal realm, just 1 step away from advancing to the divine immortal realm. At that time, I will be able to become a high and mighty core disciple. That's right. This is a rare opportunity for us to gain experience. We have to make good use of it. There are only 7 days left. We have to make good use of the time so that we won't be trapped inside. Many people began to talk about it. No one had expected that the ancient tomb would only be open for 7 days, but 7 days of training was still acceptable. At the same time, the arrangements for the other 3 major forces had also been made. Because the experts of the major forces did not conceal their voices, all the rogue cultivators present could hear them clearly. In 7 days, the competition in the ancient tomb was destined to be even more intense. Let's go. I'll be the first to go in. There's no loss in being the first to go in. Perhaps I can be the first to get some benefits. Someone roared and flew towards the gate of the ancient tomb. With the first person taking the lead, the rest followed. The young geniuses of the 4 major powers poured into the ancient tomb like a stream of water. Those rogue cultivators were still standing there, waiting. They knew very well that they shouldn't compete with the geniuses of the 4 major powers at this time because they wouldn't get any benefits. In just 3 minutes, all the geniuses from the 4 major powers had entered the ancient tomb. Next, the loose cultivators fought to be the first to enter. Some of them had bloodshot eyes, fearing that they would be 1 step slower than the others. Jiang Qin didn't stand out among the crowd. Very quickly, he arrived at the entrance of the ancient tomb. With a casual swing of his body, he entered the ancient tomb. And? Tian Muyun looked at the silhouette that entered the ancient tomb and exclaimed softly. For some unknown reason, that silhouette gave him a familiar feeling. Impossible. It's basically impossible to come out alive after entering the evil abyss. Tian Muyun laughed at himself. Chapter 1270. As a matter of fact, Tian Muyun also felt a trace of pity for Jiang Qin. No matter what, Jiang Qin was a peerless genius. If he were to stay, it would definitely be beneficial to the entire Tianyun Pavilion. However, Tian Muyun didn't need such a genius to establish the future of Tianyun Pavilion. The fate of Tianyun Pavilion was destined to be controlled by him alone. He alone carried the hope of Tianyun Pavilion. Moreover, every time he saw Jiang Qin, he would have a bad feeling in his heart. It was a strange feeling, but it was real. Of course, from Tian Muyun's point of view, he didn't intend to get rid of Jiang Qin. The reason he proposed to send Jiang Qin into the evil abyss as a punishment was to scare Jiang Qin and give himself a sense of superiority. However, Jiang Qin actually agreed to it. This was something that Tian Muyun didn't expect. Inside the ancient tomb, there was a chilly wind everywhere. It was like a tomb full of dampness. The smell of decay was mixed with corpse qi, giving people an extremely bad feeling. Everyone be careful. The corpse qi floating around here can corrode us, someone said. To Jiang Qin, the corrosive nature of the corpse qi didn't affect him at all. His blood and qi were too vigorous, and the dragon transformation skill was the nemesis of the corpse qi. Even if the corpse qi entered Jiang Qin's body, it would be immediately eliminated. This was Jiang Qin's advantage. There were many passageways in front of them. There were forks everywhere along the black passageways. That was the corpse qi. No one knew how long this ancient tomb had existed. The deeper they went in, the denser the corpse qi would be. Currently, there were people walking slowly on these passages. Everyone was heading towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Some people chose the path they wanted to take and immediately walked towards it. After all, the ancient tomb would only open for 7 days. Whether it was the geniuses of the 4 major powers or the rogue cultivators, none of them wanted to waste time. At this moment, a figure approached Jiang Qin and soon arrived beside Jiang Qin. It was none other than Fu Hui. He had left the Tianyun pavilion camp the moment he entered and waited for Jiang Qin. Fu Hui was a smart man and knew that following Jiang Qin was the safest choice. Brother Jiang, there are so many passages here. Which one do you think we should take? Fu Hui asked. All the passages here lead to the same place, the center of the ancient tomb. If I'm not wrong, each of these passages is filled with danger, so it doesn't matter which one we take, said Han Shura. Jiang Qin said. He had already circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found that all the passageways were filled with the same qi. If he wasn't mistaken, all the passageways would lead to the same place, the center of the ancient tomb. Moreover, the corpse qi on the roads was very dense, indicating that there should be many dead things here. In places where the death qi and corpse qi were everywhere, some powerful creatures would be born. These creatures were usually extremely terrifying. Some of them could even survive by relying on the environment here and couldn't be killed. This wasn't the first time Jiang Qin had encountered such a situation. Since the paths were the same, it was very easy to choose. Or it could be said that there was no need to choose at all. Jiang Qin and Fu Hui randomly chose a path that was close to the side. There were fewer people passing by here and Jiang Qin didn't want to join the crowd. Therefore he chose a relatively quiet path. The people on the road formed groups of 3 to 5 and formed partners. Many individual cultivators had already found partners before they entered. They didn't have the advantage of the 4 major forces, but they had their own circle. Forming an alliance was the best choice and they could do the same with each other. Apart from the alliance, the people who entered also had a certain degree of vigilance against each other. Therefore, no one was willing to get close to each other. The people in groups of 3 to 5 also kept a distance of more than 10 feet from each other. After Jiang Qin and Fu Hui came up, their speed was faster than the others. They drifted away like a gust of chilly wind. Brother Jiang, the corpse qi inside is getting thicker and thicker. There's also the smell of death. Moreover, the corpse qi and the death qi are extremely corrosive. It's very uncomfortable, Fu Hui said with a frown. Fu Hui said with a frown. Anyone who came to a place like this would feel depressed. That kind of terror was real and not something that could be imagined. Be careful. It won't be peaceful here. Look over there. Jiang Qin reminded and looked to the side. Fu Hui looked over and saw a dried corpse casually placed on the side of the road. It was unknown how long this dried corpse had been there, but it was completely rotten. There were many holes on the dried corpse, and the flesh and blood seemed to have been hollowed out by some kind of sharp weapon. It died an incomparably miserable death. This is the doing of some kind of creature that specializes in eating human flesh, Jiang Qin said. Hearing this, Fu Hui's nerves instantly tensed up. His divine sense spread out in all directions. He didn't dare to be careless with this seemingly peaceful road. They walked on the road for more than 10 minutes. The road seemed to be endless and the corpse qi and death qi on the road were even thicker. Not only could these corpse qi corrode the immortal qi and physical body of a person, but it could also corrode the soul of a person. If a person stayed in such an environment for a long time, they would have a mental breakdown. Arg! Suddenly a scream rang out in front of them. The scream tore apart the peace and made people's hair stand on end. From the scream, they could tell that the person who screamed was suffering from extreme fear and pain. This scream directly stimulated the people walking on the road, and all of them tensed up. Arg! Not long after, Another scream was heard from the front, echoing unceasingly in the empty space. Damn it, what happened in front of us? Someone couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Jianghu. At this moment, a squawk suddenly sounded out of nowhere. With a swoosh, an unknown large black bird suddenly flew out. It was impossible to tell where this large bird came from. It was as if it existed in the void and could attack at any time. The big bird was extremely fast and agile. After it appeared, it immediately locked onto Jiang Chen and Fu Hui. Its sharp beak was a foot long, reminding Jiang Chen and Fu Hui of the hollowed corpse. The big black bird flapped its wings and attacked Fu Hui in the blink of an eye. Fu Hui didn't dare to be careless. He drew out his sword and slashed the big bird in half. Fu Hui was, after all, a late heaven immortal expert and a rare genius of Tianyun Pavilion's inner sect. Under normal circumstances he could still hold his own. However, after killing the big bird, Fu Hui didn't even have the time to be happy. The body that was split in half flew up automatically and rapidly reassembled. Resurrected. Chapter 1271. Fu Hui's giant bird once again rushed towards Fu Hui with the same chi as before. This time, Fu Hui was scared out of his wits. As a late heaven immortal expert, he had experienced a lot of life and death battles, but he had never seen such a terrifying scene. Before Fu Hui could make a move, Jiang Chen had already stretched out a big hand and firmly controlled the giant bird. No matter how hard the giant bird tried to escape, it couldn't escape from his grasp. Jiang Chen was very calm because it was exactly the same as what he had guessed. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such a situation. This is the black corpse raven. It specializes in eating human flesh and blood. This kind of divine creature is born from the environment here. As long as the corpse chi and death chi don't disappear completely, the black corpse raven won't die. So even if you kill it 100 times, it's still useless. If I'm not wrong, there must be a lot of black corpse ravens here. That's the scariest thing. Jiang Chen said. Motherfucker. How can there be such a terrifying creature? If it really can't be killed, wouldn't it mean that it's the end of the world for us? Fu Hui was still in a state of shock. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. To him, this was just too horrifying. He had never experienced such a thing before. At this time, not only him, but a group of rogue cultivators had also witnessed the resurrection of the black corpse raven. That eerie scene made their blood run cold. At this moment, the black corpse raven was still jumping around in Jiang Chen's hand. Everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Chen's hand. They wanted to see if this young man who knew the black corpse raven had any way to deal with this undead creature. Looking at the black corpse raven in his hand, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Although the nature of the black corpse raven was different from the demonic devils of the evil clan, it was the same for the Zulong Tower. They were all nourishment. Others couldn't kill the black corpse raven, but Jiang Chen could easily eliminate them because he didn't give them any chance to resurrect. The moment the black corpse raven was killed, he would immediately use the Zulong Tower to refine it completely. All of a sudden, a destructive force shot out from Jiang Chen's palm. The black corpse raven let out a shrill wail, then its body disintegrated and turned into ashes. Fu Hui's eyes widened. This time, the black corpse raven didn't come back to life. It was killed by Jiang Chen so easily. This scene was as shocking as when the black corpse raven came back to life. Fu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Amazing. The rogue cultivators behind also saw it clearly. They were greatly shocked by Jiang Chen's terrifying means. They couldn't help but be shocked. The undead creatures that couldn't be killed before were killed by Jiang Chen as easily as ants. Brother Jiang, your means are too terrifying. Fu Hui gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Just as Fu Hui's voice fell, another scream was heard. But this time it didn't come from the front, but from the back. Jiang Chen and Chen Hui turned their heads and saw a cultivator being caught off guard. The cultivator's head was directly pierced by the sharp beak of the black corpse raven. The cultivator died miserably on the spot. Walala. Then the sound of wings flapping could be heard everywhere in the void. It was the sound of wings flapping which made one's hair stand on end. A large number of black corpse ravens are about to appear. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He was different from others. Others would be afraid at this time, but Jiang Chen was excited and happy. He didn't care about the black corpse ravens at all. These things were just like the demonic beasts of the evil clan. No matter how many of them came, they were all top-notch nourishment. JJ. A large number of black corpse ravens appeared, like a dark cloud. The oppressive aura made it difficult for people to breathe. The entire road with Jiangchen as the center was at least a dozen miles. There were hundreds and thousands of black corpse ravens everywhere. Screams could be heard coming from different places. Clearly, the black cadaver crows had begun their attack. Their targets were the cultivators here. The cultivators with tyrannical strength were fine, but for the ordinary cultivators, the existence of the black cadaver crows was simply a disaster. Fuck, what the hell is this? Why can't they die? Damn, these things can't be killed at all. They can resurrect immediately after they die. They're simply undead. With so many undead gathered together, we have no way to resist them. I'm starting to regret coming here. I didn't get any benefits, but I'm going to pay with my life. Fuck you. What the hell is this thing? Go to hell. Screams and curses filled the entire road. The sudden attack of the black corpse ravens had a great impact on the human cultivators. Fortunately, these black corpse ravens weren't too strong. For those cultivators with tyrannical strength, they were still able to deal with them. But even so, everyone understood that the current situation was not optimistic because these black cadaveric ravens were existences that could not be killed. Even if they died, they could still resurrect. If this continued, even those tyrannical cultivators would be exhausted to death sooner or later. They would truly be trapped on this path until they died. At this time, a lot of cultivators began to regret. Some regretted choosing this road, some even began to regret entering the ancient tomb. They had just entered the ancient tomb and already encountered such terrifying undead. They didn't know what kind of terrifying existences they would encounter later on. A large number of black corpse ravens rushed towards Jiangchen and Fu Hui. These terrifying creatures made people's scalp tingle. Fu Hui took a deep breath. This was his first time experiencing such a scene. But now that he was at Jiangchen's side, his heart felt a lot more at ease. Facing so many terrifying undead, he didn't even plan to attack. After all, he knew that with his ability, even if he attacked, it would be useless. He simply couldn't kill these stubborn guys. In any case, Jiangchen was the nemesis of these undead. Voila! Jiangchen waved his hand as the true dragon fire and the true thunder fire spread out. All the black corpse ravens that were enveloped by the sea of fire were instantly burned to ashes. All of their essence was instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower, leaving nothing behind. Wave after wave of black corpse ravens died in Jiangchen's sea of fire, causing the number of black corpse ravens on the road to decrease rapidly. While the screams were getting more and more frequent. The number of black corpse ravens was also increasing. Many rogue cultivators looked at the situation on Jiangchen's side as if they saw a life-saving straw. Look, that young man is very powerful. He can kill these undead. Let's follow him. Chapter 1272. Jiangchen's appearance was like a star, giving those desperate cultivators a glimmer of hope. For these rogue cultivators, they were very clear about the current situation. These black corpse crows were too terrifying. Even if they had the ability to fight against them, it was impossible to get rid of them completely. If this continued, they simply couldn't afford it. If the black corpse crows couldn't be killed, they would die sooner or later. A large number of rogue cultivators approached Jiangchen. At this time, it was the safest to follow Jiangchen. Jiangchen didn't show any rejection towards these people. He just let them follow him. As long as they didn't cause him trouble, he didn't care about anything else. Moreover, these rogue cultivators didn't have it easy. No one wanted to die. Survival was a human's instinct. So it was reasonable for them to approach him. If he was in their shoes, he would also make the same choice. Just follow us. Don't delay us from killing the enemies. Fu Hui shouted coldly at those rogue cultivators. Of course, we won't forget young master's life-saving grace. If you have any errands in the future, we will never refuse. Yes, we will never refuse. Everyone began to speak at once and began to express their attitude. Alright, all of you shut up. Jiangchen said impatiently. He was now focused on killing the black corpse crows, but these guys were chattering away like a bunch of flies, which really annoyed him. Voila! Jie. A large number of black corpse crows flew everywhere as if there was no end to them. However, these black corpse crows were simply child's play for Jiangchen. The true dragon fire and thunder fire burned everything. All the black corpse crows would be burned to death once they got close to the flame. Then, before they could resurrect, they would be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. In fact, under the burning of the flame, the surrounding corpse chi and death chi had been constantly reduced. The environment of the black corpse crow's resurrection was greatly limited. It was already very difficult for them to resurrect. The The Zulong Tower buzzed incessantly, and the 20th floor began to light up. Although the cultivation of the black cadaveric ravens was not high, there were too many of them, tens of thousands, providing the Zulong Tower with sufficient energy. Not only did the Zulong Tower benefit, but also Jiang Qin himself. He kept absorbing energy from the Zulong Tower, and the number of dragon marks in his Qi condensed one after another. Jiang Qin already had 630,000 dragon marks. He only needed to condense another 20,000 dragon marks to advance to the half-step divine immortal realm. Jiang Qin estimated that there would be more powerful black corpse crows or even divine immortal ones in front of him. If that was the case, he would be able to successfully advance to the half-step divine immortal realm and condense the 21st floor of the Zulong Tower. To Jiang Qin this was a great benefit and also the only benefit that belonged to him. It was certain that no one else would be able to get any benefit from these black corpse crows. A large number of black corpse crows were wiped out. Jiang Qin moved forward with extreme speed. The whole path was covered by the black corpse crows. In front of Jiang Qin was a sea of fire. A large number of black corpse crows were burned to death without him having to attack. My God! Who's this youth? When did such a terrifying genius appear in one-line sky? That's Fu Hui from Cloud Mist City. I know him, but I've never seen this youth before. But since he's with Fu Hui, he should be a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Recently, Tianyun Pavilion only has one genius, Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin has already gone to Evil Abyss. His fate is full of ups and downs. I wonder who this youth is. He must be a genius of Tianyun Pavilion. Chapter 1273. Jiang Qin and Fu Hui saw the situation of the four of them. Jiang Qin wasn't familiar with these people. Although he was also a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion, he didn't have any dealings with the inner sect disciples or even the core disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. Because not long after he entered Tianyun Pavilion, he was sent to the Evil Abyss because of various matters. Brother Jiang, the one who is in Tianyun Pavilion, is Wang Yang, a core disciple. They are trapped by the black corpse ravens. It seems that the situation isn't optimistic. Let's help them, said Fu Hui. The disciples of Skycloud Pavilion were always competing with each other, but in this terrifying ancient tomb, they were still able to maintain a basic unity. When they saw their fellow disciples in trouble, they would also want to help. That's right, said Fu Hui. And Jiang Qin nodded. He naturally had to help the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. For Tianyun Pavilion he only had one enemy, and that was Tian Muyun. Everyone else could be regarded as his own people. After all, Tianyun Pavilion was developed by Ouyang He. Every disciple of Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He's foundation. Jiang Qin wouldn't just stand by and watch them fall into trouble. Moreover, for Jiang Qin, helping these disciples of Tianyun Pavilion was an incomparably beneficial thing. If he killed Tian Muyun in the future, the position of sect master of Tianyun Pavilion would naturally fall into Jiang Qin's hands. Carrying forward Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He's lifelong wish. Jiang Qin must help Ouyang He to accomplish it. In order to rule the entire Tianyun Pavilion, it was necessary to win the hearts of the disciples. In this trip to the ancient tomb, almost all the genius disciples of Tianyun Pavilion had entered. It was a good opportunity for Jiang Qin to win the hearts of the disciples and establish his own position. Naturally, Jiang Qin wouldn't miss it. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin rushed out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Wang Yang's camp. Jiang Qin decisively struck out the true dragon palm. The huge dragon claw was covered with blazing flames. A large number of black corpse ravens were immediately killed and burned to ashes. At least half of the black corpse ravens, including the two immortal realm black corpse ravens, were slapped to death by Jiang Qin. Rumble. Then Jiang Qin pressed his palm down again. The sea of fire surged, accompanied by the screams of the black corpse crows. The flock of black corpse crows that had originally trapped Wang Yang all died tragically. Not a single one survived. Upon seeing this, Wang Yang and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. That was a kind of horror. They had been fighting the black corpse ravens for so long and knew better than anyone else how terrifying they were, especially the two immortal realm black corpse ravens. Adding their immortal bodies, they were simply invincible existences. However, this unbreakable formation had been easily dealt with by someone. Those unkillable black corpse crows all died tragically, never to be resurrected. Wang Yang and the other three's eyes fell on Jiang Qin at the same time. When they saw Jiang Qin's face clearly, their eyes widened. The shock they felt was even greater than when Jiang Chen killed the Black Corpse ravens. Jiang Chen. The four of them exclaimed almost at the same time. Outsiders might not know who Jiang Chen was, but as members of Tianyun Pavilion, there was no one who didn't know who Jiang Chen was. The battle between Jiang Chen and Xuanhuan had alarmed more than half of Tianyun Pavilion. Everyone in the inner sect had witnessed the battle and had a very deep impression of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had already been sent to Evil Abyss by the sect leader. How could he suddenly appear here? In their eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man after entering Evil Abyss. Yes, it's me. Jiang Chen nodded. He behaved politely to the people of Tianyun Pavilion. My God, it's really you. This is simply a miracle. Aren't you supposed to be in Evil Abyss? Could it be that you have walked out of Evil Abyss? Impossible. Evil Abyss is like hell. No one can walk out of it alive. It's a miracle, truly a miracle. The people of Tianyun Pavilion were shocked. They were quite familiar with Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen didn't know them, they still couldn't believe that a man who had entered Evil Abyss would come out alive. What? He's Jiang Chen? My God. So he's Jiang Chen. I've finally seen him in person. He has entered Evil Abyss and now he is here. This means that he has successfully walked out of Evil Abyss. How did this freak do it? No wonder he's so terrifying. It turns out that he's Jiang Chen. These undead creatures couldn't do anything to him. Did you all see that? 2 early divine immortal black corpse crows were easily killed by him. They didn't even have the chance to be resurrected. This man has only entered Evil Abyss for a short period of time, but his strength has already reached such a terrifying level. He can even kill divine immortals with ease. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen's name was too resounding in one-line sky. It was hard for people not to know about him. Ever since Jiang Chen entered Evil Abyss, his reputation began to decline and he became the object of pity. After all, no matter how talented Jiang Chen was, he was just a flash in the pan in one-line sky. However, the return of Jiang Chen was destined to set off another great uproar and push his reputation to the peak. You don't have to be shocked. Although Evil Abyss is incomparably dangerous, I can enter and leave whenever I want. I can see that the 4 of you have suffered some injuries. Corpse Chi has entered your bodies. I'm going to help you heal your injuries now. Jiang Chen said and shot out a large amount of wood spiritual Qi, which fell on the bodies of Wang Yang and the others. With the help of the wood spiritual Qi, the 4 of them felt as if they were baptized by the sweet rain. They felt indescribably comfortable all over their bodies. The 4 of them didn't suffer from serious injuries. With the help of Jiang Chen's wood spiritual Qi, they completely recovered in the blink of an eye. They were full of vigor and vigor. Their eyes were incomparably bright. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. In addition to shock, there was also a trace of gratitude. In any case, Jiang Chen had saved their lives. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the 4 of them would have died miserably on this road of no return. Brother Jiang's means are really shocking. We admire you. I'm Wang Yang, a core disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Thank you for saving us today. Otherwise, our fates would have been unimaginable. Wang Yang approached Jiang Chen and cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Jiang, for saving our lives. Chapter 1274. They were shocked to the extreme. They couldn't help but admire a person who could walk out of the evil abyss. Now that Jiang Chen had saved their lives, they felt extremely grateful to Jiang Chen. Plus, they were all disciples of Skycloud Pavilion, so it was only right for them to be united in this ancient tomb. Jiang Chen's strength had reached a certain level. You are all disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. It's my duty to save you. This ancient tomb is full of dangers. Everyone must be extra careful. Jiang Chen reminded them, then shifted his gaze to the front of the path. We will follow senior brother Jiang from now on. Wang Yang spoke, changing the way he addressed Jiang Chen from brother Jiang to senior brother Jiang. He was an early divine immortal core disciple and had an extremely high status in Tianyun Pavilion. Normally he wouldn't address a heaven immortal inner sect disciple as senior brother, but Jiang Chen was different. In this world where strength was respected, everything was based on strength. Plus, Jiang Chen had just saved their lives. While feeling grateful, he also planned to follow Jiang Chen's lead like the other 3. The few of you are very wise to know that it's at least safe to follow Jiang Chen in this ancient tomb, said Fu Hui with a smile. Fu Hui said with a smile. Now that he was Jiang Chen's trusted follower, he felt that he was superior to others and had a sense of superiority that others didn't have. Walala. At this time, another crashing sound was heard from the front. Everyone was startled. They had been walking on this path for a long time, so they were incomparably familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the flapping wings of the black corpse ravens. Just listening to it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Senior brother Jiang, a large number of black corpse ravens are attacking us. Wang Yang spoke, his face full of worry and fear. The closer they were to the front of the path, the higher the cultivation of the black corpse ravens and the harder it was to deal with them. Plus, the black corpse ravens couldn't be killed and had an extremely strong resurrection ability, which made them feel helpless. However, when they saw the relaxed look on Jiang Chen's face and recalled the scene of Jiang Chen killing the black corpse ravens, they felt much more at ease. Being by the side of a freak like Jiang Chen would guarantee their safety. Just in time. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. To him, the more black corpse ravens the better. The 21st floor of Zulong Tower had begun to condense and his cultivation base was close to the half-step divine immortal realm. As long as there were enough black corpse ravens, Jiang Chen wouldn't have any problem advancing to half-step divine immortal realm. Plus, the 21st floor of Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. JJ. A large number of black corpse ravens rushed over. There were at least a few hundred of them. With a sweep of his divine sense, Jiang Chen found out that there were a few divine immortal experts among them. The leader among them had already reached the terrifying intermediate divine immortal realm. No ordinary expert could withstand such a terrifying attack. There were still traces of blood on the sharp beaks of these black corpse ravens. Apparently, many of them had been attacked by the black corpse ravens and died tragically under their sharp beaks. These black corpse ravens let out an unpleasant ear-piercing cry. Each of their red eyes was emitting a ruthless light. That was the chi of death. Humph. In the face of such a powerful black corpse raven camp, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. He harumphed coldly and struck out the true dragon palm. A giant dragon claw blotted out the sky and shrouded all the black corpse ravens in an instant. Intense flames spread out, forming a sea of fire that merged with the true dragon palm. JJ. It was an extremely spectacular and terrifying scene. No one knew how big Jiang Chen's palm was. Hundreds of black corpse ravens couldn't escape from it. All of them were enveloped by it. One by one their bodies collapsed and disappeared. Even the intermediate divine immortal black corpse raven could only put up a few symbolic resistance. In just a few seconds, hundreds of black corpse ravens were wiped out by Jiang Chen, leaving nothing behind. After obtaining the energy of these black corpse ravens, the 21st floor of Zulong Tower became brighter. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body continued to condense. This scene dumbfounded everyone. Whether it was the people of Tianyun Pavilion or the rogue cultivators, all of them were trembling with fear. Such a scene was beyond their wildest dreams. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he was a god. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was no longer a human, but an omnipotent god. Only a god could do all this. How could an ordinary human do it? Wang Yang felt that it was hard for him to breathe. He had no idea how terrifying Jiang Chen was now, but a mid-divine immortal black corpse raven that could be resurrected was easily killed by Jiang Chen without any room for resistance. Abnormal. He's too abnormal. He's not a human at all. How can an ordinary human be so powerful? He's a peerless genius who inherited great fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk out of the evil abyss. His future achievements will be limitless. This time, the 7 days of training in the ancient tomb will be extremely turbulent because of his existence. We have to follow him wholeheartedly. In this way we will be safe in the ancient tomb. I think he can totally establish his own major power in One Line Sky. I'm willing to be the first to join. No one wasn't surprised. They had never seen such a magical person before. Many of them even felt that Jiang Chen should establish his own major power. In that case he would be able to attract more people. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in any of this. What he was pursuing now was cultivation and strength. His ambition was far greater than One Line Sky. Ultimately, One Line Sky was just a stop on his journey. Once he settled the grudge in One Line Sky, Jiang Chen would leave for the real ethereal immortal domain. That was the true boundless place. Let's go. We're almost at the end of the path. If I'm not mistaken, the black corpse raven will disappear once we get out of the path. Jiang Chen said. Then he continued to lead the group forward. Along the way they saw many corpses being eaten by the black corpse ravens. They also met many experts who were trapped by the black corpse ravens. Jiang Chen helped all of them. More and more people followed behind him. Everyone who witnessed Jiang Chen's means was shocked. In this way, Jiang Chen's influence grew. Chapter 1275. Look, it's Jiang Chen. My God. He's still alive. It's really Jiang Chen. Didn't he enter the evil abyss? Why is he here? He can kill a large number of undead creatures. Senior brother Jiang, come and save us. The disciples of Tianyun Pavilion who were trapped by the Black Corpse Ravens were shocked when they saw Jiang Chen. Their reaction was exactly the same as Wang Yang and the others. They couldn't believe what they saw, but the appearance of Jiang Chen had given them hope. To them, Jiang Chen was their savior. Long. After killing a large number of Black Corpse Ravens, Jiang Chen successfully rescued the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion and allowed them to join the protected camp. By this time there weren't many paths left. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had already reached the peak of late heaven immortal realm, only one step away from advancing to the half-step divine immortal realm. Once that happened, Jiang Chen's combat strength would soar once more, allowing him to deal with powerful half-step golden immortals. Senior brother, look. There's an incredible figure over there. He can kill all the undead creatures. Let's seek help quickly. There were 4 to 5 young geniuses who were trapped by a flock of Black Corpse Ravens. Seeing that they couldn't get out of danger, their faces revealed a look of joy when they saw the situation on Jiang Chen's side. But when they saw Jiang Chen's silhouette approaching them, their facial expression changed instantly. This man looks familiar. He's Jiang Chen. Damn it. It's actually that malefic star. Didn't he enter the evil abyss? Why is he here? We have already issued a must-kill order for him. He is the target of our Shenyang school and our mortal enemy. Damn it. That bastard Tianmuiyun must have lied to us, saying that Jiang Chen has entered the evil abyss. It seems like he hasn't. When these people saw that it was Jiang Chen, the joy on their faces disappeared instantly. They were all disciples of Shenyang school, and Jiang Chen was their archenemy. They did not expect Jiang Chen to save them. It was good enough that he did not hit them when they were down. Jiang Chen quickly arrived in front of these people. He had already seen that they were from Shenyang school and immediately used the true dragon palm to fiercely slap down. This time, the Black Corpse Crows and the people from Shenyang school were also enveloped. Jiang Chen, you bastard. How dare you hit me when I'm down? Jiang Chen, you want to kill us? You will die a horrible death. So you didn't go to the Nifa's abyss at all. Our Shenyang school will never let you off. Damn it, this savage devil. He actually wants to kill us together. Damn it. Their expressions changed drastically when they realized Jiang Chen's intention. Compared to the Devil King Jiang Chen, they would rather be entangled with the Black Corpse Crows here. You guys are going to be trapped by the Black Corpse Crows anyway. Why don't I free you guys? Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The grudge between him and Shenyang school was irreconcilable. Jiang Chen had never been polite to his enemies. In his eyes, the people from Shenyang school were no different from the Black Corpse Crows. They would die if they encountered them. Savage? That's right, you have to be cruel. In this world that is already cruel, who are you going to show mercy to? Arg? Along with a few blood-curdling screeches, 4 to 5 disciples of Profound Sun Sect and the Black Corpse Crows died under Jiang Chen's giant palm. None of them survived. This scene made many people shudder in fear. Many of them didn't know Jiang Chen before, but they had heard of Jiang Chen's ferocious reputation. Today they saw that his reputation was well-deserved. The fate of the disciples from Shenyang school also made them understand that it was not a good thing to be enemies with Jiang Chen. It's too tragic. The people from Shenyang school are really pitiful. It seems like the ancient tomb is going to be chaotic this time. That's right. After Shenyang school finds out that Jiang Chen is still alive and has come to the ancient tomb, they will definitely find a way to kill Jiang Chen. It's going to be a bloodbath. I can already see the great loss that Shenyang school will suffer. Many of them began to sigh. They had already expected that this trip to the ancient tomb wouldn't be peaceful, all because of the existence of Jiang Chen. He was a star of calamity, a peerless devil king. Wherever he went, blood would flow like a river. It was unlucky for the disciples of Shenyang school to encounter Jiang Chen. However, Shenyang school was, after all, a major power in one-line sky. There were also incomparably powerful geniuses in this ancient tomb. Those half-step golden immortal supreme geniuses were equivalent to true golden immortal experts. To Jiang Chen they were a great threat. Ignoring the deaths of the disciples of Shenyang school, Jiang Chen continued to fly forward at top speed. Along the way he encountered a large number of Black Corpse Ravens as well as some people from Yun and Huangfu families. Jiang Chen still tried to save them, but his goal wasn't to save them, but to kill the ravens. He didn't have any enmity with Yun and Huangfu families for the time being, so he wouldn't attack them, but he wouldn't protect them either. After all, it was uncertain whether they would be friends or foes in the future. However, Jiang Chen estimated that given the current situation in One Line Sky, it was more likely that they would be enemies. Did you guys hear that? The one who can kill undead creatures at will is the legendary Jiang Chen of Tianyun Pavilion. Didn't he go to Evil Abyss? I can't believe he actually appeared here. But this man is really powerful. He can actually kill undead creatures. Moreover, his cultivation base seems to be only at the celestial immortal realm. To be able to easily kill a black corpse raven at the divine immortal realm is really terrifying. It seems like this trip to the ancient tomb is destined to not be peaceful. The people of Yun and Huangfu families had already known the identity of Jiang Chen. Their first reaction upon learning of Jiang Chen's identity was shock. After all, in their hearts, Evil Abyss was a place of no return. It was the true land of evil, the true hell. Long. After killing the last batch of black corpse ravens, Jiang Chen finally let a large number of people out of this seemingly endless passage. At this moment, the 21st floor of Zulong Tower had been fully condensed, and the number of dragon marks on Jiang Chen's body had reached 650,000. After refining a large number of immortal meta stones, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the half-step divine immortal realm. Chapter 1276. Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably bright like the stars in the night sky. No darkness could cover his radiance. The current Jiang Chen had officially advanced to the half-step divine immortal realm, which was enough to kill any ordinary half-step golden immortal. Of course, he wouldn't be able to deal with those half-step golden immortal geniuses, even if he used the great divination art. Those geniuses had already comprehended the profound meaning of Great Luo and were half-step into the golden immortal realm. Their combat strength was basically equivalent to an early golden immortal. There was an insurmountable gap between divine immortal and golden immortal, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of it. His current cultivation base had already allowed him to roam freely in the ancient tomb. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, escaping wouldn't be a problem for him. Furthermore, this was just the beginning of the ancient tomb. Jiang Chen was sure that he would gain more benefits here and his cultivation base might even improve further. Senior brother Jiang really has remarkable abilities. He can even enter and exit the evil abyss at will. I already knew that senior brother Jiang wouldn't die so easily. It's great news for us that senior brother Jiang can follow us into the ancient tomb. Senior brother Jiang's brilliance alone is enough to overshadow all the geniuses of the other three major powers. That's for sure. Senior brother Jiang is the most amazing genius I have ever seen. When he first arrived at Tianyun Pavilion, he was only an earth immortal. It hasn't been that long and he has already killed divine immortals. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Wang Yang will admire senior brother Jiang in Tianyun Pavilion from now on. The disciples of Tianyun Pavilion were flattering Jiang Chen, including those divine immortal core disciples. Although their cultivation base was higher than Jiang Chen's, their combat strength wasn't as good as Jiang Chen's. They were well aware of this fact. In terms of status, they couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen had another identity, a true disciple of Elder Tianjizi. This was a status that they couldn't hope to shake. Alright, now that we've left the passageway, we should be reaching the inner part of the ancient tomb. Let's part ways now. Everyone go search for your own opportunities. If you encounter any difficulties, I will naturally lend a helping hand. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said to everyone, if so many people kept following him, it would be disadvantageous to him. Jiang Chen didn't like crowds. Moreover, he had reached the end of the road. The danger and threat of the black corpse ravens had been completely resolved. Hearing this, everyone nodded and felt that Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable. After all, everyone had come here to search for treasures and to increase their strength. Every single one of them had their own opportunities. If they followed Jiang Chen, their safety would be guaranteed, but they would not be able to obtain any benefits. Anyway, the danger had been removed and the rest was up to them. If they only followed Jiang Chen to seek comfort, they might as well not come in and stay in Tianyun Pavilion. Brother Jiang, I will also go to find my own opportunities. Fu Hui cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen and then flew in a direction. Geniuses like him had their own ideas. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. In this gloomy ancient tomb, it was Jiang Chen's world. He was completely unrestrained. His identity had been completely exposed, but he didn't care anymore. As long as he didn't expose himself outside, it was fine. Anyway, he was already inside the ancient tomb. Sooner or later he would have a conflict with others. Sooner or later he would be exposed, so it didn't matter to him. However, this didn't matter to Jiang Chen, but it mattered to others. The news of Jiang Chen's arrival spread quickly and caused a great uproar in the ancient tomb. Many people who chose other paths to enter the ancient tomb also appeared inside the ancient tomb. They had more or less experienced a dangerous journey. It was obvious that the number of people who entered the ancient tomb had decreased a lot compared to before. Many people died tragically on the path and stayed here forever. This was the danger of cultivation. You never knew where you would die and in what kind of cruel way. The news of Jiang Chen's arrival spread everywhere and everyone was talking about it. This genius who had once created a big event in One Line Sky had finally reappeared after disappearing for more than a month. Every time he appeared, it would tug at the heartstrings of countless people. He was the target of everyone's attention. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen could walk out of the evil abyss. It seems that we have underestimated him. But since he didn't die this time, Elder Yang Shu definitely won't let this matter go. So what if he won't let this matter go? Jiang Chen came out of the evil abyss with his own ability. Moreover, Jiang Chen can be considered as loyal and devoted to Tianyun Pavilion. I heard that he saved all the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion who were in danger on the way here. From this point of view, I have a very good impression of him. That's right. For our Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Chen's appearance is a good thing. The other three major forces are under great pressure, especially Shenyang School. They are the archenemy of Jiang Chen and they can't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Moreover, Jiang Chen has killed many disciples of Shenyang School on the way here. This grudge is simply irreconcilable. The geniuses of Tianyun Pavilion were overjoyed when they learned that Jiang Chen had appeared. In any case, they were a group in this ancient tomb and they needed to be united. Moreover, Jiang Chen's act of saving the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion had proved that Jiang Chen valued unity. Damn it. Why isn't that bastard dead? Tianmuyun must be lying. He didn't send him to the evil abyss at all. This is a pretense. Tianmuyun is buying time for Jiang Chen to improve his cultivation. This bastard has been sneaking into the ancient tomb this time. This time we must kill this person. We can't give him a chance to walk out of the ancient tomb alive. This person is too big of a threat and his growth is too fast. If we don't get rid of him in time, he will become a great threat to our Shenyang School in the future. This man has killed a few of our disciples. My little brother is one of them. We can't let this matter rest. We have to kill Jiang Chen to avenge my little brother. Ordinary dead things and demonic devils could no longer provide any substantial help to Jiang Chen. There was a mountain in front of them. The top of the mountain was filled with mist, making it look like a fairyland. The whole mountain was filled with spiritual qi, which made people feel relaxed and happy. This place didn't look like a tomb at all. At this moment, there were already a lot of people gathered on the mountain. There were at least 100 of them. Many of them were powerful experts from the four major powers. Despite the distance, Jiang Chen could already sense the qi of the late divine immortal experts. They were the elites among the core disciples of the four major powers. Each of them was a heaven's pride. Their late divine immortal cultivation base basically had the combat strength of a half-step golden immortal expert. More and more cultivators were flying towards them, making the originally silent mountain peak bustling with noise. There's a treasure in front. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. His great soul derivation technique was very sensitive. He had already sensed the strong qi of a treasure in front of him. These experts must have gathered here for the treasure. Jiang Chen's body vanished in a flash. He arrived at the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. He didn't go too close to the front, but stood behind the crowd. All of a sudden, a reddish-golden light shot up to the sky from the top of the mountain. The light was very strong. Everyone's eyes fell upon the huge rock on the top of the mountain. The rock was 3 meters tall and was emitting a strong blood qi. It was a wondrous rock. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary rock. All of a sudden, the wondrous rock shook violently. At first, the shaking was small, but it grew stronger and stronger as if it was going to explode at any time. There's a living being in this wondrous rock. What a strong blood qi. I wonder what kind of strange creature it is. The blood qi is too strong. Must be a good treasure. If we can get our hands on this wondrous rock, the benefits will be boundless. That's right. The spiritual qi here is very strong. It's a natural blessed land. There's an unknown living being inside the wondrous rock. Could be a treasure. Whoever can get their hands on this wondrous rock will be a great opportunity. Many of them were shocked. The sudden appearance of a wondrous rock on the top of this lonely mountain immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many of them were discussing about it. They didn't know what was hidden inside, but judging from the strong blood chi it emitted, they could tell that this wondrous rock wasn't simple. Let me see what's inside this wondrous rock. A genius of Yun family couldn't help but take action. He was an early divine immortal core disciple of Yun family. He was very arrogant. All of a sudden, he reached out his hand and tried to envelop the wondrous rock. Bang. However, just as the young man's palm was about to touch the wondrous rock, a strong energy shot out from the rock all of a sudden, shattering the palm of the genius. Dang dang dang. The disciple retreated 3 steps before he could regain his balance. His face turned pale. What? Chapter 1278. The scene shocked a lot of people, causing the scene to boil. What exactly is inside this wondrous rock? It can actually resist the attack of an early divine immortal expert. It doesn't seem simple at all. That's amazing. I guess there's either an extremely powerful restriction inside, and that was the power of the restriction just now, or it's a powerful creature. That's the only explanation. The one who attacked just now is a genius of Yun family. He has already reached the early divine immortal realm, but even he couldn't touch the rock. Seems like we have no chance at all. We never had a chance. Haven't you all seen that there are late divine immortal experts from the 4 major powers here? Geniuses like them aren't people that we can fight. With them here, we won't have the slightest chance of getting any benefits. Discussions were going on. The wondrous rock was too magical. It could actually launch an attack on its own. However, the rock's performance had also indicated its extraordinariness. Everyone's heart was stirred, especially the geniuses of the 4 major powers. Their eyes were blazing with desire when they looked at the rock. Very good. It seems like this wondrous rock is indeed extraordinary. Since it was discovered by our Yun family first, it should belong to us. Now I, Yuning, am going to subdue this rock. A leader of the Yun family spoke loudly. Judging from his tone, the rock already belonged to his family. He didn't put the others in his eyes at all. The one who spoke was Yuning, a core disciple of Yun family, a late divine immortal expert. A genius like him had an unparalleled position among the core disciples. His words naturally carried a certain amount of weight. Without the presence of a half-step golden immortal expert, his words were enough to represent the camp of Yun family. Yuning, stop bullshitting. With so many people here, do you think it's possible for your Yun family to monopolize the rock? A genius of Huangfu family named Lung Lung said. His name was Huangfu Ji. Just like Yuning, he was the current representative of Huangfu family and also had a late divine immortal cultivation base. The 4 major powers in One Line Sky had always been at odds with each other. Among them, Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School were archenemies. Yun family and Huangfu family were also archenemies. The disciples of both sides often had conflicts with each other. Now that they had encountered each other here, it was even more impossible for them to give in. Because giving in represented a compromise and they couldn't afford to lose their face. The wondrous stone has no owner. It is impossible for the Yun clan to monopolize it. Yuning, don't even think about it. A disciple of Tianyun Pavilion also spoke up. His name was Wuxia, and he was also a well-known figure among the core disciples. At this time he had to speak up to express his position. The wondrous stone was not an ordinary item. It was a rare treasure and he could not just watch it fall into the hands of the other 3 major powers. In my opinion, let's have a fair competition. The genius of Shenyang School Wu Wei also spoke. This was a crucial moment and he had to make his stand clear. The geniuses of the 4 major powers would not choose to compromise. Rumble. The sounds coming from the wondrous stone became louder and louder. The wondrous stone itself was also shaking violently. The golden pillar of light in the sky was also incomparably dazzling. More and more people were coming. However, those individual cultivators knew their own limits. They knew that they could not compete with the geniuses of the 4 major powers. Hence, many of them assumed the attitude of watching a show. After all, they were not qualified to participate in such a battle. Long. A giant blood-red dragon claw suddenly fell from the sky and shrouded the wondrous stone. The claw appeared just in time. It happened to be when the 4 experts' second attack was destroyed by the wondrous stone. Who is it? Chapter 1279. With the cultivation level of Yining and the others, it wasn't a problem for them to find the person who made the move. Moreover, Jiang Qin didn't hide anything. A strong qi burst out from his body, shocking everyone. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold. All his thoughts were on the wondrous stone. He didn't care about Yining and the others at all. Since he made a move, he wouldn't fail. The wondrous stone wasn't easy to take, but Jiang Qin still wanted to try. It's Jiang Qin. He's Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin made a move. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Many people had only heard of Jiang Qin's name, but they had never seen Jiang Qin in person. However, there were naturally people who had seen Jiang Qin. With so many people, there were bound to be a few who had seen Jiang Qin. Therefore, with this shout, Jiang Qin's identity was completely exposed. However, Jiang Qin didn't care. Ever since he entered the ancient tomb, he didn't plan to hide his identity anymore. Be starred, so you're Jiang Qin. I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't think that you would come to me yourself. You even dared to steal the wondrous stone. You're simply acting recklessly. Wu Wei from Xianyang School said while gnashing his teeth. A murderous aura burst out from his body. He was already very angry because he couldn't move the wondrous stone. At this moment, he saw his archenemy from Xianyang School trying to steal the wondrous stone. How could he stand it? It would be strange if he didn't fly into a rage. So he is Jiang Qin. Looks like he's not an ordinary guy. Wuxia from Tianyun Pavilion smiled. Since the person who made a move was Jiang Qin, he was very relaxed. No matter what, Jiang Qin was a member of Tianyun Pavilion. They were on the same side. At this time, Wuxia couldn't team up with the other three forces to deal with his own people just for a wondrous stone. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to stay in Tianyun Pavilion anymore. Yuning and Huang Fuji were also very angry. They looked at Jiang Qin angrily. They didn't have a good impression of Jiang Qin. Ever since this guy appeared in One Line Sky, he had been in the limelight. He had completely overshadowed the brilliance of these geniuses. Now he was hiding in the dark and trying to steal the wondrous stone that they found first. It was simply outrageous. At this moment, Jiang Qin still didn't put these people in his eyes. He felt a powerful force was about to burst out from the wondrous stone. This force seemed to be stronger when it met strong opponents. It was a primitive force, superior and inviolable. Slaughter, honor, and all the ancient auras merged together. This made Jiang Qin even more surprised. He felt that the creature inside the wondrous stone was very unusual. What kind of powerful creature is inside? Even if I try my best, I won't be able to subdue it. However, I can feel a powerful bloodline from it. This bloodline is extremely noble, just like my true dragon bloodline. Why don't I use my own bloodline to test it? Maybe I can get the recognition of the creature inside. At that time, I can successfully obtain the wondrous stone. Jiang Qin thought. He could already see that it was basically impossible to shake the wondrous stone with brute force. He didn't know what kind of creature was inside. Even if a golden immortal appeared here, he might not be able to shake it. At this time, the only thing Jiang Qin could use was his bloodline. This was because the bloodline inside the wondrous stone was of a very high level, almost comparable to his true dragon bloodline. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin instantly transformed into a dragon and activated his bloodline, integrating it into the true dragon palm. There were two reasons why he transformed into a dragon. One was to activate his bloodline, hoping to get the recognition of the wondrous stone, and the other was to deal with Yuning and the others. He knew that Jiang Qin had caused chaos in Tianyun Pavilion, but he had never thought that Jiang Qin would grow to such an extent in just over a month. Not even Wu Wei was a match for him. Needless to say, Wuxia wouldn't be a match for Jiang Qin either. Chapter 1280. Not good, the wondrous stone is going to be taken by him. Yuning exclaimed. Damn it, I don't know what this guy did, but the wondrous stone didn't even have the strength to resist. We can't just watch him take the wondrous stone. Yuning, Huang Fuji, let's join forces to deal with him and stop the wondrous stone. Wu Wei gritted his teeth and said. Such an alliance directly excluded Wuxia. After all, Wuxia was a member of the Tianyun Pavilion and was in the same camp as Jiang Qin. At this time he should be thankful that he didn't help Jiang Qin. Okay. Yuning and Huang Fuji agreed almost without thinking. The performance of the wondrous stone was far more miraculous than they had imagined. If they lost it, they would be very unwilling, especially Wu Wei. Jiang Qin was the enemy of Xianyang School. If he could kill Jiang Qin today, it would be a great achievement for him. Shua. Before Wu Wei could move, a figure blocked in front of him. It was Wuxia. Wuxia, get out of the way. This matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't interfere. Wu Wei said fiercely. Are you kidding me? Jiang Qin is a member of the Tianyun Pavilion. Besides, it's too shameless for the three of you to gang up on one person. Wuxia laughed. At this time he couldn't just stand by and watch. He was not a fool. He had already seen Jiang Chen's potential and his influence and status in the hearts of many disciples of the Tianyun Pavilion. Now that Jiang Chen's strength was higher than his, it would be good for him to have a good relationship with Jiang Chen at this time. Moreover, at this time if Wuxia stood by and watched, outsiders would definitely gossip. You two stop Jiang Chen. I'll deal with Wuxia, Wu Wei said. He displayed the immortal sword in his hand and slashed at Wuxia. Wuxia and Lung Lung smiled and also took out their own immortal weapons. In an instant they engaged in a fierce battle. The Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School were sworn enemies. The two of them often fought each other. Now that they were fighting, they naturally didn't show any mercy. However, both of them were on par with each other in terms of strength and talent. Even if they stood up, it was basically impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Hence, the heavy responsibility of dealing with Jiang Chen fell on Yuning and Huang Fuji's shoulders. The two of them had seen the horror of Jiang Chen, so they didn't dare to be negligent. They almost used their full strength. Each of them held an immortal weapon in their hands and shot out hundreds of millions of brilliance toward Jiang Chen. In addition to attacking Jiang Chen, they also attacked the strange stone. They wanted to use this method to cut off the connection between Jiang Chen and the strange stone. Jiang Chen was now focused on collecting the strange stone, so he didn't have any spare energy to fight. However, since the two of them rushed over, he still had to resist. He casually struck out a palm and the golden dragon seal was slapped out. 3 golden dragons roared out, like real dragons descending to the world, and rushed toward Yuning and Huang Fuji. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The powerful golden dragon seal itself was the pinnacle of attack power. In addition, Jiang Chen was now in the state of dragon transformation. Yuning and the others were no match for Jiang Chen. Even if the two of them joined forces, even if they had immortal weapons in their hands, they were still no match for Jiang Chen. The two of them were directly blown away by the golden dragon seal. In just one move, the difference between the two of them was obvious. The wondrous stone shook. Although Yuning and Huang Fuji were no match for him, their powerful attacks had affected his communication with the creature inside the wondrous stone. This caused the wondrous stone to become restless again, which made it more troublesome for him to collect the wondrous stone. If the two of you attack again, you will die immediately, Jiang Chen said. Lung Lung. His killing intent seemed to have materialized. Everyone could see that Jiang Chen was already angry. His words were like the imperial edict of a monarch, without the slightest disobedience. Many people believed that if the two of them attacked again, Jiang Chen would definitely kill them. Damn it, how can this guy be so tyrannical? Yuning had an impulse to vomit blood. Just now, the two of them attacked together, but they were knocked back by Jiang Chen's overwhelming energy. This made them understand that there was a certain gap between them and Jiang Chen. Even if they attacked again, they wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. This guy is really powerful. What should we do now? Don't tell me we should just let it go? Huang Fuji's face was ugly. If they just let it go, he was not willing to accept it. However, Jiang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. They were not a match for him at all. For a moment they were in a dilemma. We can't let Jiang Chen get the strange stone so easily. Although we can't beat him, we can stop him from getting the strange stone. If we continue to stop him, it won't be long before the real masters are attracted here. At that time, Jiang Chen will definitely die. This guy is too heaven-defying and he is too big of a threat. He is not only a threat to Shenyang School but also to our two families. Tianyun Pavilion's Tian Muyun is already a headache. Tian Muyun is ambitious and has already become a potential threat to us. If another Jiang Chen appears, Tianyun Pavilion will sooner or later become the world of Tianyun Pavilion. Yuning said. His eyes revealed a ruthless look. He had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Chen. Yun family and Huangfu family were mortal enemies. Yuning and Huang Fuji were also enemies. However, at this moment, for the sake of the strange stone, they chose to join forces to fight against Jiang Chen for the first time. They were not fools. They had already seen the threat of Jiang Chen. Such a heaven-defying genius was too big of a threat. If he was given enough time to grow, what awaited them would be their destruction. Okay, let's do that. Huang Fuji nodded, agreeing with Yin Ying's words. If a genius like Jiang Chen could be eliminated as soon as possible, it would definitely bring them benefits. It was equivalent to eliminating a potential threat. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox Clang. The immortal weapons in their hands rippled again. This time they did not attack Jiang Qin but the strange stone. They wanted to use this kind of external attack to trigger the energy inside the strange stone to counterattack. As long as the strange stone counterattacked, Jiang Qin would not be able to get the strange stone easily. As long as they delayed until the Real Masters arrived, Jiang Qin would be finished. Courting death. Jiang Qin was infuriated. He had already reminded them before that if they attacked again they would die. Now these two reckless guys actually tried to stop him from taking the strange stone. Then Jiang Qin would definitely not be polite anymore. If the two of them thought that Jiang Qin did not have the ability to kill them, then they were gravely mistaken. They would have made the most serious mistake in their lives. This mistake would not give them the chance to regret it. Shao. Chapter 1281. The Heavenly Saint Sword's energy was unparalleled, and it carried all of Jiang Qin's energy. For Yuning this strike was a deadly one. The Heavenly Saint Sword drew a bright path in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Yunying's head. Not good, Yuning exclaimed. He thought that Jiang Qin was already strong enough, but it seemed that he had underestimated Jiang Qin's strength. Jiang Qin's strength was far beyond his imagination. At least he wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. The moment Jiang Qin slashed down, Yuning felt a threat that he had never felt before. It was the threat of death. His whole body was shrouded by the shadow of death and his soul began to tremble violently. This was a threat that he had never felt before. At this moment Yuning finally felt fear, a fear that he had never felt before. Ah! Yuning shouted out loudly. He had no choice but to raise the immortal sword in his hand to block Jiang Qin's attack, because Jiang Qin's attack was just too fast, and his chi had been locked by the Heavenly Saint Sword. There was no way for him to escape and he could only block Jiang Qin's attack. If he didn't resist he would die. As a matter of fact, even if he resisted, his fate had already been sealed. From the moment Jiang Qin struck out with the Heavenly Saint Sword, Yunying's fate could no longer be changed. Clang! Yunying's immortal sword collided with Jiang Qin's Heavenly Saint Sword. Unable to put up any resistance, it was cut in half instantly. A divine grade immortal sword was destroyed so easily. Such a scene was too shocking and the impact on the hearts of the onlookers was too great. Wuxia. However, the Heavenly Saint Sword's mightiness did not weaken at all after Yunying's immortal sword was destroyed. Yuning let out a blood-curdling scream and was cut into half by Jiang Qin's sword. Blood gushed out and she was dead. Although Yuning was a late divine immortal expert and a supreme genius of Yun family, he wasn't on the same level as Jiang Qin who was in his dragon form. After all, the current Jiang Qin was no longer a late heaven immortal, but a half-step divine immortal. His combat strength would increase exponentially every time he advanced in the dragon transformation skill. What? The scene made countless people exclaim. Everyone's soul was trembling. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would be so powerful? That was the genius of Yun family, a late divine immortal supreme expert. Even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, he shouldn't have been killed instantly. The impact of this scene was too great. It had subverted their understanding of the world. My God! A late divine immortal genius was killed so easily. How powerful is this Jiang Qin? He's practically invincible. He's the biggest monster I've ever seen. However, he's killed Yuning and has offended the Yun clan. Many people were horrified. The scene itself was too shocking. However, they had already heard of Jiang Qin's means. In this world, there seemed to be nothing that Jiang Qin didn't dare to do, and there was no one that Jiang Qin didn't dare to kill. Looking at Jiang Qin's appearance, even if he had offended the three major forces, he didn't care at all. Yunying's death had the greatest impact on Huangfu Kun. At this moment, Huangfu Kun's attack had already landed on the wondrous rock, causing it to shake even more violently. However, because Jiang Qin's bloodline was too powerful, the resonance between him and the wondrous rock was very strong. Therefore, the wondrous rock didn't send out any energy to counterattack. After witnessing the tragic death of Yuning, a strong fear of Jiang Qin was born in Huangfuji's heart. His first reaction was to run away because he had already seen Jiang Qin's merciless eyes. He knew that his action had angered Jiang Qin. At this moment he couldn't care less about his face. If he didn't run away, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. He would die under Jiang Qin's sword immediately. Of course, the wondrous rock was a treasure, but compared to life, no matter how magical it was nothing. Huangfuji didn't hesitate. After launching the attack, he immediately chose to run away. With a sway of his body, he flew to the sky. "It's too late to leave now," Jiang Qin shouted coldly. He had already killed Yuning, so he didn't care about killing Huang Fuji. Anyway, after obtaining the wondrous rock, he was considered to be the enemy of the three major forces. The masters of the three major forces would not let him go. Killing one was killing two was also killing. Swish. The sharp sword slashed out again. The sword light was like flowing water, one after another, directly intertwining into a large net. In an instant, it weaved around Huang Fuji and enveloped him. The aura of death instantly filled Huang Fuji's body. A cold feeling spread from head to toe. He tried his best to resist, but found that he couldn't break through Jiang Chen's sword net. "No, Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Killing me won't do you any good. You can't afford to offend the Huangfu family." Huang Fuji begged for mercy. A person's heart was the most fragile when facing death. At this time he was willing to do anything as long as he could save his life. Die. Jiang Chen was indifferent. He didn't care about the threat of the Huangfu family at all. Anyway, after killing Tian Muyun, he would rule the entire one-line sky. So it was only a matter of time before he became enemies with the Huangfu family. Arg! Another miserable shriek was heard. The late divine immortal genius Huang Fuji was torn apart by the sword chi of the heavenly saint sword. The genius of the generation fell on the spot, leaving behind a mist of blood and a mutilated body. Jiang Chen's method was extremely cruel. So powerful. Wuxia, who was fighting with Wu Wei, swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. As a member of Tianyun Pavilion, he too was shocked by Jiang Chen's means. He had never thought that Jiang Chen had already reached such a level of strength. This made him fear Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He knew very well that if Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Yuning and Huang Fuji, it meant that it would be effortless for Jiang Chen to kill him as well. Wuxia felt very fortunate that he was in the same camp as Jiang Chen, and even more fortunate that he didn't have any conflict with Jiang Chen. "Motherfucker." Wu Wei cursed. Then he turned and fled, no longer fighting with Wuxia. Jiang Chen was just too powerful, like a devil king. There was no way he could fight him. Now that Yuning and Huang Fuji had been killed, the first thing Jiang Chen would do after collecting the wondrous stone was undoubtedly him. So, it was the wisest choice to flee at this time. Wuxia, keep him occupied. Furthermore, the half-step golden immortal experts and many late divine immortal experts didn't pay any attention to this place. They had already gone to the deepest part of the ancient tomb, because they weren't interested in the other places of the ancient tomb. Only the treasures in the deepest part of the ancient tomb could pique their interest. Of course, this was because they didn't expect that a wondrous stone would appear here. If they knew, they would have long fought over it. A treasure like the wondrous stone was rare even in the deepest part of the ancient tomb. This wondrous stone was a treasure. Putting aside what was hidden in the wondrous stone, if someone could refine the treasure in the wondrous stone, his cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, and he would gain unimaginable benefits. Long. Finally, the wondrous stone no longer resisted. Using his true dragon bloodline, Jiang Chen had gained the approval of the wondrous stone. The wondrous stone was completely taken away by him. A gap was torn open in the Zulong Tower, and the wondrous stone was sucked into it. The instant the wondrous stone was taken away, the golden light beam above the mountain vanished. The sky above the mountain was restored to its tranquility. "It's over." Seeing that Jiang Chen had successfully taken away the wondrous stone, Wu Wei, who was still engaged in a fierce battle with Wuxia, rolled his eyes in despair. He knew very well that Jiang Chen would attack him at any moment. His fate would be no better than Yuning and Huang Fuji's. "Die." Jiang Chen bellowed, slashing the heavenly saint sword at Wu Wei. Wu Wei's guess was right. Jiang Chen had no intention of letting him go. Since he had already killed so many of them, killing one more wouldn't matter. In Jiang Chen's eyes, all of them were his enemies. The best way to deal with his enemies was to let them die. "Stop." At this moment, a loud roar suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone was affected by this roar. Following the direction of the roar, they saw a young man with a majestic build soaring through the air. The speed of this person was extremely fast. His red hair was incomparably flamboyant, and the aura he exuded was earth-shattering. Compared to Wu Wei, it was unknown how many times more tyrannical he was. "Senior brother Diao Yong, hurry up and save me." Seeing the newcomer, the despairing Wu Wei felt as if he had found a life-saving straw. A trace of joy finally emerged on his pale face. It's Diao Yong from Shenyang School. This man's cultivation base has already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. He is a famous genius of Shenyang School, a very powerful genius. I had never thought that he would appear here. I'm afraid that Jiang Qin is no match for him. It's getting more and more lively. Even a half-step golden immortal genius has appeared. It seems like the show has just begun. Jiang Qin could kill Yuning and the others with ease. I wonder if he can deal with Diao Yong. But I think it will be a little difficult. Diao Yong is, after all, a half-step golden immortal. He isn't a match for a late divine immortal expert. The appearance of Diao Yong had caused a great uproar. The ancient tomb had only been opened for half a day, but such a big event had already happened. First, it was the appearance of Jiang Qin. Now it was the appearance of a half-step golden immortal genius. Jiang Qin glanced at Diao Yong Lung, but the power of the heavenly saint sword didn't weaken at all. It continued to strike at Wu Wei, courting death. Chapter 1283. Diao Yong was incomparably angry. Jiang Qin still dared to kill Wu Wei despite his presence. This showed that Jiang Qin didn't put him in his eyes at all. How could he accept this? What was his identity? He was a half-step golden immortal supreme genius. No one in the younger generation of One Line Sky would dare to not give him face. You can't save him. Jiang Qin didn't even look at Diao Yong. He didn't deny Diao Yong's strength, but it was almost impossible for Diao Yong to save Wu Wei from his hands. Long. An even more violent force acted on the heavenly saint sword. It roared and turned into a blood-red true dragon, appearing above Wu Wei's head in the blink of an eye. Because Jiang Qin's attack speed was too fast, even if Diao Yong had already made his move, it was still too late. No, Wu Wei let out a hoarse roar. His roar was filled with unwillingness. However, all of this was useless. From the moment he provoked Jiang Qin, his fate had been completely sealed. He had no other choice but to die. Damn it! Wu Wei roared. Arg! Wu Wei let out a blood-curdling scream. He was slashed into two halves by the heavenly saint sword. His entire body was torn apart by the sharp sword qi, dying on the spot. The whole scene was so bloody that no one dared to look at it. After Jiang Qin killed Wu Wei, Diao Yong's attack finally arrived. Jiang Qin then slashed out his sword, colliding with Diao Yong's immortal light. Long. This was an unparalleled collision. The sky was about to collapse from the impact, and an energy storm was set off. Dang. Jiang Qin suffered from the powerful counterforce and was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. Half-step gold immortal geniuses are truly terrifying. Even by utilizing the dragon transformation technique, I am still no match for him. Still, by utilizing the great divination technique, I will be able to put up a fight, albeit barely. If I utilize the 9 strikes of the heavenly dragons, killing him off will not be an issue. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Immediately he could see the gap between him and Diao Yong. Given his current cultivation base, he could fight an ordinary half-step golden immortal with all his strength, but that was only for ordinary people. A genius like Diao Yong could already fight an ordinary early golden immortal. Naturally, Jiang Qin wasn't a match for him, but Jiang Qin also had powerful trump cards and means. With the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss, it wasn't impossible for him to kill his opponent. However, Jiang Qin wouldn't use a terrifying combat technique like the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, it consumed too much energy. Once it was used, he would fall into a short period of weakness. This was a disadvantage. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, Jiang Qin didn't care. At least, Diao Yong hadn't reached the level where Jiang Qin feared him. If he wanted to leave, Diao Yong could only watch and wouldn't be able to stop him. Bastard! Diao Yong cursed. His cold eyes instantly locked onto Jiang Qin. His eyes were about to spurt out fire. This damn Jiang Qin actually dared to kill a genius from Shenyang School in front of him. This was totally not giving him any face. In the entire One Line Sky, those who didn't give him face were already dead. Therefore, he believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't be an exception. Jiang Qin, how dare you? How dare you kill Wu Wei when I'm here? Are you challenging my dignity? Diao Yong spoke furiously. Dignity my ass. Put away your sense of nobility and superiority. In front of me you are not even worth a fart. Jiang Qin raised his middle finger at Diao Yong. This guy's words were simply a joke. The grudge between him and Shenyang School had long been irreconcilable. Although Diao Yong was powerful, he was far from being able to make Jiang Qin fear him. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, many people couldn't help but roll their eyes and suck in a breath of cold air. Arrogant, too arrogant. Today they finally witnessed what was called arrogance. Perhaps Jiang Chen was the first one who dared to talk to Diao Yong like this. However, one had to admit that Jiang Chen had the capital to be arrogant. Moreover, he was very powerful. What an arrogant fellow. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. However, before you die, hand over the wondrous stone first. That way I can consider giving you a quick death and not letting you suffer any torture. Diao Yong spoke. In his opinion, he was already very kind to Jiang Chen by offering such a condition. Jiang Chen had killed too many people in Shenyang school. This grudge could not be resolved. Today he would kill Jiang Chen to make a contribution to Shenyang school and get the wondrous stone at the same time. You talk too much nonsense. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Chen sneered. His words showed that he did not take Diao Yong seriously at all. His behavior had undoubtedly seriously stimulated Diao Yong's strong self-esteem. It was the first time that Diao Yong had seen such an arrogant and barbaric person. You don't know the meaning of death. I would like to see what you have to fight me. Diao Yong was infuriated. He no longer wanted to talk nonsense with Jiang Chen. Both of his palms turned upwards. Terrifying energy condensed into a dark cloud and pressed down on Jiang Chen. The attack of a half-step golden immortal genius was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with terrifying energy, causing everyone to feel a strong pressure and discomfort. Jiang Chen, be careful. Diao Yong is a half-step golden immortal expert. He will not be easy to deal with. Wuxia reminded. Wuxia, bring the people of Tianyun Pavilion and leave this place immediately. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Wuxia. He had no intention of tangling with Diao Yong any longer. Today's matter had already gotten out of hand. He was afraid that Diao Yong wouldn't be the last one to show up. The longer the fight dragged on, the more experts would be attracted. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see. The reason why he came to the ancient tomb was to obtain some benefits. Before he obtained enough benefits, he didn't want to have a life-and-death struggle with these geniuses. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no intention of tangling with Diao Yong any longer. However, he was afraid that Diao Yong would vent his anger on Wuxia and the others after he left. Therefore he asked Wuxia to bring the people of Tianyun Pavilion away, while he entangled with Diao Yong to buy some time for them. After Wuxia and the others left, he would walk away gracefully, leaving Diao Yong's anger behind. All right. You be careful. Wuxia nodded. He was a smart man. Naturally, he understood Jiang Chen's thoughts and concerns. Immediately he brought the people of Tianyun Pavilion and left, leaving the battlefield to Jiang Chen and Diao Yong. After witnessing Jiang Chen's terrifying means, Wuxia no longer worried about Jiang Chen. He believed that given Jiang Chen's ability, even if he couldn't defeat Diao Yong, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave this place safely. Howl. The heavenly saint's sword let out a howl once more. The dragon roar shook the heaven and earth. A sword light, like a horrifying heavenly river, collided with the dark cloud condensed by Diao Yong. Hong Long. Chapter 1284. Wuxia led a group of disciples of Tianyun Pavilion and fled without looking back. The situation behind them had nothing to do with them anymore. The reason why Jiang Chen stayed behind to fight with Diao Yong was to buy them some time. They were very clear about this point. From this point of view, they were more or less touched. In any case, Jiang Chen didn't only care about himself but also protected their lives at the critical moment. If Jiang Chen left directly, it was imaginable that Diao Yong would be furious. At that time, the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion would naturally become the target of Diao Yong's anger. In this ancient tomb, even if Diao Yong killed all of them in a fit of rage, they wouldn't be able to reason with him. Plus, Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School were enemies. Behind them, the battle between Jiang Chen and Diao Yong was incomparably fierce. The more Diao Yong fought, the more frightened he became. Although he could successfully suppress Jiang Chen every time, he couldn't really kill Jiang Chen. Plus, Jiang Chen seemed to have a means that could predict the trajectory of his attacks and find his flaws in advance. This situation made him very depressed. Is this bastard really only a half-step divine immortal? Why is he so scary? Diao Yong gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe and accept this fact. He couldn't believe that a half-step divine immortal could be so powerful. Even if he was a genius, he was still too monstrous. I have said it before. You are not strong enough to kill me. Jiang Chen was still incomparably arrogant. With the help of the great divination art, he could definitely entangle with Diao Yong until the end. Humph. Jiangchen, don't be too arrogant. I haven't used my means yet. It won't be difficult for me to kill you. Diao Yong was somewhat exasperated. He felt that it was time for him to use his trump card to kill Jiangchen. Given his cultivation base and identity, it would be a joke if he couldn't take down a half-step divine immortal. He couldn't afford to lose his face. Ah. Unfortunately, I don't want to play with you anymore. Jiangchen let out a loud laugh. Although the battle was very intense, he kept the heavenly saint's sword and a pair of bright flaming wings appeared behind his back. With a casual flap of the wings, Jiangchen disappeared from the battlefield in the blink of an eye, flying far away. Where are you going? Upon seeing this, Diao Yong was infuriated. Immediately he turned into a ray of light and chased after Jiangchen. Today not only did he fail to get the wondrous stone, but he also failed to save the lives of the disciples of Shenyang school. If he allowed Jiangchen to escape from his hands, he would lose all his face and wouldn't be able to show his face in one-line sky anymore. Diao Yong's speed was extremely fast. After all, he was a mighty half-step golden immortal expert. In his point of view, it was impossible for a puny half-step divine immortal like Jiangchen to escape from his hands. However, the next scene made Diao Yong spurt out blood on the spot. Not long after he chased after Jiangchen, he found that he could no longer find any trace of Jiangchen. Jiangchen was like a ghost, disappearing in a blink of an eye without leaving even a fart behind. Damn it! How can this bastard be so fast? Diao Yong was depressed to the extreme. He simply gave up the chase. What was the point of chasing after Jiangchen when he couldn't even get a fart? By the time Diao Yong returned, he found that the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion had already disappeared, leaving Diao Yong with no place to vent his anger. Jiangchen, don't let me see you again. The next time I see you will be the day of your death. I will make sure you die a horrible death. Diao Yong said ferociously. Judging from his expression, he couldn't wait to tear Jiangchen into pieces, skin him alive, pull out his tendons and grind his bones into ashes. It itself possesses a powerful true dragon bloodline. The wondrous stone must have sensed this tyrannical bloodline, which is why it is staying here peacefully. However, what kind of creature is inside the wondrous stone? Jiangchen was very curious. Even with his experience and knowledge, he couldn't see through the wondrous stone's secret. He simply used the great soul derivation technique and all his soul power turned into a storm that swept towards the wondrous stone. Chapter 1285. Jiangchen tried again. His soul force was like a hurricane, but the result was still not good. The mysterious energy in the wondrous rock was too strong, and it was the kind of energy that would grow stronger the stronger it was. No matter how strong Jiangchen's soul force was, it would be blocked by the mysterious energy, giving Jiangchen no chance at all. I don't know what this mysterious power is, but the bloodline in it must be very strong. If I'm not wrong, the creature in it might have an extremely strong bloodline of a divine beast. It is a real ancient creature. Jiangchen guessed. Although he didn't know what the bloodline in the wondrous stone was, it gave Jiangchen a familiar feeling. He could feel that the bloodline in it was at the same level as his real dragon bloodline and De Huang's dragon horse bloodline. This made Jiangchen even more curious. Why would a wondrous stone that contained the bloodline of an ancient divine beast exist in an ancient tomb? From this aspect, it could also be seen that this ancient tomb had existed for a very long time. Suddenly Jiangchen's eyes lit up. He had a new idea about this wondrous stone. If I use the dragon transformation skill to refine the creature in this wondrous stone, I'm afraid I will get unimaginable benefits. My cultivation will also advance by leaps and bounds. Jiangchen thought. However, this idea just flashed in his mind. He immediately rejected it. Such a mysterious creature, he really wanted to see what it was. He could be sure that the creature inside was still being nurtured in the wondrous stone. The environment of the wondrous stone was also suitable for the survival of the creature inside. More importantly, Jiangchen wasn't sure whether the dragon transformation skill could refine the creature inside. After all, there was a mysterious power protecting the creature inside. Now, because of his real dragon bloodline in the Zulong Tower, he could get the approval of the wondrous stone. If he forcibly refined it, it was very likely that he would suffer a strong backlash from the mysterious power. Jiangchen wasn't sure if he could withstand it. In other words, it was like gambling. Moreover, it was a big gamble. Jiangchen liked to gamble, but this time he didn't want to. In addition to the high risk factor, he had already resonated with the creature inside, which made him have a good impression on the creature. With this good impression, Jiang Qin decided to wait for the creature to be born and see what kind of divine beast it was. In the following time, Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry to move around. Anyway, there was still enough time for the opening of the ancient tomb. After the incident with the wondrous stone, he was sure that many people would be looking for him. More importantly, Jiang Qin's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds recently. Although his foundation wasn't affected, Jiang Qin still needed some time to stabilize himself. The desolate mountain range in front of him was a good place. No one would come here. Even if someone came, it would be hard for them to detect the qi of the Zulong Tower. Now that he was hiding in the Zulong Tower, he was completely integrated with the void. It could be said to be perfect. Jiang Qin had been in seclusion for 2 days. Finally, he had completely stabilized his cultivation base at the half-step divine immortal realm. During these 2 days, the situation in the ancient tomb was as Jiang Qin had expected. After the incident with the wondrous stone had spread, the experts of the 3 major powers were looking for him everywhere. There were many half-step golden immortal geniuses like Diao Yong. These half-step golden immortals originally planned to continue searching for treasures in the depths of the ancient tomb. Now, searching for Jiang Qin had become one of their main goals. Killing Jiang Qin to avenge their own people was one of the reasons. There were not many people in this giant space. It seemed that after the door to the depths of the ancient tomb was opened, most people had entered the deepest part of the ancient tomb. Jiang Qin's speed was very fast. He soon found the door that led to the depths of the ancient tomb. There was an illusory door that was 1 zhang tall. Jiang Qin used his divine sense to scan it. There was no restriction on the door. He could enter at will. I want to see what kind of treasures exist in the depths of the ancient tomb. Chapter 1286. Inside the illusory door was a different scene. The inside was different from the outside. The atmosphere became oppressive once again. There wasn't any corpse qi or death qi lingering in the air, but the invisible pressure made people feel suffocated. This feeling made Jiang Qin frown. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Jiang Qin flew in the sky. Not long after, he saw a large number of black palaces. The top of each palace was round, like a cold and gloomy tomb. There were dozens of miles between each palace. The space here was incomparably huge. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of black palaces, and each of them was emitting an oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Qin could see the silhouettes of people coming and going in each of the palaces. He could also sense the aura of battle. Many cultivators were happily searching for treasures. If I'm not wrong, one of these palaces is where the ancient tomb is. However, these palaces look exactly the same and have the same aura. It won't be easy to find the real ancient tomb. It seems that the oppressive atmosphere here is caused by the ancient tomb itself. In addition to the real ancient tomb, there should be a lot of treasures in these palaces. I can't miss it. With Jiang Qin's intelligence, he immediately saw through the crux of the matter. He immediately flew towards the palace in front of him. Long. Before he got close to the palace, he could already hear the fluctuations of battle and screams coming from inside. It could be seen that although there were treasures in these palaces, there were also many dangers. There might even be black corpse crows and other dead creatures. In front of a palace, more than a dozen rogue cultivators were fighting with a mummy. That's right, it was a mummy. Its empty eyes were incomparably terrifying. The mummy had no life, but it was unknown what was controlling it. Its combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. There were corpses scattered on the ground, dripping with blood. The mummy's shriveled hand was holding a bloody heart, exuding a pungent smell of blood. This is a puppet. Jiang Qin thought. The mummy was a puppet. The puppets were controlled by some kind of power here. The puppets themselves were killing machines. As Jiang Qin scanned the area with his spiritual will, he discovered that many of the palaces had puppets. Moreover, the puppets guarding different palaces had different levels of strength. This situation made Jiang Qin even more interested. Looks like there are treasures hidden within these palaces. The puppets' only task is to protect these treasures. Depending on the level of the puppets, the value of the treasures inside will vary as well. Jiang Qin guessed. He had to admit that his guess was very accurate. All the palaces in front of him looked exactly the same. The real ancient tomb was hidden within. It was unknown how many years the mummified corpse puppets had existed. The longer they accumulated, the more powerful they would become. They could actively absorb the death qi and corpse qi in this place to strengthen themselves. One could imagine how many treasures were hidden in every palace. The higher the level of the puppet, the better the treasures inside. Thinking of this, Jiang Qin decided to take action. He took a step forward in the air and arrived in front of the palace just now. He pressed his hand down, and it landed on the mummified corpse puppet that was fighting with a dozen people. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The puppet, which was initially incomparably powerful, was smashed into pieces by Jiang Qin's palm. Nothing was left of it. It died on the spot. The dozen or so rogue cultivators were shocked. They quickly turned their heads and saw Jiang Qin walking over. "It's Jiang Qin," someone exclaimed. By now, many of them were familiar with him. Seeing the arrival of Jiang Qin, everyone took a few steps back, leaving the palace gate open for Jiang Qin. None of them were fools. Naturally, they liked the treasures. However, they couldn't afford to lose their lives. Fighting with Jiang Qin for the treasures was a sign that they didn't want to live. Jiang Qin ignored the fearful gazes of the rogue cultivators. In a flash, he entered the palace. He saw some immortal weapons scattered around the empty palace. The grade of these immortal weapons wasn't high. The best one was only at the peak of Heaven Realm. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Seeing this, Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. He turned around and walked out. He casually glanced at the rogue cultivators and said, "You guys can divide the treasures inside." After saying that, Jiang Qin left without looking back. These immortal weapons were useless to him. It was better to leave them to the rogue cultivators. It wasn't easy for rogue cultivators to cultivate. It was even harder for them to obtain some benefits. The rogue cultivators were stunned for a moment. Then they were overjoyed. Their impression of Jiang Qin was extremely good. This Jiang Qin is really good. He's much stronger than those arrogant geniuses from the major powers. He's a monster, but he didn't look down on us rogue cultivators at all. That's right. He killed the mummy puppet with his own hands and left the treasures inside to us. At that time he didn't want the treasures inside. But this Jiang Qin is a good person. Although he's decisive in killing and his murderous aura is like a devil king, he has always been very kind to rogue cultivators. I heard that when we first entered the ancient tomb, Jiang Qin saved many rogue cultivators. Don't say anything more. This is a favor that Jiang Qin gave us. Let's go in and see what treasures are inside. More than a dozen people rushed into the palace. The treasures that Jiang Qin didn't want didn't mean that they didn't want them. Jiang Qin concealed his aura and began to shuttle back and forth in the palace. He kept flying towards the ancient tomb. He was the same as those super geniuses from the four major powers. He also hoped to find the location of the real ancient tomb as soon as possible. He had been casting the great soul derivation technique. Invisible soul energy kept drifting around. Suddenly, a familiar smell appeared in his soul energy. Swoosh! Jiang Qin's gaze landed on one of the palaces like a knife. That familiar aura was coming from that direction. What a familiar aura. But I can't remember what it is. Let's go check it out first. After saying that, Jiang Qin turned into a breeze and came to the front of one of the palaces. This palace didn't look any different from the other palaces. However, that familiar aura was clearly coming from this palace. Boom! He could feel the sounds of battle coming from within the palace. Given Jiang Qin's perception, he could feel the power of the battle inside. The one who attacked must not be simple. Jiang Qin lowered his qi to the minimum and slowly approached the entrance of the palace. Inside the palace, he saw two incomparably powerful mummified puppets fighting a young man. When Jiang Qin's eyes fell upon the young man, a trace of coldness was revealed in his eyes. Diao Yong. Chapter 1287. The one fighting with the two mummified puppets inside the palace was none other than Diao Yong. It could be said that enemies often cross each other's path. There were two things that surprised Jiang Qin. Firstly, the strength of the two mummified puppets was at the half-step golden immortal realm. However, Diao Yong wasn't an ordinary half-step golden immortal. Adding the fact that these mummified puppets didn't know any combat skills and could only rely on their physical strength to attack, they were already at a disadvantage. Given Diao Yong's ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill these two puppets. The second thing that surprised Jiang Qin was the structure of the palace. The intense battle between the three half-step golden immortals was incomparably fierce. Just the aftermath of the battle alone had an unparalleled destructive force, but the palace remained intact despite the rampaging battle chi. Not a single scratch was left on it. This didn't mean that Diao Yong and the others were weak, but that the expert who built this ancient tomb was just too amazing. Jiang Qin had no idea how amazing the master of this ancient tomb was, but after 3 days of experience in the ancient tomb, he was sure that the master who built this ancient tomb was absolutely not an ordinary immortal king. Not to mention a puny immortal king who had just comprehended the spatial law. Even a mighty immortal emperor wouldn't be able to do such a thing. It seems like Tian Muyun and the others have underestimated this ancient tomb. Master's divination is also inaccurate. This ancient tomb can't be left behind by an immortal king expert. I wonder what kind of secret is hidden in this ancient tomb. Jiang Qin speculated inwardly, feeling that this ancient tomb wasn't as simple as he had imagined it to be. Diao Yong, who was fighting the two puppets, didn't notice Jiang Qin. If he saw Jiang Qin, he was afraid that he would immediately turn his spear and eat Jiang Qin alive. What happened 2 days ago had been bothering him. Since Diao Yong didn't notice him, Jiang Qin naturally didn't want to cause any trouble for himself. While Diao Yong was fighting the two puppets, Jiang Qin could use this opportunity to search for the treasures in this palace. There was only one puppet in the previous palace, but there were two in front of him. Moreover, both of them had the strength of half-step golden immortal realm. Based on this point alone, the treasures in this palace wouldn't be inferior, at least a lot stronger than the heaven-grade immortal weapons in the previous palace. Moreover, the familiar aura that Jiang Qin sensed earlier came from this palace. Jiang Qin circulated the great soul derivation technique, unleashed his soul power, and began to sweep through the palace. Then he saw a broken sword floating back and forth in the corner of the palace. It was radiating a pure light and the body of the sword was trembling constantly. Although the broken sword looked shabby, there was a spirituality in it that could fly on its own. Broken sword. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He finally understood what that familiar aura was. This broken sword wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. In fact, it was incomparably familiar to him. Back when he and De Huang Dog were in Whirling Sun City, they had obtained a broken sword. Later on they obtained 2 more. Now there were a total of 3 broken swords in De Huang Dog's hands. The broken sword in front of him had the same chi as the 3 broken swords in De Huang Dog's hands. That was the chi of origin. He was almost certain that these 4 broken swords were a whole, just like how his heavenly saint sword was broken into 7 pieces. This broken sword seems to have more spirituality than the one in De Huang's hands. If these 4 broken swords can be combined into one, this one in front of me is the most important part. It has the leading function. However, I don't know where this broken sword came from and why it appeared in Saint Origin World. Jiang Qin was shocked, but he was also puzzled. The origin of the broken sword was really strange, but there was one thing he was sure of, the power of the broken sword itself. This had been perfectly demonstrated by Big Yellow. Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat. No matter where this broken sword came from, no matter what kind of secret it was involved in, one thing was for sure. This broken sword was obviously a very precious treasure that was guarded by 2 puppets. If it was any other treasure, Jiang Qin might be able to get it, but this broken sword in front of him was something that Jiang Qin had to get. If he gave this broken sword to De Huang Dog would probably fuse it into a super immortal sword. Obviously, Diao Yong had also discovered this broken sword. Although he couldn't tell what kind of treasure this broken sword was and what grade of immortal weapon it was, he wasn't an idiot. How could it be guarded by 2 half-step golden immortal puppets? There are words on the broken sword. Jiang Qin's senses were extremely sharp. After scanning the broken sword, he immediately discovered something different about it. On one side of the sword there were 2 ancient characters, Immortal Execution. That's right, it was the son of Immortal Execution. Even though it was already rusty, it still couldn't cover the domineering aura of the 2 characters. It was a domineering attitude. Even in the entire immortal world, there weren't many people who had the guts to use the 2 characters' Immortal Execution. Bang. At this moment, one of the puppets finally couldn't withstand Diao Yong's powerful attack and was smashed into pieces on the spot. The other puppet had also suffered a serious injury. Needless to say, it would soon be destroyed by Diao Yong. Scram! Diao Yong bellowed. Both of his palms flashed with countless rays of light. Those were all destructive energy. He then struck the puppet. Time to make a move. Jiang Qin's body flickered and he rushed into the palace like a ghost. His target was the Immortal Execution broken sword. He could already see that this move from Diao Yong was enough to destroy the puppet. Once the broken sword fell into Diao Yong's hands, it would be somewhat troublesome. Boom! Diao Yong's attack landed on the puppet. The puppet was smashed into pieces on the spot. At this time, Diao Yong also noticed the uninvited guest in the palace. He immediately became furious. In this ancient tomb, no one dared to snatch the treasure that he, Diao Yong, had set his eyes on. This could be seen from the fact that there was not a single person around the palace. No one was willing to provoke Diao Yong. After all, he was not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Qin ignored Diao Yong. He grabbed the immortal execution broken sword and threw it into Zulong Tower. After that, he turned his head and smiled at Diao Yong. Jiang Qin, it's actually you. Seeing that the uninvited guest was actually Jiang Qin, Diao Yong was so angry that he almost coughed out blood on the spot. Jiang Qin, I never thought that you would dare to appear before me again. If you hand over the broken sword and the wondrous stone, I might be merciful and spare your life. I, Diao Yong, swear that this is the last chance I will give you. You won't get a second chance to live. He didn't want outsiders to know about it. More importantly, Jiang Qin was going to expose his secret. This was a secret that he absolutely couldn't let anyone know about. Jiang Qin struck out with the true dragon palm, clashing with Diao Yong's energy attack. A huge amount of energy rolled everywhere. But because of the 5 elements domain, it was hard for outsiders to notice the situation here. What surprised Jiang Qin and Diao Yong was that the structure of the palace was really hard to explain. Even such a violent energy couldn't topple the palace. Dang dang dang. Diao Yong was after all strong. In this collision, Jiang Qin was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. He felt his qi and blood rolling, which made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. But such a shock was nothing to Jiang Qin. He could recover with a simple wash of wood spiritual qi. Jiang Qin, although you are heaven-defying, you are no match for me. I advise you not to resist stubbornly. If you know what's good for you, hand over the wondrous stone and broken sword. Diao Yong said in an incomparably arrogant tone. Is that so? A cruel smile finally appeared on Jiang Qin's face. With a flip of his palm, a golden dragon-shaped halberd appeared. It was an incomparably powerful halberd, and the chi it emitted was enough to terrify anyone. Ha ha ha. Diao Yong's expression changed instantly because he could feel the fear coming from the halberd itself. The halberd itself was emitting a strong great luo chi. It was a genuine great luo immortal weapon, a peak existence among great luo immortal weapons, infinitely close to the king immortal weapon. Such a powerful immortal weapon was a real treasure. But immediately, Diao Yong's face turned even uglier because he found that the combat skill in front of him was very similar to the legendary halberd. This is? The heavenly dragon combat halberd, the halberd left by Ouyang He. I can't believe it is in your hands. Diao Yong's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would have such a powerful trump card. The heavenly dragon combat halberd was Ouyang He's combat weapon. It was very famous in One-Line Sky, almost as famous as Ouyang He himself. That's right. Jiang Qin said faintly. So you're saying that you're the one who stole the regenerative lotus? Diao Yong suddenly thought of the regenerative lotus on the heavenly mountain. The shock on his face became even more intense. The loss of the regenerative lotus had become a case without any clues. Even the One-Line 8 immortals had no clue about it. In the end, they could only leave the matter unsettled. He had never thought that the heavenly dragon combat halberd would appear again. There wouldn't be too many coincidences in this world. Diao Yong was almost certain that Jiang Qin had something to do with the loss of the regenerative lotus. That's right. I'm the one who took the regenerative lotus. Jiang Qin's tone was still calm. As a matter of fact, Diao Yong's fate had been sealed the moment Jiang Qin took out the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Good, very good. Jiang Qin, you're really bold. You even dared to make fun of the One-Line 8 immortals and steal the regenerative lotus. It seems that I can make a great contribution by taking you down today. Chapter 1289. Buzz. The heavenly dragon combat halberd buzzed and trembled violently in Jiang Qin's hand. The dragon talismans imprinted on it began to move restlessly. The dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body surged and countless energy began to flow into the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Jiang Qin's eyes glowed with blood-red light that was filled with killing intent. The moment the heavenly dragon combat halberd appeared, Diao Yong's fate had already been sealed. The current Jiang Qin was no longer the same Jiang Qin who had just started cultivating the heavenly dragon 9 strikes. The half-step divine immortal Jiang Qin could already display the power of the second level of the frenzied dragon leaves the abyss, which was many times more powerful than the first level. Of course, the power of the second level was destined to consume a lot more energy than Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't care about the energy consumption right now. Since there was no one else here and he had already exposed his trump card, he had to kill Diao Yong at all costs. After all, the trump card of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd couldn't be exposed. Once it was exposed, it would have a huge impact on Jiang Chen. At that time, everyone would associate the lost regenerative lotus with him. Once that happened, he would no longer have a foothold in One-Line Sky and the One-Line 8 immortals would come to deal with him personally. Clang. Seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's power and the pressure from the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, Diao Yong's facial expression changed slightly. Plus, he had fought with Jiang Chen before and knew how powerful Jiang Chen was. Now that he had a great Luo immortal weapon, even if Jiang Chen couldn't display the true power of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, he still couldn't be underestimated. Diao Yong also drew out his combat weapon. It was a black spear with runes engraved on its body. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary weapon, but it still hadn't reached the great Luo immortal realm. It was merely a peak divine rank immortal weapon. After all, a great Luo immortal weapon was relatively rare. Even an ordinary early golden immortal expert wouldn't have a great Luo immortal weapon, and not everyone could forge their own natal weapon like Jiang Chen. Although Diao Yong was a genius of Shenyang school, he didn't have a great Luo immortal weapon. Jiang Chen, go to hell. Diao Yong bellowed. The spear in his hand vibrated and produced an ear-piercing whistle. The spearhead was like a venomous snake, stabbing at Jiang Chen with extreme speed. Humph. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had long been ready. Almost at the same time as Diao Yong made his move, Jiang Chen also made his move. The halberd in his hand struck out like a flood dragon. The terrifying halberd drew a beautiful arc in the air. At the tip of the halberd, there was a looming shadow of a ferocious dragon. Bang! Both of them were too fast. In the blink of an eye, their combat weapons collided with each other. The aftermath of the extremely powerful battle instantly spread to every corner of the palace. Cracks began to appear on the walls. The battle here was very loud, but it was covered by Jiang Chen's 5-element sphere, so the people outside couldn't feel it at all. At least it wouldn't be so strong. Thump thump thump. This time, Diao Yong retreated several steps, his back slamming into the wall of the palace. The hand gripping the spear was trembling violently, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had received a great shock from the collision just now, and his blood and qi were churning. He felt indescribably uncomfortable. Impossible. How can you use the power of an origin immortal weapon? Diao Yong was shocked. The shock in his heart had reached an unimaginable level. He simply couldn't believe that Jiang Chen could suddenly become so powerful. He had never taken Jiang Chen seriously, but now it seemed like the outcome was about to change. The real power has only just begun. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The attack just now wasn't even at the first level of the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss. What was coming next was the true ferocious attack. When the second level of the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss was unleashed, even Jiang Chen himself couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. But there was one thing that Jiang Chen was sure of. The power of the second level of the wild dragon rises from the abyss was more than enough to kill Diao Yong. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd erupted with an earth-shattering dragon roar. Under Jiang Chen's control, the entire halberd had completely turned into a real wild dragon, ready to rush out and roar at the world at any time. Not good. Diao Yong cursed inwardly. He was completely intimidated by the aura of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. He even felt a strong sense of crisis. It was a threat to his life. This was something he had never felt before. He was even sure that Jiang Chen's next attack was enough to take his life. Jiang Chen, I won't let this matter go. I already know that you have stolen the regenerative lotus. As long as I spread this news, you will become the target of public criticism. At that time, there will be no place for you in the entire One-Line Sky. Diao Yong left his last threat and flew out of the palace with a sway. At this point, he no longer had the courage to stay and fight Jiang Chen except to escape. His previous arrogance had vanished without a trace in an instant. Diao Yong, it's too late for you to escape now. How can I give you the chance to expose my trump card? Jiang Chen's voice contained endless killing intent. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a demon king from hell. Mad dragon rises from the abyss. Along with Jiang Chen's roar, a war dragon was struck out by the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Or rather, the halberd itself had turned into a destructive war dragon. A terrifying draconic aura instantly enveloped the entire palace and filled every corner of the 5-elemental domain. What? Diao Yong exclaimed. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into an invisible cage. He finally understood that Jiang Chen had set a trap for him from the very beginning. Jiang Chen was determined to kill him. Diao Yong could break the 5-elemental domain with his full strength. At least it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had already displayed the tyrannical mad dragon rises from the abyss. Diao Yong had completely lost his chance. The terrifying mad dragon pounced on Diao Yong's head. He had no choice but to resist with all his strength. Damn it! Diao Yong cursed. He had no choice but to stab the war dragon with his spear again. Unfortunately, Diao Yong's attack was too weak under the mighty heavenly dragon combat halberd. Long. Diao Yong was engulfed by the violent energy. The entire palace had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Terrifying energy fluctuations covered everything. Ka. My God! Who did this? Diao Yong of Shenyang School is a half-step golden immortal expert. It is said that a genius like him has a combat strength comparable to an early golden immortal expert. Who has the ability to kill him in this ancient tomb? What a terrible injury. Given Diao Yong's ability, he didn't even have the chance to escape. The person who did this is too scary. Do you guys think that Diao Yong and the puppets have perished together? Impossible. Diao Yong was obviously killed by a powerful immortal tool combined with a powerful combat technique. Although the puppets here are powerful, they don't know any combat techniques or immortal tools. Moreover, there's nothing left here, which means that the treasures have been taken away. We better leave this place as soon as possible. The person who could kill Diao Yong isn't someone we can afford to offend. Do you guys think it's Jiang Chen who killed him? Someone asked. I don't think so. Jiang Chen is just a half-step divine immortal. Although he is very heaven-defying, he isn't strong enough to kill Diao Yong. Plus, 2 days ago Jiang Chen fought Diao Yong and he was no match for Diao Yong. Someone shook his head, thinking that this matter had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. After all, although Jiang Chen was powerful, he wasn't strong enough to deal with Diao Yong. It was even more impossible for him to kill Diao Yong without giving Diao Yong a chance to escape. Soon the group of people left. Diao Yong was dead. This place wasn't a good place to be. Not long after that, Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower, left the palace silently and went deeper into the tomb. The news of Diao Yong's death spread like wildfire. This was the first half-step golden immortal genius to die since they entered the ancient tomb. Many people were guessing who did it, especially the experts of Shenyang School. Each and every one of them was infuriated. Diao Yong's death was a great loss to Shenyang School. Now, everyone in Shenyang School was their enemy, especially those from Tianyun Pavilion. After all, the relationship between Shenyang School and Tianyun Pavilion wasn't good. They had been enemies for a long time. Therefore, the death of Diao Yong easily made them associate it with Tianyun Pavilion. When Jiang Chen heard the news, he just smiled. To him, it didn't matter whether others suspected him or not. Anyway, he had no intention of reconciling the relationship between him and Shenyang School. They're fighting. They're fighting over there. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked in the same direction, including Jiang Chen. Over there, flames filled the sky. The shockwaves of the battle spread to the horizon. Two silhouettes flickered back and forth in the void, locked in a fierce battle. It's Tianyun Pavilion's Bu Qingfeng and Shenyang School's Tua Hai. I didn't expect that both of them would appear here. Both of them have been famous figures in One-Line Sky for a long time. They represent the pinnacle of the young generation. That's right. They have surpassed everyone and reached the true golden immortal realm. Both of them have always been at odds with each other. It's normal for them to fight each other. Come, let's go and have a look. Watching the battle between these experts will benefit us a lot. Chapter 1291. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the battle unblinkingly. He had never thought that there would be such a powerful expert in One-Line Sky. This made him think more highly of the young geniuses of One-Line Sky. In the sky, Bu Qingfeng was clad in white robes, holding a combat sword. His attacks were bold and powerful, giving off the momentum of splitting the heaven and earth. Every move of his gave people great pressure. The energy was like the ocean and the pressure was like the mountain. On the other side, Tua Hai wasn't inferior to Bu Qingfeng. His black heaven-splitting axe was equally bold and powerful. Both of them seemed to be the power type. The fight between such people was the most intense and satisfying. In just a short period of time, they had clashed hundreds of times, but neither of them had the upper hand. It seems impossible for these two to determine the winner in a short period of time. Jianghu shook his head. Their combat strength is equal to each other. I have no idea how many times they have fought each other, but there's no clear winner. A silhouette appeared beside Jianghu. It was Wuxia. After noticing Jianghu, Wuxia approached him. Your cultivation base has improved by a lot. It seems like you have gained a lot of benefits. Jianghu glanced at Wuxia and found that Wuxia's qi was much stronger than before. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the half-step golden immortal realm. I have indeed gained some benefits, but compared to Brother Jiang, I'm still a small character. Wuxia smiled. As a famous core disciple of Tianyun Pavilion, one could imagine how arrogant he was. Perhaps only Jianghu could make him say such words. Jianghu smiled and didn't speak. His attention continued to fall on the battle in front of him. Seeing that Jianghu was very interested in the battle between Bu Qingfeng and Tua Hai, Wuxia said, Bu Qingfeng of Tianyun Pavilion, Tua Hai of Shenyang School, Huangfu Zhan of Huangfu Clan, and Yun Kanglan of Yun Clan. These four are the pinnacle figures of the younger generation in One Line Sky. At the mention of these four people, Wuxia's gaze could not help but land on Jianghu. He suddenly felt that these four people seemed to be much weaker than the person in front of him. Aside from their temporary cultivation, the four of them were not on the same level as Jianghu at all. Looks like this trip to the ancient tomb will be very lively. Jianghu chuckled. Initially he thought that the most powerful young experts who would enter the ancient tomb this time were only half-step golden immortals. Now it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Apart from those half-step golden immortals, there were still four truly powerful experts. Given his current cultivation base, even if he circulated the great divination art and the heavenly dragon combat halberd, he still wouldn't be a match for the four of them. They were true golden immortal experts. Unless he advanced to the true divine immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to fight them. In order to kill them, he would need to at least reach the intermediate divine immortal realm. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to do so. He had already seen this from the battle between Bu Qingfeng and Tua Hai. Although they were only early golden immortals, their true combat strength was comparable to an ordinary intermediate golden immortal expert. Of course, this is a trial for us and also a chance for the young generation of the four major powers to confront each other. How could it be peaceful when so many geniuses come together? By the way, Brother Jiang, I wonder if the death of Diao Yong has anything to do with you? Wuxia asked tentatively. I killed Diao Yong. Jianghu said. What? Wuxia exclaimed. Although he had thought about this, he didn't think that the death of Diao Yong was actually caused by Jianghu. If this news was spread out, he was afraid that it would cause a greater uproar. If it was before, when Jianghu said that he killed Diao Yong, Wuxia would definitely treat it as a fart. But now, Diao Yong didn't doubt Jiangchu's words at all. Because of this, the way Wuxia looked at Jiangchu had changed. Perhaps this was the true genius. Compared to Jiangchu, Bu Qingfeng and the others were nothing. It was only a matter of time before they were surpassed by Jiangchu. Don't be surprised. I have a lot of means. Killing Diao Yong is really nothing. Jiangchu said in a casual manner. Wuxia sighed in his heart. He couldn't imagine what kind of freak was standing in front of him. Brother Jiang, from now on I, Wuxia, will be your man in Tianyun Pavilion. Wuxia cupped his fists towards Jiangchu to express his sincerity. Wuxia was a smart man. He could see that Jiangchu was an unparalleled talent. Jiangchu's future achievements were destined to be extraordinary and unimaginable. If he could follow such a person, the benefits in the future would certainly be endless. Jiangchu turned his head and patted Wuxia's shoulder. It would be very beneficial for him to subdue a genius like Wuxia. Wuxia was a rare genius among the core disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. He had a certain status and influence among the core disciples. In order to rule the entire Tianyun Pavilion in the future, he must convince them wholeheartedly. Now was the time to expand his influence. Rumble. In front of them, Bu Qingfeng and Tua Hai were fighting inextricably. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Suddenly, the palace below was greatly affected by the fluctuations of their battle. Bu Qingfeng and Tua Hai stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked at the palace below. Both of them understood that there was no point in continuing to fight. The ancient tomb was the place that truly attracted people's attention. The most important thing right now was to find the real tomb. Now that it was affected by their battle prowess, the tomb below had taken the initiative to respond. It was very likely that it was the real tomb. The battle stopped. Everyone's eyes fell on the restless palace. The palace was shaking violently and seemed to be in danger of collapsing at any time. Look, the palace is actually taking the initiative to move. This is something that has never happened before. Yeah, the palace must have been affected by the combat strength of Bu Qingfeng and Tua Hai. That's why there was such a huge reaction. I wonder if it is the real tomb. The palace is getting more and more agitated. Is it going to collapse? Many of them were shocked. At this time, countless experts had appeared here. There were rogue cultivators, geniuses of the four major powers, half-step golden immortal experts. Apart from Bu Qingfeng and Tua Hai, Huang Fuzhan and Yun Kanglan were also present. Their eyes were fixed on the restless palace. Long. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound was heard from the palace. An ancient and powerful force rushed out from the inside. Under the impact of this force, the entire palace was immediately blown away and destroyed, filling the air with smoke. Chapter 1292. At this moment, everyone was excited because they had already reached the deepest part of the ancient tomb. The door that appeared at this time was hidden inside the palace. Without a doubt, it was the real tomb of the ancient tomb. There must be a great secret and treasure hidden inside the tomb. It was impossible for people not to be excited. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He stared at the door that suddenly appeared. The door was faintly discernible as if it didn't exist, but it also seemed to have existed for a very long time. It was full of mystery. The mist that filled the air disappeared and the door became clear. It was a colorful door that was divided into two halves. One half was red as if there was a raging fire burning on it. The other half was the complete opposite. It was as white as jade and filled with a cold qi. It was the smell of ice. Ice and fire. This gate actually contained two completely different auras of ice and fire. These two completely different auras actually harmoniously fused to form a gate. This door is so mysterious. It emits the qi of ice and fire. It's really rare to see ice and fire fuse together. The person who created this door must have a very profound method. Ice and fire have always been opposite to each other. Now they actually fuse together. I wonder what kind of secret is hidden inside this door. The secret of the ancient tomb is far greater than what we have imagined. It seems that only by entering it will we be able to find out. Everyone was startled. This strange door was definitely connected to the real depths of the ancient tomb. At this time, many people were already very interested in the ancient tomb. They all wanted to know what kind of secrets were hidden in the ancient tomb. More importantly, there were definitely rare treasures in the deepest part of the ancient tomb. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by the fusion of ice and fire, because it was an extremely simple thing for him. After cultivating the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, not to mention the fusion of ice and fire, he could even fuse all 5 attributes together effortlessly. Jiang Chen didn't even need to spend any effort to do so. Gradually the door of ice and fire changed. The ice door slowly disappeared, leaving behind a scarlet door of fire. It could be seen that outside the door of fire, there was a sea of fire. There were runes flashing in the sea of fire. What happened? Why did the door change? The ice door disappeared. Guojia was puzzled. If my guess is correct, there should be 2 layers of space behind this door. One is the space of fire, and the other is the space of ice. Now that we have opened the fire door, once we enter, we will definitely enter a world of fire. As for the ice door, it should be behind the fire door. It seems that the world of ice is the real location of the ancient tomb. Jiang Chen guessed. The ancient tomb was filled with traps, which showed how extraordinary the person who had created it was. At this moment, Jiang Chen was extremely interested in the world behind the ice and fire gate. The entrance to the ancient tomb has opened. Let's go in and take a look. Someone shouted. However, as soon as his voice faded, 4 silhouettes appeared outside the door in the blink of an eye. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, the 4 of them rushed into the fire door and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads helplessly. With these 4 guys here, they wouldn't be able to get the real treasure. Those 4 were the pinnacle figures of the young generation in One Line Sky: Bu Qingfeng of Tianyun Pavilion, Tua Hai of Shenyang School, Huang Fuzhan of Huangfu family and Yun Kanglan of Yun family. All 4 of them were mighty golden immortal experts. Only those who didn't want to live would dare to compete with them for resources. After Bu Qingfeng and the others entered the fire door, Several half-step golden immortal experts from the 4 major powers followed them. Apart from geniuses like Bu Qingfeng, these half-step golden immortal experts were also the elites of their respective major powers. Each of them was in existence like Diao Yong. No one dared to underestimate them. Even in one-line sky, each of them had their own fame, surpassing most of the young generation. Come, let's go in too. Many of them began to move, rushing into the fire door, fearing that the treasure inside would be gone if they were one step slower. Brother Jiang, let's go in too. Wuxia said. Let's go. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't miss the fire door. The real show had just begun. Jiang Chen and Guijie turned into 2 rays of light and vanished into the fire door. Walala. The world inside the fire door was exactly the same as Jiang Chen had expected. As soon as they entered, a gust of fiery wind rushed towards them. This fiery wind was incomparably hot. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of this heat wave and would be severely injured on the spot. Jiang Chen waved his hand, dispersing the fiery wind. In front of him was a world of fire. The spatial zone here wasn't small. It was a few dozen miles wide. Waves of fire were drifting in the void. The whole spatial zone was filled with fiery red color. Waves of terrifying heat waves came one after another. Some of the weaker ones had to circulate their immortal qi to resist the invasion of the waves of fire. What a powerful fiery wave. I wonder what's in here? Many people's faces turned solemn. There's a land of magma in front. Let's go and have a look. Someone pointed to the front, only to hear continuous rumbling sounds. That was the roar of the rolling waves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A group of tyrannical figures flew forward. Soon, a large number of cultivators came above the magma. Below them was a large sea of magma that occupied more than half of the space. The temperature here was extremely high. Many cultivators couldn't bear it when they got close to the magma. They felt that their skin was dry and cracked, and there was a possibility that they would spontaneously combust at any time. Damn, the magma here is really terrifying. The heat wave that it emits is so powerful. If we directly enter the magma, I'm afraid no one will be able to bear it. Someone cursed, feeling that the magma here was too abnormal. Rumble. The rumbling sounds in the magma never stopped. The waves rolled and emitted a destructive aura. It was extremely terrifying. Many people looked left and right, using their divine will to scan the entire space, but they didn't find any treasures. In the end, they had no choice but to look at the magma again. It's impossible that there are no treasures here. The treasures must be inside the magma. Wang Fuzhan said. That's right. The magma here is so violent. There must be a terrifying treasure here. Tua Hai nodded, feeling that Huang Fuzhan's words made sense. Chapter 1293. The magma was rolling like a tidal wave. Heat waves surged up to the sky. Some of them couldn't withstand the heat waves and had already started to retreat. At this time, most of the cultivators had lost hope in the treasure. If the treasure was really in the magma, they wouldn't be able to get it. Let them enter the magma? That was impossible unless they didn't want to live anymore. Let me test the temperature of the magma. A half-step golden immortal genius of the Yun family took a step forward and came to the edge of the magma. He took a deep breath and leaped into the magma. Plop. The half-step gold immortal's entire body entered the magma and his entire body was covered by the magma. But even though the genius had entered quickly, he came out even faster. The instant he entered the magma, he flew out from the magma. When the genius returned to the shore, his whole body was trembling and twitching. He was circulating his power to force the heat poison out of his body. Although he had only been in the magma for a second, the difference between his condition before and after that second was too great. At this moment he had obviously suffered a huge impact, and his face was flushed red. Scary. This is too scary. Not only is the temperature in the magma too high, but there's also heat poison. The flames emitted by the magma could even burn my immortal qi. If I was just a little bit slower, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come out. That half-step golden immortal genius was still in a state of shock. Thinking about the terror of the magma, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He was glad that he managed to survive. He instantly lost interest in the treasure in the magma. Or perhaps, it wasn't that he wasn't interested, but that he had lost his courage. Seeing the situation of this genius, many of them gasped. Fear began to appear in their eyes as they looked at the magma. There was no way they wouldn't be afraid. Even a half-step golden immortal genius couldn't resist the high temperature of the magma, let alone them. At this time only Bu Qingfeng and the other three could enter the magma. Furthermore, it was still unknown whether the four of them could withstand the magma. After all, no one knew how terrifying the magma was. How scary. Why would such a terrifying magma ocean suddenly appear in this ancient tomb? If there's really a treasure inside, it must be extraordinary. Don't even think about it. No matter what kind of treasure it is, it has nothing to do with us. We can't even get into the magma, let alone the others. Bu Qingfeng and the others are still standing here. Do you think we have the ability to compete with them? Let's wait and see. Now we can only watch the show. Let's see if Bu Qingfeng and the others can enter the magma and obtain the treasures. No one wasn't afraid. Many of them had given up. Even the arrogant half-step golden immortal experts could only retreat. The scariness of the magma was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Bu Qingfeng and the other three were frowning as they stared at the rolling magma below. A trace of fear flashed across their eyes. The four of them were the first to rush in, but now they were hovering above the lava. None of them had the courage to rush down first, even if they were golden immortal experts. The scene was incomparably quiet. Everyone's face was filled with tranquility. Only one of them had a smile on his face. It wasn't his first time experiencing such a scene. Back in St. Origin World, he had encountered terrifying magma. Later on, Tyrant found a blood-red stone tablet because of it. However, this magma seemed to be even more violent. After all, not even golden immortals dared to enter it. However, no matter how strong the fire poison was, no matter how high the temperature was, it was useless to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had the true dragon fire and thunder fire to protect his body. In addition, the fire dragon seal could merge with any fire in the heavens and earth. To Jiang Qin, this magma was nothing. If he entered it, he would be like a dragon swimming in the ocean. He was invincible. However, Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry to make his move. He wanted to observe the situation first. At least, he wanted to know what kind of treasures existed in this magma ocean. Long. Suddenly, the magma ocean below stirred again. A 1-meter-long fire dragon emerged from the depths of the magma ocean. The fire dragon looked very lively. It shook its head and wagged its tail at the people on the shore as if it was provoking them. Look, it's a small fire dragon. What's that? What a pure fire source. That's the magma's heart. Oh my god. This magma has already formed a magma's heart. That dragon is the magma's heart. If I can get my hands on that magma's heart, it'll definitely bring me endless benefits. Sure enough, there's a good treasure here. This fire dragon is a treasure. The value of a heart of magma is immeasurable. Upon seeing the fire dragon, a lot of people exclaimed. Those with discerning eyes could already tell that it was the heart of magma. This was the real treasure in the magma ocean. The value of a heart of magma was immeasurable. If a cultivator who cultivated fire attribute cultivation method could get his hands on this heart of magma and refine it, the cultivator's cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Their eyes sparkled, including Jiang Qin's. He couldn't find any method to advance his cultivation base any further, but this heart of magma could push his cultivation base to the early divine immortal realm or even the peak of the early divine immortal realm. It's the heart of magma. Xuanhuan was the first to move. He suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed at the fire dragon that was showing off its strength to the people in front of him. A powerful wave of qi rolled up, and a destructive energy floated above the sea. The huge palm was like a mountain pressing down, and it captured the fire dragon in one go. Haha! The heart of magma is mine now. Xuanhuan laughed heartily. However, his laughter didn't last long, because the fire dragon strangely rushed out of his hand in the next moment. With a plop, it drilled back into the magma ocean and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Some people are too impetuous. It's not necessarily a good thing to be happy too early. Yun Kenglin said sarcastically. Yun Kenglin, why are you so arrogant? If you have the ability, go down there and catch that fire dragon. Xuanhuan harumphed coldly. He was in a bad mood after losing his face just now. Yun Kenglin's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. If this sarcasm came from someone else, Xuanhuan would have slapped that person to death without any hesitation. Fine. As long as I go down there, the heart of magma will be mine. No one saw Jiang Qin. In many people's opinion, Jiang Qin wouldn't last more than 10 seconds. After all, although Jiang Qin had heaven-defying talent, his cultivation base was still too weak. Even a golden immortal genius like Bu Qingfeng couldn't resist the temperature of the magma sea, let alone a puny Jiang Chen. Humph! An ant-like figure actually wants to fight with us for the magma's heart? What a joke. Xianyang School's Tua Hai sneered. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Really? It's a pity that your Xianyang School has suffered a great loss in his hands. He's still alive and well. Isn't this a kind of irony? Bu Qingfeng sneered. He had never seen Jiang Chen before, but he had long heard of the name Jiang Chen. This genius who had recently risen to fame in Tianyun Pavilion had left behind many legends and one-line sky. He had become a famous figure in the ancient tomb. This bastard killed a genius of our Yun family. When he comes up, I'll kill him. Yun Kanglin said. However, just when everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen to come out, Jiang Chen seemed to have sunk into the depths of the magma sea. There was no sign of him coming out. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, followed by a minute. What's going on? Don't tell me Jiang Chen can last for a minute? That's impossible. I only lasted for a second. What a joke. The half-step golden immortal who had entered the magma sea for just a second said in shock. This guy is really amazing. He can actually last for so long. I don't think so. Maybe he doesn't even have the ability to walk out of the magma sea. He has already been turned into nothingness by the high temperature. That's right. He must be dead after such a long time. He's just a half-step divine immortal. He can't last for too long. A minute might seem very short, but it was long enough for the magma sea. Almost no one believed that Jiang Chen could last for a minute. Most of them thought that Jiang Chen had already died in there. After all, this was the most likely outcome. Right now, after Jiang Chen dived into the magma pool, countless heat waves were rushing towards him. However, these heat waves had no effect on him. They entered his body, and with the help of the fire dragon seal, these flames could only become his nourishment. Apart from that, Jiang Chen's body was also covered by a layer of flame. It was the fusion of true dragon fire and true thunder fire. It was the fire of heaven and earth, the king of all flames. All other flames had to surrender in front of these two flames. Therefore, after entering the magma sea, Jiang Chen wasn't affected at all. Instead, he swam freely like a fish in the ocean. The magma here is really terrifying. If the Zulong Tower can absorb the energy here, it won't be a problem to condense 2 more floors. Chapter 1295. Ooh. A violent suction force erupted from the ancestral dragon pagoda's door. A large amount of heat waves were absorbed by the ancestral dragon pagoda. After the 22nd floor of the ancestral dragon pagoda received the vigorous energy, it began to shine brightly. The ancestral dragon pagoda only absorbed the energy inside the magma, it didn't absorb the magma along with it. At this moment, Jiang Chen was only interested in the magma's heart. After scanning the area with his divine sense, he didn't find any trace of the fire dragon. Jiang Chen had already expected this situation. The fire dragon already had spiritual wisdom and was extremely cunning. Moreover, it was formed from the magma's heart. Its body had integrated with the magma, or rather, it was a part of the magma. It was almost impossible to find it here. Even if Bu Qingfeng and the others wander around here for a day and a night, they won't be able to find any trace of the fire dragon. Jiang Chen sneered, but he wasn't worried at all. He had plenty of time. Moreover, the Zulong Tower had been absorbing the energy within the magma. With the appetite of the Zulong Tower, it wouldn't be a problem for it to absorb all the energy here. When the energy here was gradually absorbed by the Zulong Tower, the fire dragon wouldn't be able to stay calm anymore. At that time, it would definitely appear in person. As long as the fire dragon appeared, Jiang Chen was confident that he could capture it and refine it. Ooh. Due to the Zulong Tower absorbing a large amount of energy, the magma ocean tumbled even more violently. Layers of magma waves roared violently. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. In this half an hour, the Zulong Tower had absorbed almost 1/3 of the energy inside. The 22nd floor had been completely condensed. Jiang Chen himself had also obtained great benefits, and the number of dragon marks was constantly increasing. At this time, the people outside were already restless. This was because Jiang Chen had been in there for too long. Moreover, after Jiang Chen entered, the magma ocean tumbled even more violently. Moreover, the experts could clearly sense that the energy in the magma was constantly weakening. All these signs indicated that Jiang Chen might not be dead yet. If Jiang Chen didn't die after entering the magma for half an hour, it would be terrifying. Such a scene directly subverted everyone's thinking. Damn it, what kind of monster is this Jiangchen? Did he really persist in there for half an hour? At first I thought he was dead, but ever since he entered, the magma hasn't stopped changing. Besides, did you guys notice that the blazing energy inside has decreased by at least a third? Why would the energy in the magma suddenly decrease? It must have something to do with Jiangchen. Jiangchen is definitely not dead. These changes must have something to do with him. What exactly did he do inside? Damn it. How is he able to last so long inside? We only lasted for 3 minutes. Many of them were shocked, especially Bu Qingfeng and the other geniuses. They were all top geniuses whose cultivation base had already reached the golden immortal realm, but even they could only hold on for 3 minutes. But now, Jiangchen was able to hold on for so long and dissipate so much of the blazing energy in the magma. This was something that they couldn't accept. The 4 experts had almost recovered. According to their original plan, they were going to enter the magma again to search for the fire dragon. But now the agitation in the magma was too intense. They didn't know what was happening inside. Therefore they didn't dare to enter rashly and could only wait outside. Inside the magma, Jiangchen was sitting cross-legged. He was as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how crazily the waves of fire hit his body, it didn't affect him in the slightest. Now that the entire heart of magma had been refined by him, the impact of the pure energy was enough to push Jiangchen to the peak of early divine immortal realm. Honglong. Chapter 1296. The magma ocean is boiling. Everyone back off a little. Damn it. What the hell is that Jiangchen doing in there? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Although the magma is restless, its energy has been reduced by more than half. Judging by the situation, the energy inside is probably going to disappear completely. The energy here is so huge. What kind of method can make all the energy disappear? Too scary. The commotion was getting more and more intense. No one knew what was happening inside, but they were sure that all of this had something to do with Jiangchen. After all the commotion started after Jiangchen entered the magma ocean. Inside the magma ocean, Jiangchen and the Zulong Tower were absorbing a great amount of benefits and undergoing great transformations. To Jiangchen, these benefits were like a huge treasure. This was luck and fortune. 1,000, 2,000, 10,000? The energy inside the heart of magma was too terrifying. Coupled with the help of the Zulong Tower, the number of dragon marks in Jiangchen's Qi began to condense by the thousands. Such speed couldn't be described with just the word, terrifying. Moreover, to Jiangchen, the heart of magma itself was a natural treasure. It was the origin of fire. After refining it, not only would it not affect his foundation, but it would also greatly enhance his foundation. In other words, Jiangchen's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. He didn't have to worry about his foundation being affected. Very quickly, 50,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. At this time, the number of dragon marks in Jiangchen's body had reached 700,000. Which was exactly the number of early divine immortal dragon marks. The dragon marks in Jiangchen's body began to move restlessly. A large number of immortal metastones were refined and absorbed by Jiangchen. In the blink of an eye, Jiangchen's cultivation base had stabilized at the early divine immortal realm. Given his current combat strength, he wouldn't even need to use the heavenly dragon combat halberd to kill a trash like Diao Yong. 700,000 dragon marks was far from the peak. Only a part of the heart of magma had been refined. A large number of dragon marks were still condensing. Jiangchen estimated that even if he couldn't break through to the intermediate divine immortal realm, it would still be more than enough for him to reach the peak of the early divine immortal realm. At that time, he would be infinitely close to the intermediate divine immortal realm. Time passed by. The ancestral dragon pagoda was like a bottomless pit. Half of the 23rd floor had already been condensed. Too much of the energy in the magma had disappeared. A large amount of black charcoal appeared. That was the residue of the magma. Such a situation made everyone's scalp tingle. My God. What the hell is happening? The magma that has existed for God knows how many years and has even formed the heart of magma is disappearing. More than half of its energy has disappeared. It's Jiangchen. It must be him. He's not dead yet. I have no idea what method he used to make the energy in the magma disappear. If that's the case, he must have obtained the heart of magma. Damn it. What kind of monster is this bastard? Why is he so heaven-defying? At this point in time, no one could remain calm anymore. The scene and images were just too horrifying. It was something they couldn't even imagine. No one knew what was happening inside, but there was one thing they were sure of. All of this was destined to be related to Jiangchen. Bu Qingfeng and the other three were even more shocked. They wanted to know what was going on inside more than anyone else. They even had the impulse to go down and check it out, but they didn't because things had already come to this point. The only thing they could do was to wait. If the heart of magma was really obtained by Jiangchen, they would never let Jiangchen go. Bu Qingfeng and Jiangchen both belonged to Tianyun Pavilion. They didn't pose any threat to Jiangchen, but the other three hated Jiangchen to the core. As long as Jiangchen came out from below, they were afraid that they would immediately kill him. If this bastard obtains the heart of magma, I will never let him go. Yun Kanglan said. That's right. This bastard should have died long ago. He still has a wondrous stone in his hand. The wondrous stone is such a magical treasure. What qualifications does he have to possess it? Tuahai also said Lung Lung. After we kill Jiangchen, we'd better discuss how to distribute the heart of magma and the wondrous stone. Wang Fuzhan said. Do you three think I don't exist? If you want to kill the genius of Tianyun Pavilion in front of me, you have to ask for my permission first. Bu Qingfeng said Lung Lung. But from the slight frown on his face, it could be seen that he was also very worried. After all, if the three guys joined forces, he wouldn't be a match for them at all. At that time, even if he tried to stop them, he might not be able to save Jiangchen. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Jiangchen must die today. Our three forces will kill him. Bu Qingfeng, do you think you can save his life by yourself? Tuahai sneered. Humph. Bu Qingfeng harumphed coldly. Without saying another word, he shifted his eyes back to the magma below. Another 10 minutes passed. More and more ashes appeared in the magma below. The energy had almost been consumed. After absorbing this enormous amount of energy, the 23rd floor of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed, including a third of the 24th floor. It was extremely terrifying. The ancestral dragon pagoda was getting more and more mystical. The dragon marks on the pagoda were flickering continuously, looking very lively. It was one step closer to the 33rd level. Once it reached the 33rd level, a part of the pagoda's secret would be unlocked. At this moment, Jiangchen had completely refined the heart of magma. The terrifying heart of magma had allowed Jiangchen to condense another 40,000 dragon marks, increasing the total number of dragon marks in his Qi to 740,000. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early divine immortal realm. He only needed 10,000 more dragon marks to advance to the intermediate divine immortal realm. Even though he hadn't reached the intermediate divine immortal realm yet, Jiangchen's combat strength was already terrifying enough. There was a huge gap between 740,000 dragon marks. With such combat strength, Jiangchen could easily kill a half-step golden immortal expert in his half-dragon form. Even an early golden immortal genius like Yun Kanglan wouldn't be able to kill Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen might not be able to defeat them, he had the capability to fight them. Voila! Chapter 1297. At this time, the magma ocean wasn't hot at all. There was only some residual heat emitting from it. They didn't need to use immortal chi to resist the heat anymore. At this time, countless eyes were fixed on the magma ocean below. Everyone's breathing became heavy. The scene in front of them was too miraculous. Recalling the turbulent waves of the magma ocean and looking at the current situation, it wasn't enough to describe it with the word heaven and earth. Apart from being surprised, everyone's eyes were also looking for a figure, Jiangchen. Such a change in the magma ocean must be related to Jiangchen, but now, apart from a pile of ruins and ashes, there wasn't even a shadow of Jiangchen. This is too magical. The turbulent magma ocean has actually become like this. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Where's Jiangchen? Why can't I see him? Could it be that he has turned into ashes like the magma? No, look at that place. It seems like energy is about to burst out. Everyone was shocked. Just when they couldn't find any trace of Jiangchen, someone saw a golden energy rushing out from the ruins. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. One should know that any change that happened below could be related to Jiangchen. Long. Finally, a tremendous force exploded from the inside of the ruins. Countless ashes were blown away, and a figure covered in golden light rushed out like a sharp sword, hovering in the sky. He had a handsome face, and a domineering aura could be felt from between his eyebrows. His white robe was fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be if he wasn't Jiang Chen? Look, it's Jiang Chen. He really didn't die. My God. It seems like all the changes in the magma ocean are caused by him. This is simply a miracle. Who the hell is this guy? He has created so many miracles. He's simply a freak. Have you all noticed that his current cultivation base is much stronger than before? It seems like he has already reached the peak of early divine immortal realm. I remember that he was only a half-step divine immortal before he entered this place. I didn't expect that he could obtain such great benefits in such a short period of time. The magma's heart. He must have refined the magma's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a huge improvement. This guy's luck is really too good. Before this, he had already obtained a wondrous stone. Now he has obtained the magma's heart. The appearance of Jiang Chen immediately set off a frenzy. No one wasn't shocked. The magma ocean that even Bu Qingfeng and the others could only withstand for 3 minutes was destroyed by Jiang Chen just like that. Although they didn't know what method Jiang Chen had used to do this, it wasn't important anymore. What they cared about was the result. They were almost certain that the heart of magma had been obtained by Jiang Chen. This could be seen from the tremendous change in his cultivation base. Damn it. The benefits have been obtained by this bastard. What makes him think that he can do it? Tua Hai said while gritting his teeth. Seeing that Jiang Chen was still alive in front of him, a cold murderous intent burst out from his body. Kill him. Yun Kanglin said straightforwardly. Tua Hai, Yun Kanglin, and Huang Fuzhan locked their gazes on Jiang Chen at the same time. It seemed that they wouldn't leave any chance for Jiang Chen to live. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. This was already within his expectation. From the moment he killed the geniuses of the 3 major powers, the battle between him and the 3 great experts in front of him was inevitable. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about it now. After all, he was no longer the same as before. Although he might not be a match for the 4 great experts, it wouldn't be easy for Yun Kanglin and the others to kill Jiang Chen. It was also impossible for Jiang Chen to just stand there and let them kill him. Jiang Chen, how audacious of you. How dare you kill the geniuses of our Huangfu clan? You're simply courting death. Today you are destined to die. As long as you hand over the wondrous stone and the heart of magma, I promise to give you a quick death. You won't have to suffer any torture or suffering, Huang Fuzhan said. Huang Fuzhan spoke. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Judging from the current situation, Jiang Chen was like a turtle in a jar. Being besieged by 3 great golden immortal geniuses meant that he would surely die. However, there were still many people who believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't die so easily because too many miracles had happened to him. Previously, there were many experts who wanted to kill him, but in the end, Jiang Chen was still alive and well, while those who wanted to kill Jiang Chen were all dead. That's right. As long as you hand over the wondrous stone and the heart of magma, we will show you mercy. Yun Kanglin spoke as if he was giving Jiang Chen a great gift. Do the 3 of you really think that I don't exist? You want to kill the disciples of my Tianyun pavilion in front of me, and you still want to ask for my permission? Bu Qingfeng said Lung Lung. With a sway of his body, he came to the side of Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen nodded secretly. At this critical moment, the disciples of Tianyun pavilion were still able to maintain basic unity and unite against external enemies. This was very important to a major force. In any case, Tianyun pavilion was a force with human feelings. From another point of view, Ouyang he was a successful sect master. Bu Qingfeng, this matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to intervene. You are a smart man, I believe that you won't make the 3 of us your enemy for a guy who has nothing to do with you. Yun Kanglin said. Don't worry, senior brother Bu. It's undoubtedly a fool's dream for the 3 of them to kill me. Without waiting for Bu Qingfeng to speak, Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. From his tone, it seemed that he did not put the 3 experts in his eyes at all. Such arrogance shocked not only Yun Kanglin and the other 2, but also Bu Qingfeng, who was next to Jiang Chen. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Yun Kanglin was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say such arrogant words. He immediately burst into laughter. Ah, Jiang Chen, you're really arrogant, but it's a pity that you need the capital to be arrogant. Your arrogance is just ignorance. Since you don't know what's good for you, I will fulfill your wish. After that, Yun Kanglin looked at Tua Hai and Huang Fuzhan next to him and said, You 2 stop Bu Qingfeng. I will kill this arrogant guy. The benefits will be divided equally among the 3 of us. All right. Chapter 1298. Bu Qingfeng's face turned solemn when he saw that the three of them were going to attack and show their determination to kill Jiang Chen. Although he was a powerful golden immortal expert and a supreme genius, his opponents were on the same level as him. It was already difficult to deal with one of them, let alone two of them joining hands. To put it bluntly, if Tua Hai and Huang Fuzhan joined hands, Bu Qingfeng would be no match for them and Yun Kanglan would be able to deal with Jiang Chen with ease. Jiang Chen, I will think of a way to stop the three of them. You run away now. Bu Qingfeng said. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Bu, but you don't have to get involved in this matter. If I want to leave, the three of them won't be able to catch me. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His tone was still full of confidence. His opponents were strong, but he wasn't weak either. The three of them were moving at an extremely fast speed. Just when they were about to reach Jiang Chen and Bu Qingfeng, something happened. Long. A loud rumble was heard from the magma that had already turned into ruins. Then a bright light beam rushed out from below. The light beam floated in the sky and quickly formed into a crystal-like illusory door. Waves of chilling intent rushed out from the door. That was the smell of profound ice. This sudden change had attracted everyone's attention, including the three experts who were about to attack Jiang Chen and Bu Qingfeng. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the illusory door. They weren't unfamiliar with this door. It was the door of ice and fire that appeared when they entered this place. This was the hidden door of ice and fire. Look, it's the door of ice. The door of ice has been opened. After Jiang Chen obtained the heart of magma, the door of ice has been opened. Everyone hurry up and go in. The real ancient tomb is behind the door of ice. That's right. This is the deepest part of the ancient tomb. The real tomb must be behind the door of ice. The real treasure must be inside. Since the heart of magma is behind the door of fire, the treasure inside the door of ice must be even greater. It seems like we have to thank Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, we wouldn't be able to open this door of ice and enter the real tomb. The sudden appearance of the door of ice had caused a great commotion. The cultivators who were about to watch the fight were no longer in the mood. Some of them couldn't wait to fly towards the door. Swoosh. Suddenly many people flew towards the ice door. At this time, everyone knew that this was the last door in the ancient tomb. The true secret of the ancient tomb was inside. No one wanted to be left behind. If they entered earlier, they might be able to obtain some benefits. Seeing this, Yun Kanglan and the others knitted their brows. The door of ice appeared at the wrong time. The door of ice has appeared. Do you three still want to fight? Bu Qingfeng smiled and said. The three of them exchanged a glance and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Of course, they wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but they were more eager to obtain the treasures inside the ancient tomb. After all, this was their real purpose of coming here. To the three of them, it was easy to kill Jiang Chen, but it wouldn't be so easy with Bu Qingfeng here. Even if they had the ability to kill Jiang Chen, they were afraid that they would need some time to do so. At that time, they were afraid that the treasures in the ancient tomb would be taken away by others. Jiang Chen, I'll spare your life for now, but you'll die sooner or later. Once the ice door closes, it'll be the day you die. Yun Kanglan issued a threat to Jiang Chen, then flew towards the ice door at top speed. Jiang Chen, you won't be able to leave this ancient tomb alive. Tua Hai also left behind some harsh words before leaving the ice gate with Huang Fuzhan. Jiang Chen, right now the entire ancient tomb is in chaos because of you. However, you're a good person. I admire people like you. I'm going to enter the ice door now. Do you want to enter or leave? If you leave now, they won't be able to do anything to you. Bu Qingfeng said to Jiang Chen. Since I'm here, there's no reason for me to leave. I will definitely enter the ice door. As for Yun Kanglan and the other two, I don't care about them at all. It won't be easy for them to kill me. Jiang Chen chuckled. Then, with a sway of his body, he vanished on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared before the ice door. He's really arrogant. Bu Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. Even though he was arrogant, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most arrogant person he had ever seen. It was supposed to be a fierce battle. However, because of the opening of the ice door, it didn't start. Perhaps in the eyes of Yun Kanglan and the other two, killing Jiang Chen was just a matter of time. However, the treasures in the ancient tomb were different. Even if they killed Jiang Chen after obtaining the treasures, the outcome would still be the same. Jiang Chen would still die. This was also a good thing for Jiang Chen. He didn't want to be entangled with these amazing geniuses. He was very interested in everything in the ancient tomb. Now that the ice door had opened, he wanted to enter as soon as possible. In less than a minute, there was not a single person left in the abandoned magma zone. Everyone was fighting to be the first to enter the ice door. inside the ice door. It was also a world, but it was a world of glaciers. The space here was similar to the space of the fire door. It wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. There were glaciers everywhere. A cold aura floated in the void. This kind of coldness seemed natural, and it made people's souls shiver. Jiang Qin gazed into the distance. The boundless world of glaciers reminded him of the island of ice. Later on, Yan Qinyu became the inheritor of the ice god and was recognized by the island of ice. She became the owner of this world of glaciers. Of course, although the glaciers in front of him weren't as big as the world of glaciers, they were much more imposing. They were noble, beautiful, and mysterious. What a beautiful glacier. This place doesn't look like a tomb at all. Yeah, look over there. It's an iceberg. It's so tall that it reaches the clouds. It's extremely spectacular. What a beautiful world. I wonder what kind of secret is hidden here. Since this is an ancient tomb, there should be something like a coffin here. However, we haven't seen anything since we came here. Countless people were amazed by the beauty of this world. Although it was extremely cold here, they were all powerful immortals and cultivators, so they could resist the cold. There was no death chi here, and there were no dead things like the black cadaveric crows. It was like a sculpture of nature, uncanny workmanship. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.